Chapter 252, Critical Period, 1. Chapter 252, Critical Period, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Woo! The steam whistles coming from the humongous airships echoed in the sky. The 3 wooden airstairs were disconnected from the airships and dropped to the ground as soon as all the wizards completely boarded the boats. The airships slowly flew away from the platform, leaving a trail of green energy particles behind. They started moving toward the north of Nola. All the wizards were standing beside the railings without saying a word, looking at their friends and families that were still on the platform. They just stood there. The only noise Angele could hear was due to the green energy particle flows that helped in propelling the airship upward. The platform gradually looked smaller as the airship's altitude increased. The people standing on it now looked like countless tiny black dots. Angele was standing beside the railings as well. The platform was now the size of his palm and his eyes. One of the 6 white signal obelisks was right up ahead that looked like a slim stick that was stabbed into the ground from the boat. There was a relatively large city called Alava beside the obelisk, with about 8 trading towers built around it. From the sky, its entirety looked like a piece of nail. ED note, nailed it. The city was surrounded by a sea of vivid trees. Angele looked to the north and saw the trees there that were covered by white snow. Frigid gusts of wind blew across his face and the airship he was in had nearly reached the maximum altitude it could sustain. He turned around and started observing the gondola. The gondola was connected from below the envelope. It was painted in black and its size was average. The gondola's appearance looked identical to the ones used by the fishmen. The cabins were built under the deck. Only wizards were allowed to board the airship, as others wouldn't be able to handle the radiation from the strong defensive magic matrix. Mortals, wizard apprentices, and even knights could easily die in the airship. It was a problem brought by the extremely dense energy particles. The deck was about 15 meters long and its surface was elastic for some reason. There were several wizards standing beside him, including the tall slim man. His long sharp ears were eye-catching. He was standing at the right side of Angele. The man was talking to a young female wizard using energy particles. The female wizard was very polite to him. It seemed like she was just answering the questions that he had asked. 3 airships. 10 wizards on each airship. You're looking at the captain of our boat, Master Baron. A deep male voice came from the left side. Angele turned to the left quickly. It was a middle-aged man with a long white beard. The man was about 2 meters away from him. The man had a gentle smile on his face. He was wearing a thick white coat with a cloak on the back. His messy brown hair looked like a bird's nest. Master Baron? Angele repeated the name twice. Is he stubborn? I'm just judging him by the serious expression on his face. Stubborn? No, not just stubborn. The man's mind is dead, he won't accept any change. The man shook his head and communicated with Angele using energy particles. My name is Perry. I think we can be friends. He smiled at Angele and stopped using energy particles to communicate. This trip is dangerous and not many wizards will survive it. We need to help each other so the chances of us making it to the other side will be higher, don't you think so? Angele glanced around. There were 2 other light wizards standing by the railings. One was male and the other was female. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Scanning the mentality waves, dot. Rows of data were displayed beside the 3 people in Angele's sight. He looked at Perry first. Wizard. Weak force field. Breaking the force field for detailed information. The female wizard also did not reach the gas stage, but the male one was at the gas stage. However, Zero could not provide details due to the force shield. Nevertheless, he acquired the basic information by analyzing the mentality waves they were releasing. Nice to meet you. Angele put his right hand over the chest politely. Nice to meet you, too. Perry smiled. Why don't you come have a chat with us? If you have time. For sure, thanks. The two walked to the two light wizards. They were chatting about how to increase the spell casting speed. They stopped talking as they saw Angele walking to them. Coach. The female wizard slightly nodded. I'm Nopal. The male wizard introduced himself as well. Perry introduced Angele to them and the four wizards started chatting about simple spell models by the railings. They also exchanged information about the trip. Angele was glancing toward the other wizards on the deck as they chatted. The captain named Baron was still chatting with the female wizard. There was also a couple on the opposite side that were communicating using energy particles. The number did not add up to 10. Some might have already gone back to the cabins. Master Perry, I have a question. What if the airship is destroyed by some strong creature? Even the wizards can't survive a height like this, Coach asked in a low voice. Sorry, I really don't know too much about those things. I just broke the limit about 40 years ago. Coach was wearing a long white robe and a V-neck shirt, revealing her charming breast. Although the lady had an average-looking face, her sexy body was still eye-catching. Most of the female wizards would modify their bodies to fit their needs after breaking through, especially the light wizards. Dark wizards, on the other hand, would rather spend the time learning high-damage spells. Perry smiled. Don't worry about it. The envelopes were built with the best materials you can find in NOLA and they are enhanced with multiple spells. Even the beaks of the strongest eagles can't penetrate them. Perry looked like a gentleman with a handsome face. His long white beard made him look like a leader of a noble family. However, we still need to be careful if the cloud bees attack us, Nopal interrupted. The envelopes will be fine, but we need to stay alert. Cloud bees? What are those? Angele had never heard of such creature. Let me explain. Perry turned to him. There are 5 dangerous points during our trip. The cloud bees are the first one. They usually hunt birds in the sky and they appear in groups. A cloud bee is about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. They will attack with freezing breath and sonic waves. Cloud bees are horrifying. It was created by the ancient wizards using the power from other realms by accident. Wait, there are 5 dangerous points? Is this the best route? Nopal scrunched his eyebrows. Yes. This is already the safest route. You'll meet the vipers on most of the other routes. Trust me, you don't want to meet any of them, Perry explained in a light tone. The vipers? Coach and Perry gasped at the same time. Angele's expression turned serious as well. You mean the ones that live in the acid swamps on the mountains? They have black scales and they have only one eye on their foreheads. You're correct. That's the viper we're talking about. Perry nodded. I read it on a book in my family library. They changed the route once and encountered a whole group of vipers. The viper had the size of a boat and its talent ability was to poison everything within its range. It's like firing countless acid bombs at you. Good thing is that they retreated successfully without anyone getting hurt. After that, the route has then been restricted to the one we're using now. They can wipe out the whole team easily, I believe. Angele nodded slightly. His silver string strike could deal about 67 degrees of damage to one target and his defensive shield could take about 60 degrees of damage. Angele survived the fight against the crystal stage wizard named Olive back in the forest and he injured the old man severely with the signet. He would lose the fight if he did not activate the signet at the right time. The amount of mentality and mana the crystal stage wizards had was unbelievable. The petrification caught Olive off guard. The old man had to use the energy particles to stop his body from being petrified. He did not even cast a level 2 spell yet. Angele doubted if a fully activated signet could help him win the fight. He did not want the people from Dark Wizard Tower to find out about his secret, so he deactivated the signet quickly. The signet still had many limitations and the Great Harpy was losing its power. Entering the Nightmare Realm consumed the energy of the ancient bloodline. The Vipers won't be a problem to us for now, but we need to prepare for the fight against the Cloud Bees, Perry advised. One Cloud Bee by itself is weak, but a whole swarm of Cloud Bees will be a huge problem. Those creatures also have the advantage since we're not familiar with the sky. Coach took out a crystal orb from one of her pouches and threw it in the air. Chi! The crystal orb floated in the air and started spinning, creating a light screen in front of the four. A map with a twisted route marked on it slowly appeared in the image. Most areas on the map were white. Snow covered most of the trees. The route in the center was flashing and there were 5 black dots on it. Tiny characters were written beside each of the black dots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Critical Period, 2. Chapter 253, Critical Period, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. It's the only map I have in possession. Coach smiled. It seems like I'm the weakest one here, but I spent most of my time doing research on herbs. I'm a member of the school in 6 Ring area. I probably can't help you too much during fights, but I still want to assist you with all the information I know. Sounds great. You're gorgeous, by the way. Without you, this trip will be very boring. Perry's eyes fell on Coach's cleavage. Thank you for the kind words. Coach covered her mouth with her right hand and chuckled. Nopel shook his head slightly and said, well, let's focus on the trip. I think we'll encounter the Cloud Beast soon. Angele, at the side, listened to the three's conversation with a smile on his face. Coach looked at Angele for a second and continued, it'll take us about 4 months to reach our destination if everything goes as planned. She pointed at the first black dot on the map. This is the Northern Highland. The Cloud Bees are very active in the snow-covered mountains. She then pointed at a white flashing dot. This is us. It will take us about 1 month to get there. We have plenty of time to prepare. Next, it's the human snakes that have the bloodline of the ancient siren. We'll encounter them by the Lake of Distortion. I will tell you the information about them later and discuss the details after surviving the attack from the Cloud Bees. She stopped for a second, then continued, there will be about 500 of them in one Cloud Bee swarm. We need to be fully prepared. Kill them all once they enter our sights. Otherwise, they'll summon a larger swarm. Angele was not concerned. The girl must be thinking that other wizards would protect her if they knew she had valuable information about the possible threats. He noticed that the 10 wizards on the boat had formed 3 small groups, excluding the missing ones. Angele, Perry, Coach, and Nopel was one such group. The captain named Baron and 2 other light wizards similarly formed one. The couple also formed a group. Perry had tried to invite them, but they declined the offer. The 2 were also much stronger than Perry based on the mentality waves they were releasing. Angele still disguised himself as a gas stage wizard. It was a result of mentality compression. He could even disguise himself as a wizard apprentice if he wanted to. He did not trust anyone on the airship and he did not want the others to treat him as a threat. Angele had done his homework before boarding the boat. The wizards on the boats all had their own specializations, but the boats were not under any major organization's control, and their backgrounds did not matter. Perry invited Angele to his group because he knew that Angele was a strong wizard. Wizards were selfish by nature. They would fight together for their lives, but when there was still peace, they would only make decisions that were beneficial to themselves. Power would grant them the highest right on the airships after they left NOLA. Coach's advantage was her knowledge and detailed information of the monsters. She could not fight like the others, but her knowledge was valuable to the team. The sky cleared after about half an hour. The bright sunlight arrived at the deck and brought warmth to the wizards, but the wind was still cold as hell. Angele stood on the deck. His upper body was cold while his lower body was hot, and that was a strange feeling. They said goodbye to each other and returned to the cabins. Angele selected his room before he boarded the boat. He walked down a short staircase and reached a long dark hallway. There were 6 brown wooden doors on both sides of the walls and there was a name tag on each of the doors. Angele walked to the second room on the left. He tapped on the door with his right hand, then a black snake-shaped rune flashed on its surface and the door opened itself quickly. Angele entered the room whereas it was just a tiny bedroom. A white wooden bed was placed in the corner. There were several gears hanging on the wall as the decoration. There were also a red table and a chair in the middle. 2 large black cases were left beside the table. Angele noticed that there was a window on the wall opposite to him. The glass of the window was made of a special crystal and it would not be damaged easily. Angele walked to the window and looked down. There was a narrow river running down the forest. There was no carriage moving between the trees. The area was probably not populated due to the dangerous beast living in the mountains. Nothing interesting. He sighed. A group of blue flying snakes went past the window. They had long, slim tails and large shiny wings. Angele noticed that there was an elephant-sized golden lion drinking water from the river and 2 small lions running around behind it. There was also a herd of yellow elks moving between the trees. The male elks had gray backs and enormous antlers that had the similar size as their bodies. Woo! The noise sounded like someone was blowing a horn. It was a beast roaring in the forest, its voice deep but gentle. Angele stood in front of the crystal window for a while and turned around. He started to check the large cases beside the table. Click! The first case was opened slowly. A black shadow swung its wings and jumped out of the case. The shadow flew around in the room then landed on Angele's right shoulder. It was a black night sparrow with 4 wings. The bird had a pair of dark red eyes, it was cleaning its feathers with its beak. There were also dozens of black metal bottles inside the case and their sizes varied. White labels were stuck on the surface of the bottles. Angele closed the first case and opened the second one. Ka! The case was full of different potions and test tubes. Golden liquid, red liquid, silver liquid, yellow dust, and brown pills. Dozens of test tubes lined up on a large wooden rack and they were all made of vulcanized crystal. The one in the center looked different. It was filled with red sticky liquid and was glowing. The essence of the mutated berry turtle. Angele grabbed the test tube and shook it several times. It was a byproduct of the ancient bloodline. Angele did not want to leave it in Nola, so he removed all the traces left by the ancient bloodline extraction before leaving the territory, including the 2 white centaurs. The essence could be injected into creatures and make them mutate. It was a much safer method to use, but its resulting effects were weaker. Angele decided not to use it on himself as there might be conflicts between the 2 ancient bloodlines. In addition to that, the side effect of the essence might also decrease his attributes. He grabbed the 2 test tubes with brown pills inside after checking all the items. Angele removed the stopper and threw a pill into his mouth, swallowing it right away. It was tasteless, but he soon felt satiated. There's no cook on this boat, damn, I hate these nutrition pills. He shook his head and stood up. There was a critical problem that needed to be dealt with immediately. A captain for the 3 airships was needed to be selected in order to determine who would be in charge of navigating direction and pace. The leader would also be given a crystal amulet that could be used to control all 3 airships. The rare materials that could release energy waves would be collected after the fights. Once that happened, the leader would be able to decide how to split the reward. Furthermore, the special amulet could expel a wizard from a certain airship when necessary. However, the crystal amulet would be activated only when the 3 pieces of crystal runes from the 3 airships were assembled. There would be a fight between the captains soon or later. The amulet was the symbol of power in the whole team. It could cause great tragedy once acquired by the wrong person, and that was the reason why the governing wizards forged the crystal runes. Similarly, the wizards on the boat were all qualified to join the fight for the amulet. The captains would hand the crystal runes to the winner along with the amulet. The trip was dangerous, and the leader must be strong enough to rule the wizards. It was much safer when the symbol of rights was controlled by just one person. The organization did not appoint a leader because they wanted the members to figure it out by themselves. Since the airships had left the region, wizards were no longer under the jurisdiction of the laws of Nola, and so, wizards might die during the competition. It was no problem as the airships were equipped with the best medical facilities, so most injuries could be healed quickly. The wizards, after all, would do anything just to obtain the amulet. "The fight will start before we encounter the cloud bees," Angele muttered. He did not want others to control his destiny. The airships were about 1,000 meters above the earth, and being expelled from the boat would be the worst outcome in the trip. Angele had already decided to join in the fight for the possession of the amulet. He himself knew that most of the wizards would not let this chance slide. Sadly, not all wizards here are releasing their mentality waves. That was the main problem Angele was facing. Without the information on the mentality waves, Zero would not be able to tell in which stage his opponent was at. He had to find it out by himself during the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Competition 1. Chapter 254, Competition 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. 4 days later. Blop. From within a translucent beaker. A brown seed slowly sank into the water with purple petals from a flower. Angele held the beaker in hand and observed the liquid. "Nice flowering tea," he muttered. "Glad you like it." A man sat opposite to Angele in the shadows, answered in a light tone. The shadow blurred the man's face. His long sleeves and hood covered every inch of his skin. The two were sitting in Angele's room, face to face, enjoying a pot of warm tea. The purple flower in their cups had already bloomed. The color was clean and vivid. The purple petals floated on the surface of the liquid. It looked fresh. "I didn't bring my personal tea set with me this time. It would taste even better with my special teacups." Angele shook his head slightly. "It's good enough for me." The man grabbed the beaker and took a sip from it. "So, what do you think about the matter we discussed? We only have 2 days left. I don't know too much about Baron, but we don't have to go for it right away. You know how the crystal runes work, right? It will absorb its owner's mentality waves. This is our best chance, especially because no material that can be used to deactivate the rune is on the airship. Take it and carry it with you until it recognizes you as the owner. The longer we wait, the harder it'll become," the man explained. "I didn't interact with anyone else because Baron's talent skill will detect my presence if I'm in its range. I had to hide my mentality with spells just for that. Talent skill, huh?" Angele repeated. "You mean his force field? What does it do?" "He can monitor every wizard's location and condition on the airship if he wants to." The man lowered his voice. "Interesting. I have one more question for you. Why did you come to me?" Angele smiled. "I found out that you were out of Baron's force field range for some reason." The man's answer was straightforward. Angele knew that someone was releasing the mentality wave in a different way when he boarded the airship. He did not want to waste too much time trying to figure out what was going on, so he decided to stay away from the source of the mentality wave and create a special barrier. He doubted if Baron's force field was helpful during a battle. I thought everyone on the airship has noticed the special force field. They're not as smart as you think. The man shook his head. We can work together and take the crystal rune from Baron. What do you think? Sounds good to me. We can decide who will become the owner later. Angele nodded slightly. All right then. 2 days later, the crystal rune will recognize Baron as its owner. The man stopped for a second, then explained, you need to carry it with you for 7 days before it recognizes you as the real owner, so we need to do it before that happens. I think there are other people going after it too. Be prepared. For sure. I'll see you later. The man stood up and moved to the wall behind him. He slowly vanished into the shadows. It almost looked like he passed through the wall. Angele narrowed his eyes, unsure of what spell the man had cast, but it was not surprising that wizards had their own special skills. The man was the missing wizard on the airship, who had suddenly knocked on the door and asked Angele to help him fight against Baron. Zero confirmed that the man was a gas stage wizard based on the mentality wave he was releasing. However, Angele was certain that the man was a liquid stage wizard after observing him during their conversation. He was extremely confident in winning the fight against Baron for some reason. Angele grabbed the beaker and sipped some tea. He turned around and worked to the window. Below the airship was the sea of trees. The only things he could see were several flashing green dots, likely some luminous plants. Angele enjoyed the night view for a while. The seed inside the beaker had already sprouted and it grew into a flower within seconds. The white petals looked vivid and soft. During the 4 days, the only things he did was studying, researching and meditating. It was his basic daily routine. It would take a long time for wizards to learn spells, and they needed to practice building the spell models a countless number of times to master them. Although they just needed to invoke the incantation once they mastered the spell, the learning process was hard and supporting materials were required to cast certain spells. Angele had the help from the biochip, but he still needed to do the detailed modification by himself. It would take other wizards years just to master a modified spell. Most of the wizards on the airship were light wizards. Angele doubted if they knew any powerful damage spells, and as a dark wizard, he had many practical experiences from all the battles he had fought. The man cast a special spell when he left, but Angele was not concerned. He did not look like a great fighter, and Angele could take the crystal rune using force if they were unable to reach an agreement. For a wizard like this, Angele could make him lose the ability to fight within minutes. Dark wizards were used to engaging in battles and they could cast the needed spells quickly once the fight started. However, the light wizards would not be able to react so fast even if they were prepared for the upcoming battle. They needed enough time to figure out which spell could be cast to counter the opponent's attack. Some of them even needed a longer time to finish the incantation than usually once they were under pressure. Angele shook his head slightly. He was not the slightest bit interested in the competition. He had never considered light wizards as threats. They were like the fledgling birds, a tiny storm would easily destroy them all. I can just usurp the crystal rune from the winner of this so-called competition. Thud thud. Someone knocked on the door as Angele finished thinking. Come in please, it's not locked, Angele answered the door. Creak. The door was pushed open. Under the dim light, Angele saw a man wearing a large white robe stepping into the door quietly. Perry? It's late in the night. What's the matter? Angele recognized the man right away. It was Perry, the first wizard to talk to him on the deck. Perry had shaved his beard, but his hair was still messy. He closed the door after entering Angele's room. Green, I already talked to the others. Let's fight Baron the day after tomorrow and take the rune from him. We need to focus on the strongest wizard on the airship, then we can decide who will become the owner of the rune. But it's just one of the 3 crystal runes, right? We still need to fight against the winners from the other airships. It's different. Once you become the captain of this airship, the rest of the members must help you fight against the other airships. You'll be able to acquire all 3 crystal runes one way or another. Perry smiled. Even if you're not the strongest wizards in all of the airships, you can still win the fight with the help of the crew. It has happened more than once in history. Never heard of that. Angele pursed his lips. How many people are on your side? We're a group of 4, right? The couple agreed to join us too. So, it's 6 versus 3. I think we can win. There was a confident smile on Perry's face. What's the plan? I'll raise my right fist when the time is ripe. You just go all in on Baron once you see the signal. He's the strongest one. Perry explained, we'll figure out a peaceful way to decide on who to give the rune to. What do you say? Sounds good. Angele nodded. Perry told Angele about the details and left the room quickly. Angele thought for a while and then lay on the bed, starting his daily meditation. Although meditation would not increase his mentality anymore, Angele had already developed such habit, and it could replace sleep. Nothing happened on the second day. Angele walked around on the deck. The temperature was low, and the wind was strong in the sky. Baron was standing by the railings. It seemed like he was modifying the speed and the direction of the airship. He was carrying an enchanted item that could warm up his body, so he only wore a long white robe. Angele's stamina was well above average. Nonetheless, he just did not like the cold air. He enjoyed the fresh air, but he did not stay too long on the deck. Although he could just use fire energy particles to warm up his body, he did not want to waste any mentality on that. Angele detected some mechanical movement from the room on the left. It was probably someone setting up a magic matrix or circle. He did not know too much about the magic matrix or the magic circle, but he had learned a lot from the defensive matrices that Wisp had sent him back in NOLA. The most basic magic matrices on the airship were the ones in the cabin. They were used to warm up the rooms. Angele returned to his own room and continued the study of enchantment. He had finally found some practical ways to apply the fire enchantment knowledge. Angele finished studying more than 20 different basic courses, and 7 different needed languages. After wasting a lot of materials, he successfully did some basic fire enchantment on his own. Although the success rate on enchanting level 0 spells was low, it was still a huge step forward for him. He spent about 30,000 regular magic stones to buy materials for the enchantment in recent years. The biochip hadn't been able to help him much during the process. Enchantment was different from potion concocting. The simulations of the biochip could not be applied to the actual process. Angele needed to be extremely cautious when applying the enchantment, and he also needed the experience to solve the possible problems that might happen during the procedure. A lot of mentality would be consumed when applying the enchantment, so Angele only did the test when the current environment he was in was relatively safe. Not all materials were compatible with the fire energy particles. Moreover, there were also countless possible combinations. The density of the energy particles, the environment requirement, the mentality requirement, the compatibility, and the resistance all were needed to be tested one by one. It would take a long time and a lot of materials to actually make an enchanted item. Even masters of enchantment could not speed up the process. Although their success rate was higher, anything could happen during the procedure. That was precisely the reason why enchanted items were so difficult to find. There were many wizards studying enchantment, but crafting enchanted items was a different story altogether. Angele studied enchantment for a while, then decided to check the magic device he acquired from Redbeard. He sat beside the table and took out a metal pouch. The pouch protected the magic device from being detected by other wizards. Inside the pouch was a white ring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Competition, 2. Chapter 255, Competition, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Simple but elegant, it was a ring with tiny runes engraved on its surface. 0, is the result out yet? Angele had created the task days ago. Force field analysis completed. Modify your mentality wave to activate it. Damage can be increased by invoking the correct incantation. What spell can the ring cast? The Light of Thorns. Release golden lasers while reflecting the incoming attack. The ring can be activated once a day. Cooldown is around 21 hours, 0 reported. The description reminded Angele of the spell Redbeard had cast that day. Angele held the ring in his hand, then observed the runes engraved on it but could not recognize any of them. The Light of Thorns had injured 4 dark wizards within a second, which means the damage is over 50 degrees. The golden lasers also travel extremely fast in the air. It'll be hard for the opponent to defend against them. Angele carefully returned the ring into the pouch. Angele doubted if he could unleash the full damage of the spell without similarly getting injured by it. If the golden lasers could reach him before the force field could automatically create the metal barrier, Angele would have been injured severely. That was the reason why the dark wizards were burnt into ashes back in the forest. They had the force fields to create a barrier for them, but the lasers reached them before the barriers were put up. The muscular female wizard successfully created the barrier, but it was too weak. Angele held the metal pouch in hand and it was absorbed by his skin within seconds. He quickly created some water using the water energy particles and brushed his teeth. Tomorrow would be a big day, so he wanted to have some good rest. The next day. It was early in the morning. Angele slowly opened his eyes and heard footsteps coming from outside the door. He quickly got off the bed and wiped his face with a wet towel. The cold towel was refreshing, and it quickly drove away his sleepiness. Angele opened the door after putting down the towel. 2 light wizards were waiting for him in the hallway. It was Perry and Nopel. The 2 nodded slightly after seeing Angele stepping out of the door. Let's move. The others already went to the deck. Perry sent the words through energy particles. Angele closed the door and walked to the staircase. The 4-winged night sparrow was looking for food in the forest down there. It could catch up with the airships easily. The 3 arrived at the deck together. There were already several wizards waiting there quietly. Baron was standing beside the main mast and he had a blank expression in his face. There were 2 light wizards following him, one male and the other female. They just stood there and waited. The atmosphere on the deck was heavy. Coach was already there. He walked to Perry and stood together with them. Perry then eyed the couple but did not say anything. I know why you're here. It's the last day. Step forward if you want the rune. Baron wasted no time and raised his right hand to the air, revealing a palm-sized crystal rune. The S-shaped rune had 2 sharp edges that were covered by a red glow. The wizards all stared at the crystal rune in his hand. Boom! It sounded like something exploded. Angele was surprised. He turned to the direction of where the noise came from right away. A large fireball exploded on the airship ahead of theirs and the shockwave induced made the whole airship shake. The light from the red flame illuminated on everyone's faces. The fireball quickly vanished into the air. Nothing was ignited for some reason. Countless white magic circles appeared on the surface of that airship. Angele then heard people roaring and the noise made by metal weaponry. It seems like the competition has already begun on that one. I think we should start too. Perry stepped forward and shouted while looking at Baron. Hand over the rune, Baron. You got no chance. He raised his right fist in the air. Suddenly, the 6 started invoking incantation before Baron could talk. The 6 wizards released rays of red flames at the same time. It was a simple but effective way to initiate an attack. The fire rays looked like 6 large petals that gathered together and formed a 1-meter-tall fireball. The fireball drew a red arc in the air and flew toward Baron. The deck was brightened up by the light from the flame. Strangely, the fireball was surrounded by a distorted wave, and it looked like the fireball was sucking all the air around into it, creating a magnetic force field. Baron pursed his lips. The large fireball was only a meter away from him after about 2 seconds' time. An egg-shaped black magic circle appeared under his feet. Several black cubes flew out of the circle and floated in front of him. The black cubes spun quickly and released an invisible energy wave. Chi! The fireball was slowed down right away. Its speed decreased quickly, then it almost stopped. Baron and the 2 light wizards quickly ran to the side and dodged the strike. The invisible energy wave disappeared as they moved. Boom! The noise was deafeningly loud, like thunder. The flames sparked after the explosion. The rain of fire landed on the deck, with the temperature around the airship increasing. Baron's face turned pale. He raised his right hand and there was a cross-shaped silver accessory on the waist. The color of the cross changed from silver to black and it dropped to the floor, turning into a pile of ashes. Good, good. He shook his head and drew the egg-shaped black magic circle again as he chanted the incantation. The 2 light wizards finally started to prepare for battle. They stepped forward together, their bodies covered in a white glow. After several seconds, they created 2 white light balls and the balls started revolving around them. They're preparing for a strong spell. We need to move. Perry shouted. Angele nodded slightly. He gathered the energy particles around Baron's body just like what the other 5 wizards were doing. Everything was going as planned. The electric, fire, and ice particles were gathered all together. It was the basic application of energy particle control, but each of the strikes could deal over 40 degrees damage. Perry also used a special technique to increase the accuracy of their energy strikes. However, the white light balls created by the 2 light wizards in Baron's team were blocking most of the attacks. Bam bam! The white light balls were shrinking in size as the attack from Perry was getting stronger. Finally, it disappeared after the 6th energy strike. The light balls bought Baron enough time to finish the incantation. He raised his arms. Countless invisible vortices started spinning around his body. Several seconds later, the vortices turned into 2 muscular men with gray skin. Their feet were replaced by some sparking electric pulse. Go! Baron pointed Perry and his crew. The 2 muscular men roared and raised their hands, creating countless purple electric pulses over their palms. Storm spirits! Perry's expression changed as he looked at the dancing electric pulses. He took 2 steps back and took out a piece of yellow wood piece. The man's body vanished into the air after he tapped on the surface of the wood piece. The light wizard couple turned around and ran away. Angele pointed his right index finger in the air. A silver metal needle emerged out of his skin. Some green energy particles flashed around his feet and he quickly moved away from the danger zone. Cochin Nopal was just 1 second later. They had failed to escape the incoming attack. Chi! They were struck by 2 purple flashes of lightning. A red cloud and several rays of white light appeared in front of their bodies, but they were still penetrated by the lightning. They fainted at the same time and fell to the floor, black smoke rising from their burnt skin. The rest of the electric pulses were absorbed by the silver needle Angele left at his original location. 2 gone. Baron looked relaxed. Take them off too. He then pointed at the light wizard couple that was still running. The storm spirits created some more electric pulses and the static noise echoed in the sky. Angele took this opportunity to charge toward Baron at full speed. He drew the cursed scimitar and slashed forward. At the same time, a black dagger that had a silver glint on its blade was flying to Baron's waist from the left. The timing of the ambush was perfect, and the 2 weapons struck Baron together. Chi! A black energy wave was released from Baron's body. He opened his mouth and tried to yell but failed. The two light wizards right beside him finally understood the situation and tried to create a barrier, but it was already too late. The scimitar and dagger broke through the energy wave, striking Baron's body savagely. Bam! Baron was blown away by the impact and his body drew a straight line in the air and hit the railings with great force. He spat out some blood and fainted. The storm spirits are out of control. God damn it! Someone yelled. A dark shadow moved to the fainted Baron, trying to snatch the crystal rune from his hand. Pa! Angele stabbed the scimitar into the deck in front of Baron, creating a green light screen. F***ck off. Boom! The two traded hits and all stepped back. Angele grabbed the scimitar and created a silver longsword in his other hand. He flipped back and landed on the railings. The black shadow rolled several times on the floor and forcefully smashed at the entrance of the cabins. The hood dropped and showed the pale face of a young man. The two stopped for a second and charged toward each other again. Clank! Ugh! The man grunted and fell to the floor. He stopped moving as blood spurted out of his chest. Angele turned around and jumped to the two storm spirits on the side. Chi. His body disappeared from the deck for 2 seconds. In the next moment he reappeared in the center of the deck. He already had the rune crystal in his possession. Woo! The two storm spirits dispersed and slowly vanished into the air. It's over. Angele raised his right hand and waved it several times. Bam! Seemingly infinite silver strings emerged out of his hands and covered the whole deck. 1 second later, the four fainted at the same time and lay on the surface of the deck. Chi! The silver metal strings returned into Angele's body. Pa! Angele heard the noise and turned around. Rayline was standing on the deck of the airship ahead. There was a large silver bow in his hand, and his long blonde hair was flying about in the wind. There was a strange spiral rune flashing in the man's right eye. Rayline slowly pulled the bowstring to a full moon and aimed at Angele. Many blue electric pulses were drawn to the bow. Angele raised his hands and gathered green energy particles on his palm, creating a large translucent hexagram in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Result 1. Chapter 256, Result 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The crystal hexagram slowly rotated in the air, releasing rays of green lights. Clouds covered the sky and so it was dark. The blue light and green light illuminated the deck of the two airships. Rayline's arrow was created by electric pulses and he was aiming at Angele. The crystal hexagram started cracking after several seconds and it turned into the green sand. The sand was blown away by the chilling wind and several green strings were revolving around Angele's body. It seems like you're the winner of that airship. Rayline's voice came from the other side. His long blonde hair was flying about in the air. Ha, you saw the crystal rune in my hand, right? It's all about the amulet now. Rayline released the bowstring as he spoke. Chi! The electric arrow left a blue trail in the air and flew to Angele. Bam! The arrow was blocked by a silver metal shield and it exploded in the air, turning into blue electric pulses. Angele charged toward the electric pulses at full speed. On the deck, a black shadow rushed toward Rayline. The gap between the two airships was small. The black shadow failed to stop, and it ran into Rayline. Bam! The two rolled several times on the surface of the deck, but no one was releasing any energy waves. That's repulsion effect. Your talent skill is actually the repulsive force field. How's that even possible? Angele was surprised. He held the silver longsword tight and slashed forward. Clank! Rayline blocked the strike using the longbow. The spiral rune in his right eye was spinning faster and faster. Close combat, huh? Let's see who's better. He bent the longbow in half and it turned into two scimitars that were connected by a chain. Their electric pulses sparking along the surface of the silver blades. Clank. Angele drew the cursed scimitar after Rayline blocked the attack. The electric pulses climbed up Angele's arm as Rayline fought back with his scimitars. Angele wanted to slash forward again, but his arms numbed for a second. Pa! Rayline's was going for Angele's chest. Angele stepped back quickly, but his robe was cut open. The repulsive force field was a passive talent skill and it could disable other wizards' force fields temporarily. That was the reason why Angele did not use his metal mastery. He had no idea how long the impact would last, but he was confident in his close combat skills. However, without the metal force field, Angele had trouble defending against the electric pulses coming from Rayline's dual scimitars. His body was still covered by the metal shield, but without the force field, the metal's real weight was just slowing him down. The only thing keeping Angele in the fight was the attribute buff from the cursed scimitar. Rayline charged toward him again and slashed forward. Angele leaped away quickly and barely dodged the attack. Rayline's close combat skill was strong. He had the strength, agility, and techniques. However, the outcome of a battle was not only decided by those things. Angele slashed forward with the cursed scimitar randomly as he stepped back. He sneakily activated the illusion signet on his left palm. Chi! Rayline grunted. He thought he had hit Angele in the face, but it was just a blurred illusion. The left side of his waist was cut open and blood spurted out of the wound. What the hell? He applied more electric pulses to both scimitars and slashed forward ferociously. Ka! It was an illusion again. The blade had only hit the deck. Rayline just realized that Angele was about half a meter away from him. He was not sure what had just happened. Chi! Angele left another wound on his waist. Impressive! Angele praised, your body is hard like a two-headed rhino. He held the scimitar in right hand and created another silver longsword in left hand. What do you say? Just give me the crystal rune. I could have killed you with my sword. He stood by the railings and stared at Rayline. Illusions, huh? There was a serious expression on his face. Majority of illusion spells were weak as wizards needed to channel it without moving, but it seemed like the man in front of him could cast the spell anytime he wanted to. Rayline knew that he was in trouble if he could not figure out a way to break the illusions. He thought that Angele was a close combat wizard that only practiced illusion spells. If he could find Angele's weak point, he would win the battle within seconds. You have the close combat skills of a Grand Knight, but I have these illusions to support me. You'll lose once your repulsive force field is deactivated. Angele pursed his lips to a sneer. You're right. If you're a better close combat wizard than me, I'll lose the fight for sure. Rayline straightened his back. Actually, I'll just give you the crystal rune if you can handle my next skill. He raised his left hand and took down a golden headband. Rayline's long blonde hair looked like a blooming flower without the headband. The fragrance of flower permeated the air and it was not affected by the strong wind. Angele's brow furrowed. A black rune flashed in his eyes, and he charged toward Rayline. He tightly held both the silver sword and scimitar in his hands. Clank! Rayline blocked the strike with his dual scimitars. Fire sparks were created as the weapons clashed with each other. They traded hits so fast that they looked like two blurred shadows. However, Angele's strength was much higher than Rayline, and the only thing Rayline could do was to slowly move back. Suddenly, Rayline's feet numbed for a second. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The energy wave from the signet finally worked. Angele seized this opportunity as he stepped forward and jumped onto Rayline. Bam! He forcefully kicked the man in the waist. Rayline was blown away by the impact. He lay on the floor and spat out some blood. He tried to support himself with the scimitars, but he did not have enough strength left. It was just a competition and Angele had no intention to kill him. Rayline sighed and shook his head. You won. He raised his hand and threw the crystal rune to Angele. Pa. Angele nodded as he caught the crystal rune. How did you manage to get such a strong body? We can do a trade if you don't mind. He stared at Rayline. The man's feet were petrified for just 1 second. Only people with extremely high stamina would be able to recover from the petrification so fast. Angele wanted to buy Rayline's secret technique, so he could easily fight against ranged spells. Olive was a crystal stage wizard, but half of his body was petrified, and he had to use energy particles to heal himself. Rayline recovered from the petrification just because he had high stamina, which made Angele curious about how he trained himself or if he had used some special enchanted items. Sorry, it's my family's secret so I can't just sell it to you. Rayline recovered from the injury quickly. He stood up and the spiral rune disappeared from his eyes. Furthermore, the repulsive force field was no longer influencing Angele's force field. It's fine. Angele shrugged. Alright, I need to get the last crystal rune now. You'll be facing Captain Hikari. She's not a strong wizard but she knows many dirty tricks. Rayline did not seem concerned about losing the fight. It seemed that the rumor about him was wrong. I heard you're short-tempered, but you seem like a nice guy to me. Angele smiled. Well, you're stronger than me. I don't want to get myself killed, Rayline responded in a light tone. I'll go have some rest, good luck. It seemed that the secret skill cost him a lot of mentality. Angele watched him walk down the staircases. He noticed that there were no fainted wizards on this airship and there were only some bloodstains on the railings. There was a great fight here but Rayline definitely had the advantage due to his repulsive force field. The airship was small and most of the wizards would rely on their barriers created by the force shields. He probably won the battle without a sweat. Angele heard something exploding and people roaring when the battle started but it only lasted for several minutes. He wiped the dust off his robe and walked to the main mast. The airships were traveling in a line and this was the second airship. There was one more airship ahead of them. It seemed that the fight had not yet finished on the first airship. He could still see spells being cast and things exploding. Angele checked his condition quickly. He had used about a third of his mana, but the wind buff spell he stored in the chip was used when the fight against Rayline started. The buff would last for about 20 minutes. He was confident that he could finish the battle within the time limit. He checked the green strings surrounding his body. The light they were releasing had already started fading away. Angele walked to the stern and checked the situation. 9 wizards were attacking the captain named Hikari together. They surrounded the lady using a random formation. It seemed like the wizards on the airship were treating the battle way too serious. They were casting high damage spells and activating enchanted items. Angele's expression turned serious. He knew it was just a competition, so he had no intention to kill anyone. Rayline also stopped attacking after Angele defeated him. There were many dangerous creatures that needed to be dealt with on the trip. The wizards must work together for their future. There was no point on wasting too much mentality and mana in a competition. However, the situation on the first airship was getting worse by the second. Hikari defended against the attack from 9 wizards and all the wizards were using their strongest spells. Angele even saw an acid energy ball that could deal more than 40 degrees of damage. There was also a snake-shaped flame ray and a white owl that was trying to catch Hikari off guard from behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Result 2. Chapter 257, Result 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. A buck's head was being grasped by Hikari, its antler akin to branches of a large tree. It was surrounded by white energy particles that looked like fireflies. The light dots were blocking all the attacks from the wizards for Hikari, with some of the weaker spells aimed at her repelled. Angele stood on the deck and watched the fight. Most of the wizards he saw were around at the gas stage and were casting modified spells, though no one used any secret techniques. The 9 wizards were also getting nervous because their spells were not effective. Angele recalled the moment Rayline removed his headband. The fragrance of the flower came from some toxic gas, but it did nothing to him, and Rayline just admitted his loss. It was not a deathmatch, so Angele assumed that Rayline still had some powerful spells left. Even if the fight continued, Angele still had one more modified spell he wanted to test in a real fight. The wind buff was just one of the 2 spells he modified recently. And with the petrification and a fully activated signet, he could slay Rayline easily with his close combat skills. Sadly, I can only use the petrification ability twice a day. Angele shook his head. The petrification ability would only work when the target was within the effective range of 3 meters, and if the target had high stamina, the skill would only be able to stop him from moving for about 1 second. Furthermore, a certain amount of mana would be consumed when the skill was used. Angele had the Great Harpy's ancient bloodline in his body, so his resistance to poison and illusions was high. That was probably the reason why the toxic gas did not work. He watched the wizards relentlessly attack Hikari. Angele wondered why the situation was so intense. Several minutes later, one of the wizards suddenly fell to the ground. His face turned purple and his body was trembling. Brother! King Hell! Hikari, give me the antidote! A muscular man in a long red robe shouted. He kept releasing red firebirds from his sleeves. There were around 10 firebirds flying around above the deck. Pa! Another wizard fell to the floor and the symptom was same as the last one. The wizards started to faint one by one. Their face all turned purple and some of them were grunting while staring at Hikari. The spells they were channeling all disappeared. That's it, wizards. Your mana will be halved as long as you're in my poison mist. Admit it, you don't stand a chance against me. Hikari chuckled. The wizards on the deck had already lost the ability to fight back. Angele pursed his lips. Hikari was not fighting like a light wizard but was fighting like a dark wizard instead. Angele raised his hand and aimed at the main mast of the first airship, releasing a silver metal chain. He held the chain tight and jumped onto the railings of the airship. Just you and me then. He jumped off the railings and walked to Hikari. Hikari turned around and stopped laughing. Her face turned serious as she knew that Angele already had 2 crystal runes in possession. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. The tooth of the red snow snake and the rhino grass, huh? Where did you get this purple saber-tooth poison mist from? Angele coughed. Hikari narrowed her eyes. A knowledgeable potion master that can fight? Impressive. Don't worry, I read it from a wizard book, but I don't think a poison mist like that will work on me. Angele shook his head. A bitter smile appeared on Hikari's face. I'm a potion master. I'll just admit defeat if none of my potions work on you. Huh? Angele was surprised. He looked at the head of the buck. It was translucent and there was a tiny black bottle placed inside it. That bottle was the source of the poison mist. Angele looked at Hikari and used the biochip to identify the potion she was carrying. He could do that easily if her potion bottles were not completely sealed. Well, you're carrying an Aeteros potion, a petrification potion, a touch of ice, 2 bottles of water elements, and 1 bottle of ice elements, am I right? An average potion master would never be able to do something like that. Hikari's expression broke its facade. She stared at Angele in shock. The white light dots around her vanished into the air. With the help of Zero, Angele's knowledge on potions had already reached an entirely different level. Moreover, he knew how to deal with all the potions she had. Angele took out a tiny crystal test tube from one of his pouches. Inside it contained sticky purple liquid. For the elemental summoning potions, I have the energy disruption potion to interrupt the summoning process for a certain duration, and I have plenty of time to attack during this period. I don't need to do anything to counter the Nada Rose as it's just too weak. For the petrification potion, I can just use, well, I'm not going to go too far on this one as the wizards on the floor are still conscious. Only the strongest potion masters knew the secret about these potions. If the other wizards had learned about the secret, Hikari would not have been able to fight back had things gone south for her. Ah, and the touch of ice. Sadly, I'm familiar with all the potions you have right now. Angele chuckled as he shook his head. Just give me the crystal rune. It will only take me 1 minute to dispatch. I have one honest advice for you. Don't rely too much on potions. You can trick the light wizards with them, sure, but you won't stand a chance if you're fighting against a dark wizard. Angele was a potion master, but he barely used any potion in fights. Using a potion was easy, but when the opponent recognized the potion he was using, it would just be a waste. The poison mist was effective on wizards with low stamina, but for someone like Rayline or Angele, they would not even notice the toxic mist in the air. Furthermore, if the opponent had higher mentality level, activating the elemental summoning potions would be nearly impossible, as the stronger mentality waves would interrupt the summoning process. Angele only carried several potions that were concocted for a fight, but it was only for emergency situations. Hikari stood there and slowly nodded. Fine, I give up. She raised her right hand and threw a crystal rune to the air. Angele caught the rune and took out the 2 other crystal runes he acquired earlier. The 3 crystal runes formed a palm-sized crystal shackle. It was clean and elegant. Angele closed his eyes and several images from the crystal shackle were transmitted into his brain. Accepting data from an unknown source, Zero reported right away. Angele stood on the deck and opened his eyes after several minutes. Well, use your antidote first. He looked at Hikari. Hikari nodded and took out a tiny bottle, then started applying the antidote on the 9 wizards right away. Angele returned to his own airship and he saw that Perry had already woken up. The wizards that were severely injured would be protected by the magic matrices on the airships, but they would not be able to move under the protective matrices. Angele deactivated the function right away as the competition was over. The wizards immediately healed themselves using the prepared healing gels and spells. Angele asked the original captains of the airships to keep monitoring the direction and the speed. The competition decided who would be the one to commandeer the airships. Most of the wizards hadn't even used their strongest damage spells. The owner of the amulet had the power to expel wizards from the airships. Actually, they could still stay on the airships, but the magic matrices would not protect them even if they were severely wounded. Angele would not expel any wizard for no reason. He needed everyone's strength to deal with the dangerous creatures they would encounter during the trip. In a cabin of the leading airship, Angele, Rayline, Hikari, and Baron sat around a long rectangular wooden table. They were all staring at a crystal orb. The crystal orb was supported by a metal base. The image inside showed an enormous flying bee. It was a white bee with blue spiral patterns around its abdomen. The bee looked identical to a normal bee, but it had 3 dark stingers. The strange bee was flying over the snow-covered trees. Its body was about 1 meter long and its stingers were cutting down some of the branches. That's a cloud bee, Hikari said in a light tone. My ancestors are from Omandis. They have kept some information of the bee in my family library. I acquired the information through the signal obelisks, but the distance was too far and some of the critical data were missing. Still, it's better than nothing. A cloud bee has 3 stingers, and it can deal a substantial amount of ice damage. Its speed is fast, and its attacks are hard to dodge. There are 3 basic types of cloud bees: the worker bees, the male bees, and the queen bee. Hikari continued, the one we just saw is a worker bee. It can deal both physical and energy damage. Male bees are much stronger than the worker bees, and I don't have any intel on the queen bee. Usually, the queen bee won't leave the nest. There will be at least one male bee in a group of worker bees, too. We must be careful. They're bees, right? What do they eat? Baron knitted his eyebrows. They're cloud bees, they feed on animal flesh, Rayline responded. He was spinning a silver badge on the table. You said the bee's speed is fast, but how fast can it travel exactly? And do they just appear in a large swarm when looking for prey? Angele questioned. They usually appear in a pair of 2 first. That's all I know. No one has ever tested their flying speed, but I'm fairly sure they're faster than our airships. Hikari pursed her lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, The Cloud Bee, 1. Chapter 258, The Cloud Bee, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele did not say anything but started thinking. Is there a way to stay away from them? Baron wondered. No. Cloud bees will attack anything flying over them and eat anything they find. Hikari shook her head. The 4 wizards remained silent after the short discussion, trying to figure out the best way to deal with the bees. Inside the room, the flame inside the oil lamp was dancing. I think the magic matrices on the airships can be activated to do damage. Angele suddenly opened his mouth. But I'm not sure if it's a good idea. We can test it on the first 2 cloud bees that come to the airship. Rayline nodded slightly. How long until we reach the cloud bees' territory? Angele questioned. We'll be there in half a month. Good, let's get prepared then. Angele stood up. I'll return to my room. He pushed the door open and left. The others stood up as well. I wonder how many of us will make it to Omandis, Hikari muttered. Good luck everyone. Baron put on his hood and stepped out of the door. It was night time. Angele returned to his own airship. The deck was empty. He jumped off the railings and stepped on the deck. Baron followed after him and jumped to the deck as well. The only thing making noise was their footsteps. Green, let's cut the crap. How strong is the defensive matrix on the airship? Baron asked from behind. It's hard to say. I need to do some testing. Angele turned around. But don't raise your expectations. Our enemy is strong, he warned in a serious tone. Cloud bees have high stamina and resistance. They're also good fighters. If our plan fails, many of us will die. Although Angele was confident in his fighting skills, the stories he heard about the bees were still horrifying. He could not promise anything to the crew until he actually fought one. Also, there are many magic stones stored on the bottom level of the cabin. The defensive and offensive matrices are set up there as well. If we have a matrix master, the trip will be much easier. We can only fight with what we have right now. Angele sighed. We need to make sure the airship is not badly damaged. That's the priority. Baron added, you, me, Rayline, and Hikari are the strongest wizards in the team. We need to collect as much information as we can when we encounter the scout bees. For sure. Alright, I'll go have some rest. Baron turned around and walked to the stairs. Angele stood on the deck and waited till Baron left. Woo! A black shadow soared through the sky and landed on Angele's right shoulder. It was a night sparrow with 4 wings. Angele patted its back as he stood beside the railings and looked down. Some blue light dots were flashing in the dark forest, probably some luminous plants. The gentle white light from the 2 crescent moons shined upon the land. Angele stood by the railings and waited. About half an hour later, a man slowly walked out of the cabin. It was a man with a serious expression on his face. He was wearing a long black robe that helped him blend into the dark background. His face was pain and his eyes were surrounded by dark circles. "Are you looking for me?" He walked to Angele. Finished the discussion. The situation is bad. Perry healed you, right? He said you knew a lot about matrices. Angele leaned forward. So, the matrices on the airship. The man interrupted before Angele could finish. Well, nothing I can do about that. You know what the airship is made of, right? Pinewood is hard, light, and elastic. However, its conductivity with energy is bad. I can't improve the matrices because of that, the man explained. He was the one who had helped Angele ambush Baron during the competition. You mean the 3 airships will be able to handle the damage, but it's impossible to make the offensive matrices stronger? Correct. The man nodded. All right. Thanks for the help. Yeah. The 2 walked down the staircase together and returned to their own rooms. Angele sat in the room and thought for a while, but he did not come up with any viable plan. Half a month passed in a blink of the eyes. Angele had already communicated with most of the wizards from the 3 airships. Hikari was hated by all the wizards on the first airship. Thus, she stayed in her room most of the time. The wizards on her airship also barely talked to each other after the competition. Only 2 wizards asked Angele about the situation, but that was the only conversation they had. The situation on Rayline's airship was different. All the wizards respected him for his power. He also recruited an assistant, a beautiful lady around 20 years old, who was Rayline's cousin. She wanted to join the discussion between the captains. Angele had no problem with that. Perry, Nopel, and Coach treated Angele differently after the fight. It seemed like they wanted to become friends with the strongest wizard in the team, but the other wizards just stayed in their room and minded their own business. Angele was not concerned about the relationship between the wizards. Perry, Nopel, and Coach's skill level was below the average. He would rather spend more time with Baron and the man in the black robe. All the functions of the airships were the same as before, but the other wizards would bow to Angele slightly after he had become the owner of the amulet. In the endless blue sky, the 3 black gondolas were hanging down 3 envelopes, moving forward slowly. 2 white dots were flying around the leading airship. They looked like flies moving around rotten food. The wizards gathered on the deck of the leading airship. They were looking at the flying white dots nervously. Angele stood in the front with a serious look on his face. The captains were standing behind him. No one spoke a word and the atmosphere was heavy. The defensive matrices are fully operational. I'll remove the force barrier now. Stay alert, everyone. Angele suddenly yelled. He held the amulet in right hand and shook it slightly. A white glint flashed on the surface of the crystal. The invisible force barriers were deactivated, and 3 airships were now exposed to the threat. The pair of cloud bees noticed the change and stopped flying around, now rushing straight to the people on the deck. Angele finally had a clear view of the creature when they approached. These were 2 enormous bees, with white-colored bodies and blue spiral patterns covered their abdomen. Each of the bees was about 2 meters tall and the images of the wizards on deck reflected in their compound eyes. Ready! Angele raised his right hand. I'll do it. A muscular male wizard from the first airship stepped forward. There was a long iron bow in his hands. He raised the bow and pulled the bowstring to full, then fired an invisible arrow. Chi! The arrow landed on one of the cloud bees accurately. It exploded and turned into a large sticky web, capturing the 2 bees. Boom! The cloud bees failed to dodge the web and hit the surface of the deck hard, rolling several times on the floor. Before Angele gave the next order, 2 wizards had already jumped onto the bees. One of them had a mace, while the other a long crossguard sword. Clank! Red light and the yellow light flashed in the air. The 2 wizards were blown away by the impact, smashing against the railings. They struggled for several seconds before they stopped moving. Arian, are you all right? Another wizard rushed to help them. Oh, God, he suddenly yelled. The 2 cloud bees were trying to escape from the web. Angele asked Rayline to get ready for the possible attack and went to check on the 2 injured wizards. The air around the 2 was freezing. Their bodies were covered by a thick layer of frost. Angele narrowed his eyes and he saw 2 stingers penetrated their chests. The half-meter-long stinger broke through the wizard's force shield easily. An old light wizard crouched and checked the 2 wizards' condition. He then looked at Angele and shook his head slightly. They were killed in one single strike. Their force shields did nothing, the damage is horrifying. A female wizard's face turned pale. And Arian's talent skill is much stronger than mine. Angele pursed his lips and turned around. He saw that the 2 cloud bees had already escaped the translucent web and were now flying around above the deck. Rayline and the several other wizards were attacking the bees using electric arrows, but the bees were so fast that they dodged most of the attacks easily. They were still flying in the air even after being hit several times. Angele noticed that the bees' bodies were surrounded by a thin light barrier, protecting them from all the electric arrows. Rayline and Baron were observing the light barrier as well. There were also wizards recording and calculating data of the 2 cloud bees. Once, the cloud bees tried to rush down and Baron and Rayline shot them with stronger electric arrows, yet none of them did any actual damage to those monsters. Angele asked them to increase the spell damage to over 40 degrees, but they still failed to break through the cloud bees' barriers. The 2 bees were still trying to charge to the wizards. Angele's expression turned serious as time passed. He stood by the railings quietly while Zero was analyzing the creature. Rows of data were being refreshed in his right. Simulation and analysis completed. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in Angele's ears, and he felt a bit relieved. Worker bees data. Results are not final. Strength, over 11. Agility, over 8. Stamina, over 8. Mentality, over 24. Talent skills, 2, Ice Force Field, created by strong mentality, can block any damage lower than 30 degrees, and all ice damage will be ignored. 2, Damage reduction, every time a bee is attacked by physical skills or energy strikes, the damage will be halved. 3, Toxic Stinger, release the stinger. Damage, unknown. Other skills, unknown. Mentality over 24, Angele finally knew why a significant number of wizards would die on a trip to Amandus. The creature was like a flying Grand Knight with extreme magic resistance and it could even deal elemental damage. The bee could also use ranged attacks if it wanted to. Baron! I'm ready! Angele communicated with Baron and Rayline using energy particles. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, The Cloud Bee, 2. Chapter 259, The Cloud Bee, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Got it. Rayline stepped forward raising his longbow. He did not use an electric arrow this time but pulled a strand of blonde hair off his head and turned it into a lengthy metal string of a golden hue instead. Rayline knocked the metal string onto the bow and the black spiral rune appeared in his right eye. Chi! The metal string turned into a ray of golden light and was released from the bow. Dang! The 2 cloud bees were charging toward Rayline, trying to attack him with the stingers. The metal string penetrated one of the bee's abdomen easily. For some reason, the bee's force shields failed to stop Rayline's strike. The other bee increased its speed and shot 2 stingers toward Rayline. Chi! Another golden metal string penetrated the bee's body. Bam! The two cloud bees fell onto the deck, still struggling. Rayline grunted. He held his right shoulder tight as his face turned pale. If he had not leaned to the left after seeing the stingers flying to him, his chest would have been penetrated just like the two dead wizards. Several thin layers of white frost were expanding from his wound, but Rayline stopped them right away with blue electric pulses. "Are you all right?" Angele ran to Rayline quickly. Rayline's cousin, Robin, created a white flame over her palm and tried to apply it to the wound. Gee! The flame did nothing to it at all. Worst thing was, the white frost was beginning to climb up her hand. "So that's the cloud bee's poison? Let me help him." An old man with goatee stepped forward. He created some light green smoke by rubbing his hands and applied it onto Rayline's shoulder. Gee! It sounded like meat being grilled. Rayline's face turned pale, showing how it must be a painful experience. Angele could see the sweat dripping down his chin. The expanding white frost was finally under control. Angele tapped on the amulet with his left hand. The barriers around the three airships were activated again within seconds. He turned around and walked to the cloud bees that had already stopped moving. Several wizards had already gathered around the bees and started observing. No one was smiling. It seemed that they encountered some trouble. Hikari stood up as she saw Angele walking toward them. "Not good," she spoke in a deep tone. "I checked the bees' bodies with several other wizards. Their mentality and body are very strong. Their energy barriers are stronger than the ones used by the average wizards. I think we can all agree that they're strong fighters. After all, they just took out two of our members. Their only weakness is the intelligence and the way they initiate the attack," a female wizard added. "Based on the result of the fight, our team can handle a maximum number of 20 cloud bees. However, there will be at least 50 cloud bees in their patrol team. We need to figure out a way to hide our airships from them." Angele shook his head. "That's impossible. They will detect us easily with their compound eyes." Another female wizard joined the conversation. It was Coach, who was part of Perry's crew. She was initially interested in Angele before the competition, but her interest in him was replaced by fear after the fight. "The best way to fight them is by using close combat skills, but it'll be hard for us to dodge their stingers." Baron walked to Angele. Rayline said that the cloud bees' barriers were only strong against ranged attacks. "How's his condition?" "Not a big problem. The wizard named Darren is good at treating wounds like that." "The poison has stopped spreading after the dead muscle tissues were cleaned out," Baron answered in a low voice. However, Darren said that he did not bring enough materials to the airship. He can only cure 2 more wounded wizards. Angele nodded and gritted his teeth. "When will he recover from the injury?" "At least 15 days. The wound is fine, but the stinger damaged his nervous system." "It'll take some time, Dot." "That's worse than I expected." Angele rubbed his temples. "I want to increase the airship's speed since the barriers will be able to protect us for some time. We must change our plan. I don't want to spend the energy on the offensive matrix. We need to hurry, or else we'll just die to the cloud bees." "Master Angele. Come here, please." "Hurry." A voice came from behind. Angele turned around quickly and saw a young male wizard with a pyramid-shaped red crystal in hand. He was staring at the crystal with a serious expression on his face. "What happened?" Angele walked to the wizard and looked at the crystal. Images were shifting on the surface of the crystal. A large swarm of cloud bees was flying over the sea of trees. They were rushing to a certain direction at full speed. "What the hell?" Angele was surprised. There were more than 100 cloud bees in the group. His heart almost stopped for a second. "They're coming for us." At this speed, we will encounter them by tomorrow afternoon. It's the Cloud Bees hunting team and there are 128 of them, the male wizard reported in a shaky tone. Ha! The wizards heard his words and gasped. Angele pursed his lips and glanced around. There were 28 wizards on the deck, but only several of them were good at fighting, and they could probably kill several Cloud Bees by themselves. 20 Cloud Bees would be fine, but it was impossible for them to win the fight against 128 of them. Angele could kill around 4 Cloud Bees without getting hurt, but he needed to fully activate the signet and use petrification. If the Cloud Bees surrounded him and shot the stingers at the same time, his metal shield would have a hard time blocking all the attacks. A Cloud Bee had a stamina over 8 and strength over 11. Their stingers were hard to dodge at the close distance and they had high resistance against ranged attacks. In addition to that, their high mentality increased their defense against the damage spells. There were too many things to consider when fighting with the bees. Angele doubted that he could survive a rain of the bee stingers. Cloud Bees were like a group of formal wizards that focused on one single damage spell. They were the master of that spell, so the damage the spell could do was horrifying. Angele considered the possibility of using the energy bombs, but the damage of the explosion would be greatly reduced by the Cloud Bees' talent, skills and energy shields. It would just be a waste of resources and energy. Master Angele! Another group of Cloud Bees is coming for us, someone shouted. A group? How many of them can you see? Angele's skull numbed. About 32. The wizard replied in a shaky one. 32? 2 Cloud Bees had already killed 2 wizards and injured a team captain. Angele needed more time to figure out a viable plan. The altitude of the airships was around 1,000 meters. Although it was possible for them to jump off the airship and land on the ground safely, there were countless mutated beasts in the mountains. Rumors had said that those beasts could kill a rank 2 wizard. Angele hesitated, then he looked at Baron, Hikari, and the man in a black hood. They were already preparing for the incoming attack. Baron, Hikari, and you, stay with me. The rest of you, listen to me. Go to the railings and start putting up energy barriers once the defensive matrix is broken. Angele walked to the main mast and shouted. We're the only people that can actually kill the Cloud Bees, I think. He turned around and looked at the 3. Go help the wizards by the railings if they're in trouble. There's only so much I can do. The man in black hood pursed his lips. We live together, or we die together. The Cloud Bees will destroy the airships, but you can test your luck in the mountains if you want to. Angele shrugged. How long till they get here? He asked the wizard who had detected the bees. 12 minutes, Master, the man responded right away. I have a question, Master. Is our defensive matrix still good? Angele shook his head slightly and looked at him. The matrix can only protect for about 1 hour. All right, get ready everyone. He pointed at Rayline, who was still lying on the floor. Carry him down to the cabin first. Wizards were selfish, but they were smart. No one questioned Angele's decision. They quickly finished the tasks allotted to them and moved to their designated positions on the deck. Only 4 people were still standing by the main mast. Hikari returned to her room and carried a huge black pouch to the deck. That's all the summoning potions I have. We need to summon them all right away. It won't work. Elementals are much weaker than Cloud Bees. They'll perish from the stingers within seconds. Angele shook his head. He picked Rayline's silver longbow from the floor and pulled the bowstring slightly. An electric enchanted longbow. The electric arrows will do around 30 degrees of damage. I can use it shoot regular arrows, too. Angele checked the bow. He saw Baron putting on a pair of white gloves. If Angele could fully activate the illusion signet, he could probably deal with more than 10 Cloud Bees, but he decided not to take the chance until the last second. There were talented wizards on the airship, and some of them could probably recognize Angele's signet. He needed to use everything else he knew to fight for his life. Angele took a deep breath. He thought this would be the most difficult fight he would have to date ever since he became a formal wizard. He raised his head as he heard the noise made by the bee's wings. There were 36 tiny light dots flying toward the airship in front. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Chaos 1. Chapter 260, Chaos 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. The noise from the 36 flying cloud bees made the wizards' skulls numb. Everyone was staring at those terrifying creatures. The 3 boats were getting closer and closer to the cloud bee swarms. "Get ready!" Angele shouted. The wizards with ranged weapons and spells started preparing to launch the attack. Countless runes and energy particles appeared on the deck. Red light, green light, blue light, golden light, and silver light mixed together and flashed in the air. At the same time, Hikari and several other wizards summoned storm spirits, water elementals, and elementals. There were about 30 of them, and they lined up on the deck. Angele raised the silver bow high in the air and knocked a black metal arrow on the bowstring, with its tip of the arrow was coated in dark flames. Chi! The bowstring was pulled to full. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. "Fire!" he yelled. Bam, bam, bam. Countless spells followed after Angele's arrow and flew toward the cloud bees in the air. The cloud bees did not seem to care about the spells. They increased their speed and just took the damage using their bodies. Boom! Things were exploding everywhere in the air. The colorful lights illuminated on the wizards' faces. 2 down. A wizard yelled in excitement. He looked relieved as he thought that their spells were powerful enough to take down the bees. "Don't stop!" Angele raised his bow again. However, the 2 dropping cloud bees started flying again and continued to charge toward the boat. "The distance is too far. We're not doing enough damage." Hikari advised, "We need to wait till they get close." Angele bit his lips. The arrow he shot hit a cloud bee accurately, but it was then blocked by the energy barrier. The bee did not take any damage, although the arrow's tip was coated with fire energy particles. Rayline's special bow increased the speed of the arrow, and Angele thought the strike would deal at least 50 degrees of damage, but it did not even penetrate the shield due to the bee's talent skill. The wizards were getting nervous after realizing that none of their spells worked. Some wizards already started to prepare to escape. Several of them used special stealth techniques. Angele also saw people drinking potions and taking out rare enchanted items from their pouches. They would do anything to stay alive. 2 wizards were still setting up red and white magic circles under their feet as they had not yet given up. Invisible energy waves spread to the air, covering the area around. A cloud bee in the front headbutted the barrier with great momentum. Bam! White distorted energy waves from the defensive matrix blocked the bee's strike. The rest of the bees arrived at the barrier as well, but the magic circles from the wizards did nothing to them. Bam, bam, bam. The white energy barrier started cracking after being hit so many times by the bees. Angele could see the energy stored in the defensive matrix depleting sharply through the amulet. The silver glow covering the amulet was fading away. He noticed that the cloud bees would hit the barrier using their stingers each time they approached the boat. Those stingers were the reason why the defensive matrix was consuming so much energy. "Get ready! The shield is breaking," he turned around and shouted. Angele dropped the bow to the floor and drew the scimitar, charging forward. At that moment, 3 cloud bees penetrated the energy shield and flew toward Angele. Clank! Chi! 2 strange runes flashed in Angele's eyes. He was blown away by the impact and flew to the railings. Bam! He hit the railings hard and spat out some blood. Angele struggled and felt dizzy. King hell. 11 strength is no joke. The difference is huge. Angele supported himself with the scimitar and saw a dead cloud bee dropped to the deck. The bee's left wing was petrified and the energy shield beside the wing was cracked open. Angele seized this opportunity to successfully slice its head off. The bee's dead body was still trembling on the floor and it made some loud noise with the petrified wing. Angele stood up. Suddenly, he heard someone grunting in the front. He turned to the right and saw a wizard's chest being penetrated by a long black stinger. It seemed that the wizard was doing the ritual to turn his body into their energy form. However, the frost from the stinger was relentlessly spreading around the man's body, and he was having a hard time to transform himself into pure energy. The wizard struggled and released some green gas but died before the process was completed. Everything happened so fast that Angele could not do anything for the man. He heard people shouting and roaring. All the cloud bees went through the crack and started attacking the boat. They flew around in the sky and there were wizards being killed every minute. 10 minutes later, there were only about 10 wizards that were still alive. Dead bodies lay on the surface of the deck but only 2 cloud bees were killed. Angele killed one, and Baron and the man in a black robe killed another one together. The noise made by the bees' wings echoed in the air. Angele was fighting with 2 cloud bees, attacking him from both sides. He was surprised at how fast those terrifying creatures could move. Chi! A distorted energy wave was released from his left hand. Angele rolled forward quickly. The cloud bee's stingers missed the target and hit the floor. It was close. Angele used petrification again as he turned around. Ka! The bee's energy barrier failed to stop the cursed scimitar and Angele successfully hit the bee's head. Bam! Angele was knocked away by the other bee right after he made the first hit. He rolled on the deck for several times to reduce the damage. Strength increased, agility increased, stamina increased, injured, 0 quickly reported. He activated the buff of the cursed scimitar. He could feel the power being transferred into his body. Angele's heart was pumping fast and his head was clear. Angele roared and stood up. 4 more cloud bees charged toward him and shot 2 stingers. He heard the noise and leaned to the left immediately. However, his right arm was still hit by one of the stingers and he almost dropped the scimitar. Angele's right arm was paralyzed. Damn it! He raised his left hand and released the illusion energy wave again. Bam! One of the cloud bees was impacted by the wave and it smashed onto the deck. Its force was so strong that it created a small hole on the floor. Now! Go down to the cabin! Angele yelled and ran to the stairs. He glanced around. There were only 7 or 8 people left on the deck. The bodies on the floor were all covered in white frost. They were doing their utmost to survive the onslaught. Angele knew that if his body was not protected by the metal barrier, he would already be killed by the bees. Their fighting capability was much higher than what he had expected. However, the strong metal barrier failed to block the bee's stinger. The tip of the stinger was so sharp, and the damage done by the stingers was in a completely different league. Angele was running at full speed but Zero warned him about the danger coming from behind. The cloud bees were still going after him. He had no time to think. Angele rolled forward, then drew the silver longsword and slashed toward behind him. Bam! He could feel that the silver sword penetrated something and the noise the weapon made sounded like wood being sawed. Pa! A large creature jumped onto Angele's back and hit his shoulders several times. Angele struggled for a while, but he could no longer handle the pressure as he fell to the ground. King bee. Angele could not even turn his head around as there was an enormous creature on his back. The bee's forelegs were moving around his neck and Angele could see the hard shell under its white hair. The bee stank, its body smelling like pee mixed with feces. Pa! A drop of green sticky fluid hit the floor. It was right in front of Angele's face. Angele's body was partially paralyzed by the bee's poison. More and more strange fluids dripped down the deck. Several seconds later, the fluid created a small pool in front of Angele's face. He asked Zero to check the fluid right away. Angele narrowed his eyes. He struggled and dipped his left hand into the pool quickly. He heard people grunting as he applied the fluid to the wound on his right arm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Chaos, 2. Chapter 261, Chaos, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele tried to get up but couldn't due to him being out of strength. The enormous body of the cloud bee made him feel as though he was carrying a large rock. Its abdomen was right above his legs and the green sticky fluid was still dripping down the deck. The green fluid had the texture of a strong glue. The size of the pool in front was becoming larger every second. Bam! Angele heard something hitting the floor ahead. He struggled and raised his head slightly. Long ears and thin cheeks, it was Baron. His eyes were wide open, and his right shoulder was pinned to the floor by a black stinger. The man looked like a frozen body, not moving. Angele crawled on the deck and slowly drew a triangular rune on the floor. Anubis Amanda, he chanted the incantation in a light tone. Chi! A translucent energy wave spread around the airship. The wave covered all the wizards on the deck. Suddenly, the smell and the sound all disappeared from the deck. The place became deadly silent. The remaining cloud bees flew around right above the airship for a while. Several elementals were still trying to attack the bees, but all the energy strikes were blocked by their barriers. The wizards were either frozen or killed. The survivors had already left the deck. The cloud bees were not concerned about the spell Angele just cast. They grabbed the dead bodies with legs and started leaving the airships. Several minutes later, all the dead and frozen wizards were carried away. The only things left on the deck were the corpses of the slain cloud bees and several bloodstains. The cloud bees only wanted human flesh. The noise made by their wings was fading away, and finally, they vanished into the sky. Angele was lucky. His clothes were soaked in the dead cloud bee's bodily fluid, so the other bees ignored him. One bee tried to grab him with its legs. Its enormous head and sharp jaw were right above Angele's neck. Without the strong metal barrier, his neck would have been easily penetrated. After about half an hour, Angele's paralyzed body finally started recovering. The frost was melting, and he could feel his limbs again. The first thing he did was to push the dead cloud bee away from his body. He chopped the white furry foreleg in half and threw it away. Goosebumps rose upon his skin as he touched the dead bee's soft abdomen. Angele stood up and checked the dead cloud bee. His silver longsword pierced through its head and a deep wound was left on its abdomen by his cursed scimitar. That was where the green sticky liquid came from. The bee's abdomen was shrinking as its bodily fluid was leaking out of the wound. It still had 2 black stingers, but it died instantly and failed to use them. My guess was right. The bee's bodily fluid is the antidote to its poison. Angele felt relieved. He held the stinger on his right shoulder tight with the left hand. Chi! He pulled the stinger out and dropped it to the floor. The stinger left a massive gaping hole in his shoulder. His bone was fractured, and the wound was deep. Good thing was that the frost from the stinger stopped the wound from bleeding. Angele took out a glass tube that was filled with black liquid. He removed the stopper and poured the liquid onto the blood hole. Some white smoke rose from the wound. Angele's brows furrowed, and cold sweat was dripping down his chin. The potion removed the frost on his wound and blood started dripping down. Angele quickly took out some light yellow dust from a different pouch and applied it to the wound. His shoulder was surrounded by a green glow after the dust was mixed with the blood. After about 2 minutes, a large piece of scab was formed, and it covered the whole blood hole. I need to have some good rest. I almost fully activated the illusion signet. Angele sighed. He was not even sure if the illusion signet would work on those cloud bees. The great harpy was terrifying, but there were stronger creatures even in the ancient times. He was not sure if the monsters around the mountains were inheritors of the ancient beasts. Angele raised his head and glanced around. He was the only one on the deck. Broken weapons and shields were everywhere. There were 5 cloud bees' corpses beside the railings and the main mast. They were all soaked in the green sticky fluid. If they didn't come in such a large swarm, Angele bit his lips. He held the cursed scimitar tight and started walking around. Anyone? Hey, he shouted. Angele's loud voice echoed in the sky. The chilling wind was blowing over his face. He suddenly detected some movement under one of the dead bees. Help, I'm still alive. It was a male wizard. Angele ran to the direction of the voice and pushed the cloud bee's corpse away. It was the man in a black robe, whose name Angele had never asked before. The man's right leg was pierced by a stinger, but the bodily fluid of the bee already removed the poison for him. However, the man's stamina was much lower than Angele. He looked exhausted, blood was running out of his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. He was also suffering from a concussion. Anyone else? Angele yelled again as he helped the man to stand up. No one responded. The two walked to the entrance of the cabin and saw 2 light wizards lying in the hallway, but they were not moving. The one on the left was a female wizard with long black hair. Her left palm was pinned on the floor by a black stinger, and her body was frozen. The other one was Hikari. The female potion master lay on the floor, but the black stinger missed her neck. She was unconscious as she was still affected by the poison. They're still alive. Angele helped the man to sit by the staircase and rushed to the deck. He came back after several seconds with a full beaker of green liquid. He started applying the liquid onto the 2 female wizards' wounds right away. The frost disappeared from their body after about half an hour. Angele removed the security rune from the rooms and helped the man in a black robe walk into the room on the left. Why are you still helping us? You're severely wounded too. The man looked at Angele and shook his head. If it's me, I'll just kill everyone and take all the rare resources they have. Do you really think I can make it to the other side alone? Angele answered in a light tone, saving you is saving myself. The man lay on the bed and took out some healing gel from his pouch. Heal yourself, all right? Sure. The man nodded. Good, I'll go check the airship's condition. Angele scrunched his eyebrows and walked out of the door. The 2 female wizards were sitting in the hallway. Their faces were still pale, but they already regained the consciousness. Thank you for saving us. Where are the others? Hikari asked when she saw Angele walking to her. The cloud bees carried them away. They'll be feasting today. Angele was tired. He checked his wound again. There are not many wizards left on the airship. He turned to the other female wizard. She opened her mouth. Master, I'm Marisa, thank you for helping me. She stopped for a second and continued. We heard you yelling during the fight and ran to the cabin right away, but I'm still hit by the stinger. Someone cast a spell that removed the smell and sound, so the bees didn't come for us. Marisa recalled the fight against the cloud bees and Angele could see the fear in her eyes. They're terrifying. None of our spells worked. None of them. How is that even possible? We're wizards and they're stronger than us? How? She lowered her head and muttered. The lady's body was trembling. Morisa knew the trip would be dangerous when she agreed to be sent to Amandis, but the first monster she met had just killed most of the crew. Only several of the wizards survived the attack. She had lived in the peaceful Nola for too long, and she found this kind of reality quite difficult to believe. Morisa calmed down after several minutes. "Sorry, It's fine." There was a bitter smile on Hikari's face. "It felt like a dream, but my wounds are still aching. Heal yourselves and have some rest. I still have something to do." The good thing is the airships are still operating like usual and we're still on the correct route. Angele nodded. "Alright, Rayline is still resting in the room, I think. Go check on him after you feel better." Hikari and Morisa struggled for a while and returned to their own rooms. Angele walked to the staircase and returned to the deck. He decided to double-check the dead bees. He found several more frozen wizards, but that was it. The others were all captured or killed by the cloud bees. Angele checked the other 2 airships as well, but he did not find anyone. The 3rd airship was straying from the right route due to the impact of the battle. He returned to the 1st airship after modifying the speed and direction of the 3rd airship. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Taking the Chance, 1. Chapter 262, Taking the Chance, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. The man in a black robe returned to the deck as well after having some rest. Rayline and the 2 female wizards were beside the railings checking the situation. Angele gathered the 4 survivors around the main mast. "Did you find any other survivors?" Rayline questioned. "No. We only have 5 people left." Angele shook his head, looking depressed. "The airships are about to reach the cloud bees' nest soon. We need to figure out a plan right now lest they kill us all. I wish we had more time. I want to study their bodies and find out how they detect their targets." Angele rubbed his temples. "Yeah, we need more information on those cloud bees." Rayline nodded. "I know it will be hard, but their strength exceeded my expectation." But the rest of the crew remained silent. So many wizards had just died. They were trying to figure out a viable plan as they were now approaching the bee nest. "Why don't we return to Nola?" Hikari lowered her head and suggested. "Return to Nola? That's impossible. There are so many cloud bees in this area. They have just raided our ship and are thinking we were all killed. If the direction of the airships changed too much, they will realize that there are still people alive and will come back for us." Rayline shook his head. "What should we do then?" Hikari was getting nervous. "We have to keep moving forward. There are only 5 of us." "We can try to hide in the airships," the man in a black robe suddenly said. "I'm sorry, but you are?" Rayline turned to the man. "My name is Stigmarico Berta, just call me Stigma." The man's face was still pale. It was clear that he still needed some time to recover from his injury. Stigma looked at the wizards. He knew that the strongest wizard was the leader named Green, and he was certain that the leader was hiding something from the others. Stigma could sense something dangerous from Green. He survived the fight against the cloud bees and even helped the survivors in a calm manner after the battle finished. Why didn't he use his strongest spells to kill more cloud bees? He could have saved many wizards. Stigma narrowed his eyes. "Master Green, what do you think?" He turned to Angele, then asked. Angele pursed his lips. "You're right. We can only proceed forward and hope for the best. If we change our route, we will be attacked by the cloud bees. We should leave the dead bodies of the cloud bees on the deck too, so that they would think that there is nothing valuable left on the airship." He stopped for a second and continued, "The only problem is I'm not sure if the cloud bees are the only flying monsters in the area. It's a bit out of topic, but for some reason, my mentality increased slightly after the fight, Hikari interrupted. Well, it's common. The intense battles will strengthen your mind. Angele nodded. Alright, everyone, do you have any more questions or suggestions? If not, I'll go increase the airship's speed, so we can pass the nest faster. We can only hope for the best. Hikari sighed. I'll go have some rest. She turned around and walked to the stairs. Wait. Stigma, there's something I need to discuss with you. Angele looked at Stigma. Rayline and Maurisa nodded and walked away. They decided to stay in the cabins of the first airship. Only Angele and Stigma were left on the deck. The chilling wind blew over their faces and the noise made by the envelopes echoed in the sky. Angele walked to the railings, looking down at the endless sea of white trees. There was no other creature flying around the airship. The place felt empty. Stigma followed after Angele and stood by the railings. Angele looked at Stigma. I know how you survived the attack. You pulled the Cloud Bee's corpse onto yourself, right? I think you knew how to protect yourself from the beginning. He sent the words using energy particles. Master Green. Stigma had a surprised look on his face. Don't try to fool me. I know that the Cloud Bee did not fall on you, but its body fluid left a trail on the deck. Your chest, hands, and feet were all covered by that liquid. I don't think there's anything more to say. Angele stared at Stigma. Now tell me who you are and what you know about the bees. Stigma's expression turned serious. He stared at Angele for a while and finally opened his mouth. Well, I should have done it in a better way, but I didn't expect you to investigate the details. It seems like you're not so concerned about the bees. I know I can survive the fight, that's for sure. Angele nodded. But I want to know about you and why you did not share the information with the crew. You were also trying to hide from the beginning. Just tell me, who are you? I can tell you that, but Stigma walked to Angele and continued, Master Green, you must keep this secret for me. I can't promise you anything, but I'm good at keeping secrets. Angele smiled. Just don't lie to me. I hate it when people lie. He started emanating his undisguised mentality wave. Stigma's brow furrowed. He noticed the changes happened to Angele's mentality wave. It was much stronger than before. He found it hard to believe. This guy is hiding his true power too, he thought. Reducing the number of the crew would increase the chance of the airships arriving at Omandis. Stigma knew that Angele was forcing him to speak out the truth. If he told a lie, Angele would kill him without hesitation. Angele had killed several Cloud Bees just by himself during the fight, while the rest of the crew had only killed 2 bees. Stigma bit his lips. So you want the data on the monsters we'll encounter, right? You know how to deal with the Cloud Bees, so you should know how to deal with the other monsters. Angele shrugged. The cursed scimitar consumed the souls of 2 Cloud Bees. His attributes were now stronger than before. He was certain that he would be able to survive the next area. However, he still wanted to avoid an encounter with the Cloud Bees. Stigma remained silent. Angele patiently waited on the side. About 10 minutes later, Stigma finally opened his mouth, but he was sending the words using energy particles. Angele put his hands on the railings and looked around. His expression changed several times upon learning what Stigma knew. He also asked several questions during the conversation. Several hours later, they finished their conversation. Stigma sighed, looking tired. That's all I know. Everything is true. If you have more questions, just come ask me in the cabins. He turned around and walked to the stairs. Stigma turned his head around as he vanished into the darkness. He saw that Angele was still standing beside the railings, thinking about something. For some reason, Stigma sensed something familiar from the leader named Green. It was a horrifying feeling to him. Something which made him feel uncomfortable, but he could not remember if they had met before. Stigma spent days observing the wizards on the airships, but he never found out what Green was capable of. He knew that Angele was a strong wizard, and that was the reason why he had asked Angele to ambush Baron with him. However, he realized that Angele was much stronger than him after the man successfully won the fight against Hikari and Rayline. Angele had not revealed his true power in the battle against the Cloud Bees. The man reminded Stigma of his master, a mysterious wizard respected by many elders. Stigma shook his head and walked down the stairs, then he entered one of the empty rooms. Angele stood by the railings alone, thinking about the information Stigma just told him. Stigma's words were surprising. He thought the man was just a wizard who once survived the trip to Omandis, but the actual situation was different. Stigma was a member of a family from the Omandis. However, his position in the family was on the edge. He was caught in the middle of a fight between the family inheritor with an enemy from a different family. Stigma had to jump onto the airship to the west coast to escape. He fainted in the cabin, and when he woke up, he realized that the airship was heading to the west coast. Although Stigma's father was the family leader, he was not strong enough to be picked as the inheritor. There were still people missing him in Omandis, like his sister, his friends, and his mother, a lady who truly loved him from the heart. Stigma also wanted to meet his lover again. He spent years working in the organization and finally got the chance to be sent to Omandis. The information about Stigma's family was not that important to Angele. He wanted to know how to avoid contact with the dangerous monsters. Stigma successfully arrived at the west coast from Omandis, and Angele asked him why there was an airship sent to the west coast. He also wanted to know what happened to the other wizards on that airship. Stigma said that he did not know about the details. He said that although no one questioned him why he boarded the ship, he wanted to stay out of trouble. Angele also asked Stigma about Rayline, the perfect wizard of Six Ring High Tower. He wondered why such a talented wizard joined the dangerous trip to Omandis. It seemed like he was hiding something from the crew. Stigma told Angele about the basic information of Omandis and some stories of his family. Angele had a basic idea on how to avoid fighting with the other monsters they might encounter during the trip. He now felt more confident on making it to the other side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Taking the Chance, 2. Chapter 263, Taking the Chance, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Angele thought for a while and took a deep breath. 0. Check my body condition, he ordered. Checking. Angele. Rio. Strength, 8.1. Agility, 7. Stamina, 11.2. Mentality, 45. Mana, 43. Condition, wounded. Scimitar buff activated. Genetic limit reached. My stamina has increased from 8 to 11 and my strength has increased from 4 to 8. The buff is incredible. Angele patted on his cursed scimitar, looking satisfied. I should kill more magical creatures to make the buff even better. He wondered if the buff of the cursed scimitar had a limit. However, if he somehow lost the scimitar, the buff would no longer be able to aid him. It was not something he could always rely on. Angele still needed to improve himself. He learned many things from the battle against the Cloud Bees. Although Angele was a dark wizard and was a good fighter, he would not be able to handle a large group of strong monsters just by himself. Most of the dark wizards fought in similar ways. However, they all knew some special spells that would only be cast when necessary. Some had powerful modified damage spells, while some had already completed the ritual that could turn their bodies into the energy form. There were also wizards with strong secret techniques that only the inheritors of great wizard families knew of. Average light wizards were weaker than dark wizards because they barely engaged in any real battle. Some dark wizards would ambush their targets in many ways. Light wizards could not even come up with such ideas. Light wizards relied on their force field and they knew some basic damage spells. They would rather spend the time doing researches than learning strong damage spells. That was the reason why they did nothing against the Cloud Bees. Angele thought there would be more survivors after the fight, but their spells were just too weak. I need to find a way to stabilize my mentality so that I can start going for the crystal stage. Angele shook his head. He had not yet found a better way to increase his mentality. Is my mentality stabilized? He asked. The mentality stabilization is 65% completed, the chip replied quickly. Engaging in intense battles will increase the speed of the process. That's a good news. Angele felt relieved. How should I increase my mentality? Check the database for me. Creating the task. Angele walked to a dead Cloud Bee as Zero was still searching the database. He pointed at the dead body and released a ray of silver metal liquid from the tip of his finger. The liquid covered the surface of the bee and with the help of the metal mastery, Angele carried it back to a room down the stairs. He wanted to check the body structure of the bee and find out its weakness. About 3 hours later, someone knocked on the door. Come in, please. Angele turned around and recognized the visitor right away. Creak. The door was pushed open. Stigma was still wearing a black robe. He entered the door with a black diamond-shaped stone in hand. Master Green. Just call me Green. Angele put down the surgery equipment beside the bee's dead body after seeing the stone in Stigma's hand. With a flick of his finger, the water energy particles formed some clean water and washed the dirt off his hands. Take a seat. Angele pointed at a chair. Thanks. The two sat opposite to each other. You're correct about the advanced meditation techniques. Many can be found in Omandis. However, they are the secrets of the families or organizations. You need to join the organizations, prove yourself to them, and send an application. After that, you will be able to acquire the advanced meditation technique, but they will make sure that you can't leak the secret to the others. Stigma sent the information using energy particles. And you need different resources to support different advanced meditation techniques. A large number of magic stones will be required. Wait, does that mean there are true inheritors of ancient wizards in Omandis? Angele wondered. It's not like what you think. Stigma shook his head. Our system is similar, but us present wizards are still much weaker than the ancient ones. We're progressing using a different route developed by our ancestors, but to progress will require a large number of resources. So the problem is still the resources. Angele rubbed his chin and started thinking. Stigma looked at the black stone for several seconds and handed it over to Angele carefully. This is a part of my family's meditation technique. You can take a look. That's generous of you. Angele smiled. This is not the advanced meditation technique we talked about. I think even Rayline has something similar, but it's better than the one you're using. Stigma shook his head. I'm not an important member of the family, so I can't apply for the advanced meditation technique. Angele nodded, and as he grabbed the black stone, he noticed rows of twisted runes engraved on its surface that looked like a bunch of meaningless strings. The runes were connected to each other. It almost looked like they were moving around. Angele rubbed his eyes and looked at the stone again, but the runes had already stopped moving. Thank you for the help. Angele opened the drawer and took out a glass tube with clean blue liquid inside. He handed the tube to Stigma. You know I'm a potion master, right? This is a special healing gel I made. Give it a try. Stigma narrowed his eyes and carefully accepted the glass tube. Thanks, I'll be leaving now. Sure. Angele watched Stigma leave and he locked the door. He held the black stone in his hand and observed the runes carefully. Angele memorized all the patterns quickly, then closed his eyes and started trying out the new meditation method. Several days later, the 3 airships traveled past the cloud bee's nest without a problem after Angele increased the speed. The bees did not go for them again as the 5 wizards all used their own stealth techniques. The meditation technique Stigma had given helped him a lot. On the 2nd day after they went past the nest, Angele's mentality was finally stabilized. Angele created another task using the biochip right away. He wanted to find out the best method to increase his mentality. Zero helped him find the right solution when he wanted to advance to the liquid stage. Angele believed that this time it would work too. The analysis function and the database were the reason why the biochip was extremely helpful. The wizards had no way of collecting such large amounts of data and memorize all of them. The analysis function could provide Angele with the best solutions to his problems, too. Although there were limitations, it could still help him progress as a wizard. Many wizards stopped progressing after advancing to the gas stage due to various problems. It took Zero about 3 days to find the best plan for Angele. There were 2 possible solutions. The first was to find the advanced meditation techniques, but it was too hard to accomplish at the moment. The second was to kill strong monsters with the cursed scimitar. According to the simulation, it was possible for Angele to absorb some of the pure life energy when the scimitar was consuming the souls of the dead creatures. With the help of proper potions, his attributes could be permanently increased during the process. However, the method could only be used occasionally as the side effects were still unknown. The potions used in the method were relatively easy to concoct. The only thing he needed was to prepare some special neutralizers. Inside the room, rays of morning light went through the window and illuminated the place. Angele stood beside a wooden table with a glass bottle in hand. Inside the bottle, there were several grain-sized stones. He was pouring the stones into a beaker on the table. The beaker contained bubbling green sticky liquid. The black stones melted and disappeared after contacting the liquid. Several seconds later, all the stones dissolved in the beaker. Angele stirred the green liquid with a glass stick several times and poured the solution into 12 empty glass tubes. Quickly, the glass tubes were inserted into a shelf on the table and all of them were filled up with the sticky solution. These were the neutralizer Angele needed to concoct the required potions. The potions were used to make sure the pure life energy from the scimitar could be successfully absorbed by his body. It's finally done. Angele wiped the sweat off his forehead. He raised his right hand and a bat-shaped rune flashed on the back of his nail. How long until we arrive at the next dangerous area? Angele questioned. 5 hours later. Rayline's voice echoed in his ear. Let's see if Stigma's method works. Yeah. He said that those creatures were weaker than the cloud bees, but we should still proceed with caution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Snake Lizard, 1. Chapter 264, Snake Lizard, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Did Hikari give you the information on the snake lizards? Angele questioned in a light tone. She did. Snake lizards live in the caves around the cliffs. There will be around 20 of them in an average-sized patrol team. A snake lizard is about 2 meters tall and its intelligence is very high. Although they haven't developed written language yet, most of them can speak. Well, anyway, they will attack the airships. That's for sure, Rayline explained. We're just food to them. Angele shook his head. The two remained silent for a minute. Green, I'm sorry. I think it's my fault. Rayline opened his mouth again. Angele did not reply right away. He sighed and slowly spoke. I checked the storages of all 3 airships. I have the amulet, but it has taken me some time to unlock those rooms with magic stones inside. Do you know what I found? Take a guess. Rayline did not respond, as he probably already knew the truth. Angele sneered. 3 airships. Not one single magic stone can be found in the storage rooms. You are also hiding something from us. All the wizards on the airships are weak. Just spit it out already. You're right. They want me to die on the trip. It's a death trap, to be honest. The wizards on the airships were all recommended by the elders of the 6-ring high tower, except you. I don't know anything about you. So even if we can return to Nola, there'll be assassins waiting for us, right? Angele went straight to the point. That's possible. What about Omandis then? What if we somehow survived the trip? Will there be people waiting for us too? I don't know. Rayline lowered his voice. Angele recalled the day Ander told him about the information. Ander should have already known that it was a death trap, but Angele did not understand why the Dark Wizard Tower did not inform him about the situation. Stigma was an outsider to Nola and he would never be selected under normal circumstances. Rayline was probably the only wizard important to the organization on the airship, but he was the target. Whatever. We have already survived the Cloud B area. We will see how it goes. Angele calmed down. Get ready and do what Stigma said. Soak yourself in water and breathe using a straw. The snake lizards might just let us go. Angele cut off the communication. He walked to the window, then he crouched and hid under the windowsill. He held the amulet tight in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Countless blue light dots gathered around Angele's body, turning into drops of water. The water drops merged and formed a large water ball. Silver metal liquid leaked out of Angele's body, creating a large bathtub. It fitted the dropping water ball perfectly. Angele moved into the bathtub and lied down. He then created a metal straw and stuck it out of the surface of the water. The room was silent. Time was flying. Kata kata. Angele suddenly heard some strange noise from outside the window. It sounded like wings that were made of metal. A purple human-shaped creature flew past the airship. The creature had the body of a human, head of a snake, and wings of an eagle. There was a metallic glint on its skin. Angele had hidden himself under the windowsill, so he did not get detected by the creature. Kata kata kata. About 6 or 7 snake lizards flew past the airship. Those birdmen with brown skin were checking the airships with their long, slim green eyes. They were holding different types of metal weapons in hand. It seemed like they knew how to craft basic tools. The 3 airships were deadly silent. The only noise was made by the envelopes. Angele hid in the room carefully. He could see the snake lizards flying past the window. They flew around above the airships for about 10 minutes, then finally left. Angele followed the plan and stayed in the water for another half an hour with his eyes open. He stood up quickly and jumped out of the bathtub. Chi! Fire energy particles dried his clothes as white steam rose into the air. With a flick of his finger, the metal bathtub turned into liquid and returned into his skin. The water inside the container fell to the floor. Angele was not concerned about the water. He turned to the window and looked down. The only thing he saw was a mountain covered with thick snow. There was no plant or living creature down there. The area around the mountains was deadly silent. The temperature inside the room was controlled by a special rune, so it was quite comfortable. Angele moved away from the window and opened the door. He saw the door on the opposite side was opened as well, and Maurisa walked out of her room. We're good, right? Master Green? Maurisa was asking in a shaky tone. Angele could see the fear in her eyes. Her long black hair trailed over her shoulders and her left hand was still covered with bandages. Maurisa's skin was pale. Angele was not sure if she was just too scared or she still needed some more time to recover from the injury. She was wearing a long wool dress that looked identical to a white robe. There was a diamond-shaped sapphire on the tip of the white short wand in her right hand. "Let's go take a look." Angele turned around and walked to the staircase. Rayline, Stigma, and Hikari were already standing on the deck. Hikari crouched beside a pool of green sticky liquid. Stigma was talking to her with his brows furrowed. Rayline was looking at the mountains beside the railings. The three looked at Angele and Morisa as they stepped onto the deck. They took away the corpses of the cloud bees. Hikari stood up. "Except the one in the room, green, the rest of them are all gone." Angele walked to Hikari and looked at the pool of green sticky liquid. There was a trail of the liquid leading to the place Rayline was standing at. It seemed that the snake lizards jumped off from the airship from there. "That's not a problem. We're still alive. That's all that matters." "It seems like we don't need to fight this time," Angele responded. "Where are we at right now? Anyone?" He turned to Stigma. Stigma took out a fist-sized crystal orb and tapped it with his right index finger with his eyes closed. "We'll travel past the mountains soon. The next area is the Forlorn Plains. Another challenge lies ahead," he answered. "The Forlorn Plains?" Rayline walked to Stigma. "How long until we arrive at Omandis?" "After the Forlorn Plains, there is the Mamba Highland, then we need to fly across the Abyss Canyon. If we can survive all that, it will take us about another 10 days to get to the border of Omandis." Stigma explained, "The three areas are not populated, so we need to stay undetected the whole time. Otherwise, we'll die for sure. Let's clean the airship first." Hikari pointed at the pools of green sticky liquid on the deck. "I think the liquid will lure the flying beasts here." "You're right." Angele nodded. The 5 wizards conjured water and washed every corner of the deck clean. Angele summoned several water elementals using Hikari's potions. The water elementals were created by pure water energy and they were very helpful when cleaning floors. They started at morning and finished by the afternoon. It was getting dark outside. The sun hid itself behind the thick clouds and the atmosphere was heavy. The wing was soaring in the sky. Under the dark clouds, the 3 airships lined up in the air. The airships were surrounded by white energy barriers and their direction was controlled by the green energy flows around them. Quickly, the airship left the snow mountains and entered a forest with sparse trees. Angele stood beside the railings and looked down. Between the gaps of the trees, he could see several white monkeys running around. The last rays of light brightened up the area below. "Ha! Morisa found something." She sounded surprised. She turned around and yelled, "Hey, come here, what's that?" She pointed down. The others that had been checking the landscape by the railings ran to Morisa after hearing her words. Angele walked to Morisa quickly and looked at the place she was pointing at. A pink light dot was flashing between the green trees. "What's that?" he questioned. "Let me see what I can do. Give me a second." Morisa drew a circle with her short wand. Several red dots mixed in yellow light dots were released from the sapphire. The light dot stopped in the air for a second, then it flew toward Angele and moved into his eyes slowly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 265, Snake Lizard, 2. Chapter 265, Snake Lizard, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele's sight blurred for a second. He could feel the heat from his eyes. When he looked toward the direction again, he could now see what was happening clearly. It's an altar. A stone altar. He recognized the object right away. A gray altar sat quietly in a remote area. There was no one around it. Green veins and black roots twisted around the altar. It looked old and the gray stone base had already started cracking. Some dried yellow leaves were blown into the air by the wind. A pink crystal rune was floating over the stone altar, which looked like a crystal accessory. It was a triangular crystal rune made from the pink crystal. A crescent moon, a math symbol, and a money symbol were marked on its 3 corners. There was an eye-shaped rune in the center. The eye-shaped rune was supported by a tiny scale. The crystal rune was the source of the pink light dots. "What's that?" Angele wondered. "I don't know." Stigma saw Angele staring at him and answered. "Those altars are common in the remote areas. Legends state that they were built by human beings. No one knew how to use those floating crystal runes. The runes will regenerate automatically if they're removed from the altars. It's a mystery." "You're from Omandis yet you don't know about those crystal runes?" Hikari wondered. Stigma shrugged. "Yeah, I'm from Omandis, but it doesn't mean I know everything." Morisa applied her eyesight buff to all the wizards and they started checking the altar all together. "Stigma, did you see the altar on your way to Nola?" Rayline asked. "Yeah, but it was a different one. There is more than one altar in the area. Mutated creatures stay away from the altars for some reason, which, as I have said, is a mystery," Stigma explained. "Sadly, I can't go down there and check the altar myself. I'm curious." Angele said what everyone was thinking. "If we can survive the trip, we can go check those altars together later." "What do you say?" Hikari asked. "No problem," Stigma responded right away. "Sure." Morisa nodded. She was the weakest one of the 5 wizards, so she would love to join the team created by the stronger wizards. Angele narrowed his eyes and looked at Rayline. "I don't have a problem with it. I'll join you too then." Rayline nodded slightly. He only cared about Angele's opinion since he had been defeated by the man before. If the 5 wizards could successfully survive all the dangerous areas, they would gain a lot of practical experiences that would help them succeed in Omandis. Angele was not certain that the methods provided by Stigma would work every time when they encountered dangerous magical creatures. "All right, it's dinner time. I have some pork on the boat. We can barbecue those. What do you think?" Hikari smiled. "Sure, I have many spices. I can make a great dry rub." Angele chuckled. "I love barbecued pork. It's nice that you brought some meat to the boat. I didn't even think too much about food when I boarded the boat." "A wizard like me can't live without some decent food," Hikari responded. "It'll be even better if we have some fruit wine." "I have several bottles of Harito beer with me," Rayline said in a light tone. "But before that, we have some problem to take care of." Angele suddenly drew his cursed scimitar. The blade was coated with a green glow. The other 4 wizards hesitated for a second and glanced around. Under the dark clouds, there were more than 10 snake lizards coming after the boat. There were iron spears and swords in their hands, and Angele could see the greed in their green eyes. "We should have stayed in the rooms a bit longer." Stigma's expression changed. "These monsters can detect living beings more than 1,000 meters away. I didn't expect a second patrol team." He pulled the black dagger out of the sheath. "Morisa, go hide in the cabin." Hikari threw 2 potions to the floor. The potion bottles rolled several times on the ground, leaving a trail of black liquid behind. "Chi!" 2 liquid tall white men spawned from the potions. Their bodies solidified quickly, and sharp ice shards emerged out of their shoulders. The 2 elementals looked like 2 tall human beings that were equipped with ice armors. They did not have eyes, ears, and noses. The only thing they had on their faces was a mouth. They were saying something, but Angele could not understand the language. It sounded like some random runes. "Go!" Hikari pointed at the approaching patrol team of the snake lizards. The 2 ice elementals floated in the air and started charging toward the snake lizards. Their hands turned into ice blades. Once Marisa heard her, she rushed to the stairs. The snake lizards did not notice her at all. Rayline raised his longbow to the air and pulled 2 strands of hair off his head, turning them into arrows. As Angele held his cursed scimitar tight, he lowered his body and charged toward the snake lizards. Kata kata kata. He was running at full speed on deck. Angele rushed to the railings and jumped into the air while releasing the distorted illusion energy wave. Bam! He did a backflip in the air and slashed forward. A snake lizard that was flying to him was forcefully struck by the cursed scimitar. The snake lizard was wielding a black iron spear. It grunted after taking the hit, but it started charging toward Angele right away. The monster blinked its eyes and released 2 green laser beams. Clank! Angele blocked the iron spear with the cursed scimitar. He quickly leaned to the left and dodged 2 green laser beams. He supported himself with some wind energy particles and slashed forward again. Ka! The blade hit the snake lizard's chest, ripping through a thin energy barrier. A green glint flashed upon the scimitar as the snake lizard grunted again. The blade cut through its chest and left a deep wound on its body. Angele could see the monster's strange green organs through the opening. The 2 laser beams hit the deck and left 2 burned holes on the floor. They somehow managed to damage the extremely hard wooden surface of the deck. The wind energy particles suddenly disappeared. Angele was falling down with the severely wounded snake lizard. Bang! He smashed onto the deck and rolled several times on the floor. Angele created a metal shield behind him to reduce the impact and quickly stabbed the scimitar into the center of the snake lizard's chest. He stood up quickly. Angele could feel the chilling energy being transferred into his body from the cursed scimitar. His attributes were increased slightly again. He took out a glass tube from the pouch right away and swallowed all the green sticky liquid inside. It was spicy and salty. The liquid had the texture of a spicy slime. Angele felt uncomfortable drinking it and even almost vomited, but he still forced himself to swallow it. Green light flashed in his eyes and something happened to the chilling energy flow right away. Angele turned around and stared at the dead snake lizard. He asked Zero to analyze the creature. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes before it disappeared within seconds. Angele looked at the monster's corpses and turned around to check the situation. Rayline had killed 3 snake lizards just by himself and he was fighting with another one using his own twin scimitars. Those monsters were much weaker than the cloud bees. Stigma killed 2 snake lizards and he was still fighting with his black dagger. Hikari and the 2 ice elementals attracted the attention of the other snake lizards. She created several energy barriers, but it looked she was having some trouble. There was no time for him to think any longer. Angele held the scimitar in his left hand and gouged the dead snake lizard's eyes out with his right hand quickly. The 2 green eyeballs looked like 2 dirty emeralds. They were soaked in the creature's blood. Angele closed his eyes and threw the 2 eyeballs into his mouth, chewing them several times. His mouth was filled with the sweet juice leaking out of the eyeballs. He drank them all. Rua! Rua! The rest of the snake lizards noticed what Angele just did and started shouting. Angele was not sure if Rua was the dead monster's name or if they were just angry. It seemed that the eyes of the snake lizards held a special meaning to them. Green glows appeared around their eyes. All of the snake lizards were now enraged. They stopped fighting with their current opponents and rushed toward Angele together. Angele's expression changed. He raised his right hand and conjured countless silver needles. The silver needles gathered together and flew to the approaching snake lizards at full speed. Bam! The silver needles fiercely struck the snake lizards. Rays of green light and silver light flashed in the sky. Angele was blown away by the impact, causing him to smash onto the railings on the other side of the deck as he grunted in pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Result and Barbecue, 1. Chapter 266, Result and Barbecue, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The silver needles hit the snake lizards directly, but none of them did any actual damage. Chi. Several green laser beams were released from the monster's eyes. Angele was 1 second late. A large piece of skin was ripped off his left hand, revealing the bloody flesh beneath it. He grunted as he could feel the intense pain coming from the wound. Ah! Angele heard someone yelling from the entrance of the cabin. He struggled for a while and raised his head. The female wizard named Morisa was being attacked by a sword-wielding snake lizard. The white energy shield around her was starting to crack. Help me! Please! Help me! Morisa was almost crying. She fainted in the fight against the cloud bees and had survived mainly due to her luck. She realized that those snake lizards were extremely strong. At the same time, some of the snake lizards realized that there were weaker targets than Angele and started to attack the other wizards again. Stigma's strength was weaker than the monster attacking him, and his dagger had been taken away. Stigma tried his best to avoid being stabbed by his own weapon. Angele could see the cold sweat dripping down his chin. Angele's brows furrowed. He hesitated for a second and quickly took something out of the pouch. Light of thorns. Bam! A golden light ball exploded in the air. Countless golden lasers were released to every angle and the bright light illuminated on the surface of the deck. The golden lasers disappeared within seconds. Pa. About 4 snake lizards that were still attacking Angele fell to the ground. The one in front of Morisa fell to the deck as well. Morisa was breathing heavily. It was a terrifying experience for her. The snake lizards had high stamina. Although their bodies were burnt black, they were still alive. However, all of them were paralyzed. Angele lowered the scimitar and applied some healing gel to his wound. He walked to one of the dying snake lizards and gouged its eyes out with the right hand. He threw the 2 eyeballs into his mouth with no hesitation. Ah! The snake lizard was screaming in the intense pain. Chi! Angele stabbed its forehead with a silver longsword and the screams stopped right away. He chewed the eyeballs several times and swallowed them as though he was eating normal food. Angele drank another neutralizer and walked to the second snake lizard. The only thing making a noise on the deck was his footsteps. The snake lizard that was fighting with Stigma was hit by the golden laser in its chest. It fell to the floor and died. Stigma took a deep breath after the threat was eliminated. There were 2 snake lizards that dodged the attack by luck. They turned around and tried to escape. Bam! 2 arrows made of strands of blonde hair hit the back of the 2 monsters' heads and they fell down right away. Rayline slowly lowered his longbow. Angele had already finished gouging all the eyes out of the snake lizards on the deck. I guessed that you were a dark wizard. It seems like you really are one. Rayline walked to Angele with his brows furrowed. What? Many light wizards were once dark wizards, right? Angele was not concerned. Does anyone have drinkable water? The rest of the crew walked to Angele as well. They had watched Angele swallow all the snake lizard's eyeballs and found the scene a bit disturbing. What's the matter? Sure, he's a dark wizard, but he saved us. Stigma took out a water pouch and handed it over to Angele. Thanks. Angele opened the pouch and used the water to rinse his mouth. That's true. Many strong light wizards were once black wizards. Rayline nodded. But watching you eat all those eyeballs is still making me sick. Yeah. Hikari shrugged. Her face had turned pale. Sorry, but it's just a bit disturbing to watch. Actually, my master did something similar once. I thought he was just joking when he told me about it. She looked at Angele. It's fine. I understand. Angele smiled. Maurice leaned against the railings but did not say anything. It looked like she was trying to keep a distance from Angele. I have a question. Those golden lasers are from a magic device, right? Rayline asked in a low voice. You're right. It is a magic device. Angele knew he could no longer hide it. Light of Thorns, huh? It's a famous magic device in the Labyrinth College, but I won't question how you acquired it. Magic device. Rayline was the only one who recognized the spell, while the rest of the crew looked surprised. Angele shrugged but did not say anything. He had to use it considering the situation. There were only 5 wizards left on the boat. He knew that he could not survive the trip just by himself. Maurice would die if he had hesitated at that moment. He also wanted to use the cursed scimitar to absorb all the souls of those magical creatures. Activating the magic device was the best choice. Otherwise, the battle would take much longer to finish. Angele got what he wanted. He saved the crew and acquired all the souls he needed. They started cleaning the deck together after this conversation. The wizards did not seem to care too much about the magic device as they returned their rooms after the corpses of the snake lizards were taken care of. Angele closed the door once he returned to his room. He walked to the window and looked down. There were not many trees on the plain and some mutated deer were running around. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes and his attributes were displayed in his sight. Strength, 12.5. Agility, 11.2. Stamina, 13.4. Mentality, 51. Mana, 50. He drew the cursed scimitar slowly. There was a silver glint on the surface of the wavy blade and the weapon was surrounded by a green glow. The green glow quickly climbed up Angele's wrist. It looked like parasites that were trying to get into his body. Pa! Angele put down the scimitar on the table. Chi! The green glow left Angele's body right away and returned to the blade. Angele's attributes were plunging as the buff was no longer affecting him. After about 5 seconds, Angele's body shrank slightly in size. He stared at the numbers with a blank expression on the face. Strength, 3.9. Agility, 5.5. Stamina, 8.2. Mentality, 45.1. Mana, 45. Yeah, this is my true attributes without the buff. Angele suddenly noticed that there was still some energy from the scimitar left around his chest. The energy was being consumed slowly. He saw his mentality increasing slowly. From 45 to 46, then from 47 to 48. It stopped at 48.4. It actually worked. Angele was satisfied with the result. Extracting the life energy is effective. My mentality has increased by 3. That's the essence of 7 snake lizards. Incredible. Angele could feel the energy around his chest disappear when his attributes increased. 0. Create a task. How much mentality do I need to reach the crystal stage? He ordered. Task created, simulating. Angele awaited the results patiently. After about 20 minutes, the chip gave him the answer. Crystal stage requires you to have a mentality over 71. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. What are all the requirements then? Requirement 1, mentality over 71. Requirement 2, a refined magic circle. Use it to remove the impurities from the mentality. Requirement 3, you need more than 52 years to get used to the dense mentality. You can speed up the progress using advanced meditation techniques. Angele finally understood why the advanced meditation technique was so important. The basic meditation technique was used to help wizard apprentices and formal wizards to increase their mentality. The advanced meditation technique was mainly used to help wizards speed up the process of getting used to higher mentality level. The advanced meditation technique and the basic meditation technique were two completely different systems. That was the reason why the wizards at the West Coast failed to develop it. Angele stayed in the room and kept checking his body condition. It was getting dark outside and night arrived quickly. The crescent moon hung over the sky quietly. Angele stood beside the window, listening to the noise made by the wind and the envelope. He was alone in the bedroom and he felt relieved for some reason. The moonlight illuminated on the shell of the dead cloud bee and the shell looked like pieces of dirty crystals. Angele was on an airship traveling through an unfamiliar area. He knew that the only person he could rely on was himself. He walked to the bed and lied down. The soft blanket was cold, and he enjoyed the peaceful moment in his private space. The room was small, but the locked door made him feel safe. Angele could still smell the stench coming from the cloud bee's corpse. Thud thud. Green, are you already asleep? Stigma's voice came from outside. Not yet. Angele got off the bed and unlocked the door. Stigma stood by the door with an emerald plate in his hands. There were some barbecued meat and salad on the plate. The fat on the meat was caramelized well. The fragrance of the meat rushed into Angele's nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, Result and Barbecue, 2. Chapter 267, Result and Barbecue, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Stigma pursed his lips into a smile. Hurry up. We need your spices. And thanks for saving me today. We're in the same boat. I can't survive the trip just by myself. Angele chuckled. You don't need to thank me. I don't care about your intention. You still saved me. Stigma showed Angele the plate. Come join us. You're our leader now. We should have some rest. Sure. Angele stopped for a second and realized that it was the barbecue party they talked about earlier. Rayline is preparing the wine. We can start the party right away with your spices. Stigma looked at him. Angele was a bit depressed, but he was being cheered up at the thought of the party. Although Angele was alone most of the time, he still wanted to engage in some social activities from time to time. He turned around and grabbed the spices, and he also released the night sparrow from the cage. There was no problem as it could find food by itself. The party was held on the deck. The 5 wizards built a small campfire around on the floor and sat around it. The dark deck was brightened up by the flame and the clear moonlight. The flames in the campfire were crackling and the chilling wind was blowing over their faces. Over the fire, there was a black metal rack with about 10 meat skewers lined up on it. The meat was cut into even sizes. Its smell was making people drool. Rayline had a brown bamboo basket in hand. There were 5 long translucent bottles with clean green liquid inside. It's an aged sparkling wine that tastes somewhat like beer. He gave the bottles to the wizards. The meat started sizzling as Angele sprinkled the seasoning over it. A rich pepper fragrance permeated the air. Angele grabbed the wine bottle and put it down on the side. Hikari found some wooden planks and built a small shelter to block the wind. It was cold during the night. Half a month till we reach the next hurdle. We have plenty of time to prepare. My method should be perfect this time. Just wait a bit longer before you leave the cabin. Stigma bit on a meat skewer and drank some wine from the bottle. That's some tasty meat. Harito beer, huh? Love the green color. Hikari removed the cork and took a sip. Great, how long was it aged? 42 years. Rayline drank directly from the bottle as well. I'm about to advance to the next stage soon, I think. Next stage? Hikari put down the bottle, looking surprised. Stigma stopped chewing the meat and looked at Rayline. Morisa lowered her head upon listening. It seemed like she was just jealous of Rayline's achievement. Yeah, the crystal stage, Rayline added. I'm preparing the magic circle for the ritual. The materials I need are already on the boat. I can start the process 5 days later if everything goes as planned. It would be great if I can succeed, but if I fail I don't mind being killed by the monsters we'll encounter. The intense battles have increased my mentality. I'm feeling more confident now. Hikari nodded. Light wizards like us are used to the peaceful environment. Like Green said, the battles will strengthen our mind. Well, nothing has happened to me. Stigma shook his head. I agree that the battles are intense, but my mentality barely increased. Angele sat beside the campfire, staring at the burning flames and started thinking. His mentality did not increase after the fight against the cloud bees and the snake lizards. He already gotten used to intense battles a long time ago. Although Angele's mentality was not increased, the buff from the cursed scimitar could still increase his attributes. With the life energy extraction, his mentality would increase at a much faster rate than the others. He already knew how to stabilize his mentality. If he could find the advanced mentality technique, the only thing he needed to do was to hunt magical creatures using the cursed scimitar. Reaching the mentality required for the crystal stage would, by then, become easy. The others were still chatting about their progression, but Angele did not say a thing. He took a bite of the roasted meat and ate some salad. The caramelized fat of the meat was rich and satisfying. The salad was well seasoned, and the crispy green vegetables helped reduce the greasiness of the meat. Like I said, if we can survive the trip and reach Omandis, we'll be treated well by the organization. Hikari nodded slightly. I reached the liquid stage about 30 years ago. Now that my mentality level is finally increasing again, I'm certain that I can advance to the crystal stage in several years. The ritual won't be a big problem to you if you have enough resources. Wizards of West Coast rely too much on resources, as that's the only way to increase our mentality. Potions, special magic circles, and materials. They're very expensive, Rayline added. That's right. The situation for wizards in Omandis is different, Stigma interrupted. The mentality level is not a big problem, but they all have a bottleneck to deal with. I left the family a long time ago, but I still have some intel on that. Advanced meditation techniques can help wizards increase their mentality level, but those techniques are separated into several levels. Your mentality will increase each time you finish a level. Some wizards' mentality might even be bound to a certain element. Bound to an element? Angele heard this, and he turned to Stigma. What's that? Green, do you know Master Ivana or Master Flan Jones? Rayline questioned. I've met Master Flan several times. Angele nodded. Wait, is that the reason why I can't even look at her mentality wave? You're correct. It's ice mentality. The property of Master Flan's mentality changed when she was still a rank 1 wizard. The advanced meditation technique is probably related to the ice energy particles. Stigma nodded. Why didn't she teach the technique to her inheritors then? Morisa suddenly asked. The oath. The best way to make a wizard to keep his promise. It's a mysterious power that can be planted into a wizard's mentality. If a wizard violated the oath, their own soul will be devoured. It's a painful way to die, Stigma explained. Master Flan and Master Ivana are probably affected by the oath. They can't just teach others their advanced meditation techniques. Tell us more about Omandis, Stigma, Angele said in a light tone. Omandis. Stigma had a bitter smile on his face. My family is at the border of the area. I'm not even an important member. I barely know anything about Omandis. Well, you definitely know more information about the place than us. What should we do after reaching Oman-Dis? Angele kept asking. Stigma remained silent for several minutes. He was trying to organize his thoughts. The others waited around the campfire patiently. There's no country in Oman-Dis. Wizard organizations and families all possess their own territories. I once found a map in my father's study and there were more than 100 wizard organizations marked on it. There were also many wars going on before I left. Stigma finally opened his mouth. Wars? Why would they waste resources on something like that? Hikari was confused. The population in Oman-Dis is much larger than you thought. There can be more than 1 million people living in a city. Wizards and mortals share the same living space together. Mortals know that they're ruled by the wizards. It's like peasants and nobles. Ah, and there are many talented wizards in Oman-Dis, Stigma explained. Some strong wizard apprentices broke the limit when they were under 20 years old. Can you imagine seeing a 10-year-old wizard? I became a formal wizard at 47, by the way. He shook his head slightly. I became a formal wizard at 23, Rayline said. And that's about 40 years ago. 50, Hikari said in a light tone. 41 for me. Morisa joined the conversation as well. Angele nodded slightly. I became a wizard at about 20 years old, too. He was one of the most talented wizard apprentices in history, yet there was someone better in Oman-Dis. Many wizard apprentices will stop at rank 3 for a long time. That's normal. They need to be prepared before trying to break the limit. Stigma pursed his lips. You can choose to become a solo adventurer after arriving at Oman-Dis. Go to the wizard towers and accept missions. You can also join my family and apply for advanced meditation techniques in the future, he continued. I thought you said it was hard to get those applications approved. Angele wondered. Well, I'm not sure about other wizard organizations, but my family separated the techniques into several parts. It's much more complicated than basic meditation techniques that you will encounter many problems during the process. The better the technique is, the faster your mentality will increase. Some of the advanced meditation techniques may even grant you special abilities. The wizards in Oman-Dis are at a totally different level. I never told anyone about it in NOLA. Besides the talent spells, we also have the special ability of the meditation technique and the help from the enchanted items or magic devices. He stopped for a second and looked at Angele. The ring you have is considered as a decent magic device even in Oman-Dis, but you can find people willing to trade you their magic devices for rare resources. It's a different world. Interesting. Angele narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Oman-Dis was the sanctuary for wizards. A better place than NOLA most likely. The wizards of Oman-Dis also fight in a completely different style. They use many instant cast spells. The power of their talent spells and the special abilities of their advanced meditation techniques will decide the outcome of a battle most of the time. Wizards of West Coast rely too much on high-level enchanted items and magic devices. That's how they cast their spells instantly. Stigma stopped for a second, then he continued, never mess with a wizard for no reason. Simple ambushes won't be effective when the wizard has strong talent spell or magic devices that provide multiple energy barriers. The higher a wizard's mentality is, the more high-level enchanted items he'll be able to activate at the same time. A wizard from my family is famous for his defensive abilities. The old man can put up 4 energy barriers at the same time. It's almost impossible to stab him from the back. The wizards listening to Stigma's explanations all looked surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, The Eye of the Storm, 1. Chapter 268, The Eye of the Storm, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. You mean activating 4 enchanted items at the same time? At the West Coast, wizards considered powerful can only activate 2. And our enchanted items usually can't change the outcome of a battle, Rayline said in a light tone. Yeah, the situation is different. Stigma shook his head. The wizards in Omandis have higher average mentality level. They have also developed methods in order to control the enchanted items better. The effects of the items can be buffed with less mentality required to activate them. Interesting. Do you mean rank 1 wizards like us are considered as weak in Omandis? Hikari's brows furrowed. Correct, except Green. He's a strong wizard and he has a magic device. Green is still a strong wizard in Omandis. The other 4 wizards looked at Green right when Stigma finished speaking. Angele had finished 1 meat skewer and he put several more onto the metal rack. You already know that I'm a dark wizard. That's why I can fight better. It shouldn't be surprising. Stigma, I'm still curious about your family. Can you tell us about it if you don't mind? Stigma hesitated for a second before he nodded. Sure. It's not a big deal. He drank some wine from the bottle and started explaining. My father is the head. It may sound exciting, but he has more than 10 sons. Only one of us is a pure-blood human being while the rest are all mixed blood, including me. He loves the real human being much more than he loves us. That guy is also considered as the true inheritor in the family. The situation is quite complicated. The only people who cared about me were my mother, my young sister, and a friend named Liana. I really miss them. Angele could see the tinge of loneliness from Stigma's eyes. I wasn't a talented wizard apprentice. I spent years before I reached rank 3. I successfully broke the limit after I arrived at the West Coast. I was always the target of the bullies in the family. Only my sister and Liana helped me, but they are talented and important to the family. I think they have already become formal wizards. I miss my mother. Her body condition was bad when I was still Omandis. I wasted too much time in Nola. I wish they still remember me. Stigma sighed with mixed feelings as he recalled the days he had spent in Omandis and Nola. We're getting close. Just pay them a visit. You're already a formal wizard, so your family members should respect you. Hikari smiled. You don't understand. Although I'm at the liquid stage, there are many wizards in my family that have already reached higher stages or ranks. My sister has the family backing her up and she's talented. It's highly possible that she has already advanced to the next rank. Stigma lowered his head. The light from the flames brightened up his cheeks. It'll take her some time to advance to rank 2 from rank 1 no matter how talented she is. Hikari shook her head. Well, let's talk about something else. The atmosphere is getting heavy here. What do you guys plan to do after we arrive at Omandis? Hikari changed the topic. The 5 wizards stayed around the campfire and finished the food and had a long conversation. Angele returned to his room, but he was still thinking about what Stigma said about the wizards in Omandis. If Stigma was telling the truth, it meant that they had instant cast spells other than talent spells. With the magic devices and advanced meditation techniques, the wizards in Omandis must be extremely powerful. Angele was a strong wizard in Nola, but he would be considered weak in the central continent. Angele lay on the bed quietly with blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. He asked Zero to simulate a battle between him and the wizards from Omandis. If the opponent had just 3 instant cast spells, Angele could still win the fight. He could cast about 3 powerful spells instantly as he had the chip. It was his advantage during the battles. Angele could understand why Stigma wanted to return to Omandis so bad. He wanted to prove himself to the family. Stigma reached the liquid stage, so he was no longer a burden to his friend and his sister. In the next 10 days, the 5 stayed in their own room and prepared for the incoming challenges. They created ice cubes and put them on the deck, so the third challenge did not even detect them. For the fourth challenge, Angele increased the speed of the airships and asked the wizards to stop breathing for 3 minutes. They survived that with no problem as well. It all came to the last problem. In the endless blue sky, 3 airships were slowly advancing in the air. 5 light wizards were standing on the deck of the first airship. They were glancing around and exchanging information using the energy particles. The airship slowed down quickly and floated in the air. The golden sunlight brought warmth to the deck and illuminated on the white robes the wizards were wearing. The biggest problem of the trip is ahead, Stigma spoke in a serious tone. The Eye of Al-Akir. There's no dangerous creature around it, but it can be considered as a natural disaster. The other 4 wizards looked at the scene ahead with serious expressions on their faces. The sky was beautiful and clear over the airships. However, dark clouds covered the area ahead. There was an enormous tornado connecting the land and the sky, and it was spinning slowly. Yet, the tornado was quiet. Angele could not hear it making any noise. The gigantic column of twisting air blocked the view of the plane down the airship. The only thing in the wizard's sights was the seemingly endless sea of drifting clouds. There was only a tiny gap between heaven and hell. This is the last challenge we have, and it's something complicated. First, we need to wait for the wind to weaken so we can travel around its edge, Stigma explained. Moreover, there are large groups of storm spirits inside the tornado. They're created by Mother Nature and they're way powerful than the ones created by potions. Stay alert everyone, they can use electric pulses and they come in large numbers. Sounds like a lot of trouble, Hikari shook her head. Yeah, the cloud bees and the tornado are the most difficult challenges in the trip. We can dodge the creatures, but we can't dodge the tornado. Stigma nodded. Can't we just change the route a bit? Angele asked. No. The area around the tornado is the safest place here, as the strong flying creatures can't get close to it. We have to win the fight against the storm spirits. Stigma shrugged. All right then. It's about time, increase the airship's speed. Rayline opened his mouth. He had successfully advanced to the crystal stage after surviving the 4th challenge, but he still needed to stabilize his mentality. Sure. Angele nodded and activated the amulet in his hand. The 3 airships were surrounded by green energy particles and their speed started increasing. The gray tornado was getting larger and larger in Angele's eyes as the airship approached it. After several minutes, the wizards could hear the violent storm roaring. Angele felt like that his ears were covered by a thick blanket. The strong pressure from the wind was making him uncomfortable. He was having trouble inhaling air. The furious wind scratched his face like blades of swords. The envelopes of the airships were leaning backward and the green energy particles were trying its best to keep the airships stable. The airships looked like 3 tiny ants moving around a large gray hourglass. The 5 wizards lowered their head and hid behind the railings. Angele was still checking the situation ahead from time to time. Get ready! They're coming! Stigma shouted. Woo! Many vortices jumped onto the deck and formed many tall storm spirits within seconds. The storm spirits looked identical to human beings, some of them were male and the rest was female. They were naked, and their skin was covered with blue electric pulses. Invaders! Die! In the name of Al-Akir, I shall destroy you! The leader of the storm spirits shouted in an ancient language. It was a female storm spirit. Her eyes were white, and they were glowing. Countless electric pulses gathered in her hands and formed a lengthy lightning spear. The blue spear looked like a long lightning bolt and it was sparking. Die! She threw the spear to the wizards. Let me handle this. Rayline stepped forward. Protect Green. Make sure he can control those wind energy particles from the matrix. The spear drew a straight line in the air and flew toward Rayline. He had already prepared the energy barrier. However, the direction of the spear changed as it approached the airship. The spear turned to the right and flew toward Angele. Angele's expression changed. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes, and he was holding the amulet tight in his hand. The amulet was the key to this challenge. He needed to make sure that the direction and speed of the airships were perfect as the terrifying tornado was right beside them. If the wind energy particles lost control, the airships would be dragged into the eye of the storm. No one would be able to survive that. Even the storm spirits had no idea what was in the eye of the tornado. The pressure of the wind would tear all invaders apart. Angele already did this simulation before the storm spirits jumped on the deck. Their chances of survival were lower than 0.1% if the airship was hit directly by the tornado. He was focusing on controlling the airship like in the plan they had discussed. It was hard for him to keep the airship stable while traveling around the edge of the storm, and it was nearly impossible for him to defend against the attacks from the storm spirits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, The Eye of the Storm, 2. Chapter 269, The Eye of the Storm, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The lightning spear flew toward Angele, who then realized that it was the metal barrier around his body attracting the lightning, and he took a step back right away. Hikari was the first one to act. She drew a silver arc in the air and the arc expanded to a large light screen. The screen dropped right in front of Angele. Stigma moved Angele quickly and stood right beside him. Wizard's brew, he shouted as he raised the left hand. Some black substance spurted out of the center of Stigma's palm and formed a black wall. They created the barrier just in time. The lightning spear hit the silver light screen right away. Crack! The lightning spear penetrated the wall, but its size shrank in half. The remaining of the spear then hit the black wall and disappeared. Go! Take them out! The weak one behind the barriers first, the female storm spirit leader shouted. About 10 storm spirits started gathering lightning pulses in their hands, conjuring various types of weapons. The ones in the back were using lightning longbows, while the ones in the front were charging forward. Rayline raised his longbow, releasing 3 arrows created by strands of hair. However, they were blocked by the lightning bolt shot by the female storm spirit leader. Hikari and Stigma were standing beside Angele. Morisa was casting some weak defensive spells for the 3 wizards in front of her. Suddenly, 5 lightning arrows left the bows in the storm spirit's hands, flying toward Angele. Boom! Blue lightning pulse danced around the deck and the light illuminated on the whole airship. Angele was still focusing on controlling the airship. He had to hide behind Stigma and Hikari. Chi! One of the arrows penetrated the barriers created by the 2 wizards in the front and was about to hit him. Damn! Angele leaped backward quickly, hitting against the railings. He barely dodged the attack. Bam! A blue lightning pulse left the arrow and struck Angele's body fiercely. His face paled as he ran to the right side. It took several seconds for the lightning pulse to leave his body. It seemed that only the leader was intelligent. The other storm spirits looked confused, unsure if the arrows hit the target or not. They stopped moving and looked at their bows. Ka! Stigma jumped to one of the storm spirits, stabbing him in the neck. The storm spirit fell to the floor as he pulled the dagger out. Stigma rushed toward Angele and started putting up a barrier again. Hikari followed right after Stigma. There were still storm spirits charging toward them. Rayline wanted to help, but he was busy fighting with the female leader. Angele was running around, trying to dodge all the ranged attacks. The 3 airships were still moving in the right direction. The strikes from the storm spirits could deal about 30 degrees of damage. The lightning pulse only hit Angele because of his metal barrier. The storm spirits were weak, but their power was buffed by the tornado. They were moving much faster due to that reason. Stigma and Hikari were not fast enough to keep up with them. Bam! A lightning arrow pierced the floor. Boom! The arrow exploded and turned into countless lightning pulses. Angele quickly rolled to the left to dodge the strike. However, he saw two lightning swords coming from the front as he raised his head up. Green! Watch out! Green! Hikari and Stigma shouted nervously. The two blue swords hit the deck furiously. Boom! Angele rolled several times again to dodge the attack, but he was hit by the lightning pulse again. Zero was warning him about his body condition constantly. The two storm spirits roared and rushed to him. You're dead! Invader! The one on the left his sword again. Angele bit his lips. He could not fight back since he was focusing on controlling the wind energy particles. If the airships moved to the wrong direction, all the wizards on it would be killed by the terrifying tornado. The airships finally went around the edge of the tornado and were about to enter the safe zone while the storm spirits charged toward Angele. Angele sighed in relief. He was enraged by the storm spirits and really wanted to fight back. He only needed to wait a bit longer. The safe zone was just right ahead. Bam bam! The two lightning swords hit the floor again. Angele managed to dodge the swords but was again hit by the lightning pulses. Warning! Warning! Your organs are being damaged, please find a cover and heal yourself, Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. There was no way for Angele to dodge all the lightning pulses. He could not just deactivate the metal force field. Although he put most of his metal weapons in a non-conductive box before they approached the storm, his metal barrier was still bringing him trouble. We're almost there. After the airships left the storm, I'll *CK those elemental bastards up. Angele gritted his teeth and started running around the deck. The two storm spirits were chasing after him. Hey, Ruby brothers! Hurry up! He's the weakest one here and yet you can't even finish him off? The female leader shouted at the two storm spirits. She was still fighting with Rayline. Weakest one? I'll show you what I'm capable of in a second. I'll cut your heads off and make them into wine bottles. Angele dodged another strike from the Ruby brothers and exchanged words with the female leader. Ha! You? Come at me. I'm waiting for you. The female leader sneered and licked her lips. Bam! Angele suddenly felt an intense pain coming from the back of his waist. He was almost paralyzed. He turned around and realized that he was hit by one of the storm spirit archers. The arrow turned into lightning pulses after landing on Angele's body. Hey, come cut our heads off and make them into wine bottles. Ha! The Ruby brothers laughed and slashed forward. The only thing you can do is to run around like a monkey. King hell. The lightning pulses paralyzed Angele's body for a second and he failed to dodge the slashes coming from the Ruby brothers. Crap! Angele tried to move but his legs were still recovering from the injury. He could only watch the swords falling onto him. Bam! Suddenly, a man in a black robe rushed toward Angele and blocked the attack for him. He was blown away by the impact and hit the railings on the side. Stigma! I'll make you pay. Angele was furious, as he had begun screaming maniacally. Finally, Zero notified him that the airships were about to leave the tornado. You're dead. Angele narrowed his eyes. He could stop focusing on the wind energy particles in half a minute. He wanted to slay all the storm spirits that attacked them. Retreat! Everyone! We're leaving the tornadoes. The female leader suddenly gave the order. You're lucky. The Ruby brothers stopped chasing after Angele and the swords in their hands disappeared into the air. Let's move! The storm spirits moved away from the wizards quickly. They jumped out of the railings and turned into gray vortices, heading back to the tornado. At that moment, the airship successfully moved away from the tornado and entered the safe zone. He quickly returned the amulet into his pouch. "Who's running now, Dot?" He rushed to the railings. The gray vortices had just left the railings and were about to fly away. Angele raised his right hand. "Rayline, longbow, please." Rayline threw his longbow toward Angele without hesitation. "Pa!" Angele caught the longbow steadily. He pulled the bowstring to full. Chee chee chee. 3 lightning arrows left the bow right away. Angele then raised his left palm and released some distorted energy waves. Light of thorns. Golden laser beams appeared in the air as soon as Angele finished his words. The gray vortices were stopped by the lightning arrows for a second and the golden lasers pierced through them. The vortices stopped and returned to the deck. A group of storm spirits appeared on the floor again. Most of them were damaged by the lasers from the light of thorns. The female leader watched Angele drop the longbow to the ground. She stared at the man with hatred in her eyes. "How's that even possible?" she muttered. She thought Angele was the weakest member as he was being protected by the others and did not think that the man could injure them in their elemental forms. Black rune flashed in Angele's eyes. He walked to the storm spirits and sneered. "Where are you going?" "I haven't changed my mind yet. I'll cut your heads off." "Chee!" Angele rushed toward the storm spirits and slashed forward with the cursed scimitar. Clank! The storm spirit in the front tried to block with his sword but failed. His head dropped to the floor. The other storm spirits realized what just happened and they started attacking Angele. Angele leaped to the left, dodging 2 lightning arrows, and blocked 1 lightning bolt with his scimitar. He rolled on the ground and jumped onto the Ruby brothers. The Ruby brothers raised their swords at the same time and charged toward Angele. Suddenly, Angele's body blurred in their sights and disappeared. He then appeared from the right, swinging the scimitar forward. Ka! Angele did not look back. He jumped to the female leader right away. The Ruby brothers grunted, and their bodies were separated in half. "No!" the female leader shouted furiously. The silver blade of the incoming cursed scimitar reflected in her eyes. Countless lightning pulses surrounded her body. Their color was turning from blue to purple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, Arrival 1. Chapter 270, Arrival 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Bam! The scimitar hit the purple lightning pulses around the female leader. The lightning pulses were trying to stop the silver blade from going through. The black rune flashed in Angele's eyes again and the cursed scimitar successfully crushed the lightning pulses. Chee! The blade hit the female leader's neck, leaving a long deep wound on her skin. The blood of the storm spirit was blue, and the strange liquid was sparking. A black dot appeared in the center of the female leader's chest and it started expanding within seconds. She was being petrified. Electrify! The female leader shouted. The lightning pulses around her hair exploded, turning into 2 large, blue shells. The shells were trying to clap Angele. The female leader raised her lightning spear and swept forward. Angele leaned to the right and dodged both attacks. With the buff from the cursed scimitar, Angele's stamina and strength were increased to an incredible level. Some more illusion energy wave was released from the signet. Angele lowered his body and charged forward. In the female leader's sight, it looked like there were 2 Angeles moving around her. She hesitated and decided to use the shells to block the one behind him and attack the one in the front with the lightning spear. Chin! The 2 Angele she saw all vanished into the air, both of them were just illusions. The female leader suddenly felt the intense pain coming from her stomach. It was Angele, who then pulled the scimitar out of her body. You? She opened her mouth but failed to finish speaking. Countless cracks appeared on the leader's pale body. The blue blood was leaking out of the wounds and her skin was coated in a blue glow. Boom! The female leader's body exploded like a large water ball that was filled with blue liquid. The blue lightning pulses mixed in the blue liquid and they splashed everywhere on the deck. Angele struggled several seconds as his robe was soaked in the blue liquid. A thin layer of silver metal shield covered his skin and hair. Countless lightning pulses were running through his body. Rayline and Hikari had already finished off the rest of the injured storm spirits. Morisa dragged Stigma to a corner of the deck. She put up a white light screen to block the splashing blue blood. The blue blood on the deck evaporated and disappeared into the air after several minutes. The silver metal shield on Angele's body melted and the liquid was absorbed by his skin. His skin was still smoking. Although he had dodged the lightning pulses, he was still suffering from the previous injuries. Angele took out the amulet from the pouch and checked the boat's condition. He made sure that the boats were still accelerating and he walked to Stigma quickly. The white light screen created by Morisa slowly disappeared. Stigma leaned against the railings. His face was pale, and blood was running out of his mouth. Morisa was treating the deep wound on his waist carefully. The man took the hit from the female leader for Angele. His waist had been crushed, and Angele could see the bloody flesh. Morisa had removed most of Stigma's broken bones around the wound. Fortunately, a high-temperature lightning pulse burnt his wound after so Stigma did not lose too much blood. "Are you all right?" Angele crouched and asked in a light tone. "It's painful but it won't kill me." Stigma forced a smile on his face. "The lightning damage is the main problem but at least there's no internal bleeding," Morisa explained. "I did some basic treatment and removed the lightning damage. I need someone to help me with removing the burnt muscle and skin before applying the healing gel to his wound." "What's the requirement?" "I want to help." Angele wondered. "You must know how to control the botanic energy particles perfectly." Morisa looked at him. "I can do that." Hikari walked to Morisa. "I'm good at controlling botanic energy particles and I know how to cast healing spells." Rayline followed after her and they crouched by Stigma. "Sure." Morisa nodded. "I'll start the surgery now." "All right." White glows surrounded their hands and Hikari started drawing green runes in the air. Morisa created a white light scalpel and started removing the dead muscles around Stigma's waist. There was nothing Rayline and Angele could do, so they waited on the side quietly. After about half an hour, the surgery was completed with no problem. A part of Stigma's waist was removed and Hikari was using her healing spells to help the muscles grow back. Several minutes later, the muscles and skin returned to their original shape. Hikari took out a purple potion from her pouch and handed it over to Stigma. "Drink it, you'll recover faster." Stigma was still weak. "Thanks," he said. "We should be the one to say thanks. You protected Green at the right time. Without you, our boat will crash and all of us will die." Hikari pursed her lips. After all, the tornado was too terrifying. "Yeah, you did a great job," Rayline said in a serious tone. Although there was a blank expression on his face, the wizards knew that he was grateful for what Stigma did in the battle. Angele took out a glass tube from his pouch. Inside it was some purple dust. "It's my special healing dust. You used the potion version before. Consume 3 grams of the dust every day. It will help you recover." Stigma grabbed the glass tube and he knew how valuable the medicine was. The potion cured him within several days the last time and it was the best healing gel he had ever used. The purple dust looked like an improved version of that potion. "I appreciate your help a lot." I didn't expect you to do that for me. Angele looked relieved. He would have to give up the amulet to fight back if Stigma did not block the attack for him. The only way to regain strength at that moment was to stop focusing on the control of the boats. Go back to your room and have some good rest. You will have to stay in bed for half a month, I think. Rayline helped Stigma return to his own room. Angele, Morisa, and Hikari started cleaning the deck. The dead storm spirits only left small piles of blue dust on the floor. Angele walked to the area where the female leader died. He found something different in the pile of blue dust from the leader. It was a blue bead. The bead had the smooth surface of a pearl and had the similar size as an eyeball. Angele crouched, brushing away the blue dust, and grabbed the blue bead. He observed the bead closely. Its surface was reflective, and it was still warm. The ash bead of storm. Hikari walked to Angele and recognized the item in Angele's hand. Green, be careful with it. It's a rare item, but it's fragile. The electric wizards love it. Large amounts of electric energy particles can be stored inside the bead and help its owner to cast more spells. You're lucky. It seems like the female leader was very close to her next rank. Ash bead of storm? So it's only good for electric wizards, right? Will it be useful to Rayline? Can I find a way to use it? Angele stood up and asked. Rayline is different and he has something similar to that. Keep that to yourself. I'm not sure if you can find a way to use it. Maybe you can make it as the core of certain magic circles or matrices. Hikari shook her head. You can also trade it with the wizards in Omontis for something else. I'm sure this thing is valuable to any electric wizards. Angele nodded and put the blue bead in his pouch carefully. He coated the surface of the bead with some silver metal to harden it. Well, I wanted to keep my promise and cut their heads off, but they turned into dust after they died. Angele shook his head slightly. Come on. I've never seen any people cutting elementals' heads off. Hikari chuckled. We're leaving the storm area, right? Yeah, it should be safe now. Angele nodded. The three wizards walked to the railings and looked at the stormy area. The gray tornado connected the land and the sky. It was surrounded by thick clouds and the wind was soaring. The noise from the storm was barely noticeable and Angele's ears were no longer hurting. The tornado looked slow and peaceful from the deck. Finally, we're getting close to our destination. Angele sighed. Yeah, this place is crazy, but the fight was relatively easy. Hikari nodded. Morisa stood on the side quietly, not saying anything. The three enjoyed the great view of the enormous tornado in front of them. How many wizards have the chance to look at the eye of the storm so close? Hikari laughed. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait, what's that? Holy sh**T. Morisa shouted in surprise. Thousands of white vortices left the tornado and they were moving to the boat at full speed. The vortices looked like the bees leaving their nest at the same time. Countless storm spirits were coming out of the tornado. They were flying to the boats furiously. Run! I'll increase the speed. Angele realized what was happening. He shouted and ran to the main mast. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, or 200,000? They had no idea just how many storm spirits were pursuing them. Their sights were filled with storm spirits. The tornado almost looked like a base of the storm spirits. Angele never expected something like that and Stigma did not mention anything about it. Angele took out the amulet. The red and green energy particles appeared in the air and gathered around it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, Arrival, 2. Chapter 271, Arrival, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The energy particles sank into the amulet and created a translucent light cylinder, connecting the main mast and the railings. Re-Enslanvaria. Hikari invoked the incantation. She made a strange hand gesture and countless green energy particles gather in front of her chest, creating a large green light ball. She pushed the green light ball to the main mast. Chi. A green light cylinder emerged out of the ball and connected to the amulet in Angele's hand. Chi Chi. Two more light cylinders connected to the amulet, one was black and the other was blue. Rayline and Stigma were standing by the entrance of the cabin. They noticed the situation as well. Rayline was gathering the blue lightning pulses around his hands and Stigma was releasing a ray of light that was formed by some black energy particles. The green, blue, and black light cylinders connected to the amulet in Angele's hand. They looked like three glowing chains. The red and green energy particles around the amulet started spinning, then it moved to the center of the amulet and created a tiny vortex. The amulet turned all the energy particles into a white light cylinder and transferred the power to the matrices in the airships. Between the thick gray clouds, the three airships were advancing slowly. A thin layer of white barrier appeared around them as the wind energy particles started accelerating their speed. The storm spirits had revealed their true forms and they were riding on storm clouds. They were chasing after the airships with various types of weapons in hands. A four-winged night sparrow was flying through the thick clouds, heading toward the storm spirits behind the airships. Woo! A muscular male storm spirit had a long blue spear in hand. The man had a black earring on his left ear and he flew by the night sparrow at full speed. Ha! The storm spirit roared, and the distorted sound wave was visible around his mouth. The night sparrow was hit by the sound wave and it almost lost its balance. Countless storm spirits flew past the night sparrow, drawing countless blue arcs in the sky. They were still going after the accelerating airships. Woo woo! A storm spirit with a scar on his forehead shouted in a high-pitched voice. The night sparrow flew around the clouds and glanced at the three airships. The clouds under the storm spirit's feet left trails of lightning pulses in the air and those lightning pulses were moving to the airships as well. The night sparrow swung its wings, then it turned around and started returning to the airship. Ha! A storm spirit beside the bird lowered his body and hit it with a trident. The bald man sneered and raised his trident into the air. The dead night sparrow was skewered on top of the three-pronged spear and its blood was dripping down the handle of the weapon. Woo! The storm spirit shouted. For Azus! His voice sounded like a lion roaring. For Azus! For Azus! For Azus! All the storm spirits around him started to yell madly. The dead night sparrow was burnt into ashes by the lightning pulses and it disappeared into the air. Angele suddenly opened his eyes. The terrifying look of the bald storm spirit left a deep impression on his mind. The airships finally passed through the thick clouds and left the storm area, entering a blue sky over a green plain. Countless storm spirits stopped by the edge of the thick clouds, watching the airships leave. The bald man with a trident in hand was standing in the front of all the storm spirits. The man had a pair of sharp eyes above his aquiline nose. Angele could see the craziness in his eyes. He glared at the leaving airships and raised his right hand. Suddenly, the airships visualized in front of the man's eyes and he slowly moved his hand toward the illusion of the airships. An enormous blue hand appeared from the thick clouds and it was moving toward the three airships in the front. The airships looked like three black tiny ants compared to the translucent hand. The hand suddenly slapped down. Bam! The two airships behind were crushed into pieces by the hand. The airship in the front had barely dodged the attack, but part of the railings was still damaged. Black wooden pieces scattered in the air as the airship escaped. On the last airship, Angele slowly lowered the amulet. The surface of the item was covered with tiny cracks. He turned his around and checked the situation. Angele could still feel that the bald man's cold sight falling upon him. He visualized the scene that the man was backed up by countless storm spirits. Ah! Angele closed his eyes quickly and tears were dripping down his chin. Finally, we made it out. Stigma walked to Angele with the help from Rayline. Morisa and Hikari followed after them. Angele glanced around, and he knew that the crew was still trying to figure out what had just happened. The bald storm spirit was at a different level. The rank 1 wizards on the airship just could not understand how the storm spirit reached out to the airships. Angele was certain that if the slap hit the airship they were on, they would all be dead. Stigma, why didn't you tell us about this? That was a huge number of storm spirits. How did you survive the trip to the west coast? Hikari took a deep breath and looked at Stigma. I don't know. Stigma shook his head. I didn't encounter that many storm spirits on that trip. This area is controlled by the elemental Lord Alakir. He's a kind storm giant and he will never ask his army to attack the airships. The ones we fought on deck were rogues. Stigma bit his lips as he recalled the terrifying scene. Angele, how are your eyes? Your bird enraged him, I think. Hikari turned to Angele. I'm fine. Angele opened his eyes and nodded. He opened his hand and showed the crew the broken amulet. The amulet is finished. The amulet perished in the air and turned into white smoke. The white smoke rose from Angele's palm and disappeared into the air. Well, we need to find a place to land then. Stigma shook his head. Good thing is that we survived the eye of the storm, but we need to travel across one more dangerous area without the airship until we reach the residential areas for the wizards. Which area? Angele wondered and looked at Stigma. The Abyss Canyon, but don't worry, my family has a guard post here. Just a heads up, the place is filled with scumbags from other races. Robbers, murderers, assassins, and thieves are everywhere. Prepare to fight and don't let your guard down. My sister once told me, trust no one in the canyon. I thought you said the place isn't populated? Rayline asked in a light tone. Well, it's not populated by human beings. The place is a mess and it's extremely dangerous. I've never entered the canyon myself either. Stigma nodded. We just survived all the challenges, so I have nothing to fear. Hikari chuckled. Actually, the Abyss Canyon is great for us. Remember the thing Rayline said? There might be assassins waiting for us at the original destination. Angele lowered his voice. You're right. Let's enter the canyon and disguise ourselves. It's probably our best choice right now. Stigma pursed his lips. Prepare to land then, let's cool down the envelopes, Angele ordered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the endless blue sky, there was a gray airship slowly landing on the green plain. There were many dead trees on the plains and several gray creatures that looked like groundhogs were jumping around them. They were looking at the dropping black airship curiously. The green grasses covered the yellow mud on the plain. There was a humongous green tree that looked like an umbrella standing in the center of the plain quietly. The black airship landed on an empty ground in front of the tree slowly. Bam! Yellow dust and mud were blown into the air as the airship hit the ground. It was noon. The sunlight was flaming hot. The dust dropped onto the land after several minutes and the sky became clear again. Many tiny yellow dots appeared on the horizon. Those strange-looking creatures heard the noise and wanted to check the situation. Under the large tree, a group of tiny white things climbed up the branches. They flew through the gaps between the leaves, exposing themselves to the eye-blinding sunlight. It was a group of human-shaped origami with wings on their back. They also had long paper pigtails over their heads. There was nothing on the origami girl's face. The long white robes on their bodies were made from paper as well. They looked simple but elegant. Most of the origami girls were hiding under the tree leaves and looking at the enormous airship in the front. The origami girls were flying, but they did not make any noise. They just stared at the black airship in the shadows under the tree. The scene was quite strange. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Moving Forward, 1. Chapter 272, Moving Forward, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Ka. Suddenly, a ladder was lowered down by the railings, connecting the airship and the land. Some yellow dust was blown into the air again. Several people wearing white robes climbed down the ladder. The eye-blinding sunlight illuminated on their bodies. There were 3 male wizards and 2 female wizards. All of them were carrying black leather travel cases. The place is deadly silent, a man with short brown hair muttered. He was walking at the front of the crew. The man had a pair of golden glowing eyes and there was a silver metallic glint on his skin. The origami girls. A man with black hair said in a serious tone. He noticed the gray paper girls that were hiding in the shadows. The origami girls were staring at the wizards quietly. We need to move, now, he added. The man looked nervous. Green, turn right. Hurry. Why? Are you afraid of paper monsters? Come on, Stigma, you're a liquid stage wizard. Angele noticed those origami girls under the tree as well. Well, legends say that the origami girls live in a tree that has a large clock on it. A distorted black shadow will start winding up the clock and the origami girls will leave the tree to hunt any living beings in their range. The only way to get rid of them is to kill the dark shadow hiding under the tree. The origami girls come from nowhere and they're endless. Stigma had a serious expression on the face. Didn't you see that the other creatures choose to stay away from this tree? The wizards heard Stigma's words and reconsidered the situation. Let's leave then. Angele nodded slightly. An altar. Let's go there. Hikari pointed at the left side of the tree. Angele turned to the left and glanced around. He saw a gray stone altar sitting in an empty area quietly. A cross-shaped yellow rune was floating over the altar. It looked like a yellow bead with 4 sharp needles. It was crystal clear. Yellow smokes were rising from the rune constantly. The 5 walked to the altar together quickly. Stigma was checking the origami girls from time to time. He wanted to make sure that they were not moving. Rayline held his dual scimitars tight in his hands, glancing around and checking the situation. The 3 male wizards formed a triangle around the 2 female wizards. The origami girls stayed patiently under the trees, staring at the wizards curiously. There was nothing on their faces, so Angele was not sure if they were just waiting for the dark shadow to wind up the clock. The 5 wizards felt relieved when they arrived at the altar. They sat down around the stone base and started checking their gears. Angele sighed in relief as he sat down on the stone base of the altar. According to Stigma, those altars would never be attacked by magical creatures and the runes would regenerate if they were taken away, but no one could explain why. Stigma sprinkled some green dust over his black dagger as he started talking. Get ready, everyone. Make sure you can find the needed spell materials if we engage in any battle. The place is dangerous, but first, I need to confirm our current location. I didn't expect to see the origami girls here. How long do you need? Rayline wondered. About 15 minutes. I have a bad feeling about this. Rayline knitted his eyebrows. Something isn't right about this place. I think we need to leave the area before it gets dark. You're wrong this time. Although the place is dangerous, we need to take our time and find a reference point first before we move. We might get ambushed by some random scumbags if we accidentally entered their territories. Stigma shook his head. What do we do then? Hikari grabbed Maurice's hand and asked in a light tone. Maurice is a great healer and she can sense the life energy in the air. She's not feeling well now, which means... Yeah, the life energy in the air is weak. The place makes me sick, but I'm not sure if it's the death energy. It feels like something different, Maurice explained. Let's move now. Angele made the decision. We need to get away from those origami girls first and see if the situation changes. Maybe they're the reason why Maurice isn't feeling well. Rayline, Maurice, and Hikari nodded, but Stigma still had a different opinion. After having a short conversation with Angele, he decided to follow the group's decision. Alright, let's move along the airship's original route. We should be fine. He stood up. The 3 male wizards formed a triangle around the 2 female wizards again and started advancing. Quickly, the 5 disappeared over the horizon. Woo! The gentle wind blew over the altar. The gray stone base suddenly started to decay in the wind. The crystal rune disappeared, and the stone base of the altar cracked, losing its light. Several seconds later, the stone altar turned into a tiny pool filled with some black sticky liquid. A rotten smell permeated the air. Blop. In the center of the dark pool, a pale face of a woman with long hair illuminated on the surface of the water. The woman opened her dry gray lips but did not say a word. An origami girl fluttered her wings and slowly stopped by the edge of the pool. She turned her paper head around and stared at the direction that the 5 wizards were heading to silently. 5 white robes were advancing slowly on the endless plains. There were several red and black birds flying around right above the endless plain. The birds had red eyeballs and they looked like mutated vultures. Angele noticed several vultures standing on the branches of dead trees staring at them. The noise coming out of their beak was making him anxious. Rayline raised his head and looked at the vultures that were flying in the sky. He connected the handles of his scimitars, turning them into a longbow. Stigma eyed Rayline and put his right hand on the man's longbow. Rayline slowly lowered the longbow as Stigma shook his head. Angele was checking the surroundings constantly as he walked. There were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. How's the task? He questioned. Scanning completed. Checking the unusual force field. No results. Please leave the area immediately. Angele was disappointed at Zero's response. He moved his right hand to the handle of the cursed scimitar. Some green energy flow climbed up his arm right away. Check my body condition. Angele ordered. He collected all the blue dust left by the storm spirits after the fight and consumed most of it in several days. The blue dust was necessary for the life energy conversion process. The extraction of the life essence from the storm spirits was slow. He had asked more than 10 times as the team advanced. By then, the task was finally finished. Life essence from the storm spirits successfully absorbed. Attributes increased. Checking. Angele Rio. Strength, 15. Agility, 13.4. Stamina, 17. Mentality, 55.3. Mana, 54. Buffed by the cursed scimitar. He was surprised by the result. He hadn't expected for the life essence of the storm spirit to be so effective. Remove the buff and check my condition again. Checking, Angele Rio. Strength, 6.2. Agility, 6.7. Stamina, 10.2. Mentality, 53. 4. Mana, 50.1. Incredible, the numbers are unbelievable. Angele was satisfied with the result. The power made him feel more confident about himself. With the buff, his stamina had reached 17 units and he did not even need to apply any healing gel to his wound. It would take about half a minute for the wound to stop bleeding and he only needed to rest for several days to fully recover. A strike that could kill an average wizard would only injure him slightly. The increase in strength was also helpful. Angele was certain that he could easily trade hits with a mutated magical beast with such power. Most importantly, at this rate, his mentality would reach the requirement for the crystal stage soon. Angele's mentality was increased by about 10 units during the trip. He heard Marisa saying something and stopped interacting with Zero. I feel much better now. The thing that made me sick is gone, I think. It must be the origami girls. Sounds great. Those origami girls are controlled by some mysterious power. We're lucky that they didn't go after us. Well, we're getting close to the Abyss Canyon. Stigma pointed forward. There was a cliff in front of the 5 wizards and the warm wind was blowing over their faces. They walked to the cliff and put down the travel cases. Angele looked down and saw a terrifyingly deep crevasse. It was dark and quiet. The cliff on the other side was more 1,000 meters away. The pine tree on that cliff looked like a dark green dot. Wait, let me check if there's any trap, Angele said loudly. Sure. Stigma and the rest of the team stepped aside. Angele stood by the edge of the cliff and crouched. He grabbed some mud and threw it into the crevasse. The mud was scattered by the wind like a yellow ribbon and disappeared into the air. Hibis, listen, suffer, wind, dream. Angele invoked an incantation and pointed forward with his right hand's index finger. A weak green string that looked like a beansprout emerged out of the tip of Angele's finger, flying to the other side of the crevasse. The string was not affected by the strong wind at all. It's a modified spell great at detecting energy movements. The green string can disguise itself as a live human being, he explained as he controlled the flying string. Much better than my wind elemental potion. You finished casting the spell in seconds. Hikari nodded slightly. They watched the green string flying in the air quietly. Several minutes later, the string arrived at the cliff on the other side. Chi! Suddenly, a distorted shadow flashed in the air and swallowed the green string. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Moving Forward, 2. Chapter 273, Moving Forward, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The 5 wizards were surprised by what they just witnessed. Angele pursed his lips. He tried to find the green string but nothing could be traced. What's going on, he wondered. Stigma narrowed his eyes and shook his head. We need to find another route. I don't even know what's on that cliff. There's a town called White Mist around the canyon. We can find human beings living there. We should go ask them about the situation. Angele was not familiar with the area, so he decided to follow Stigma's advice. The 5 wizards started heading to the right. Good thing was that the team carried enough food and water. They could stay on the plains for about 2 more months. The path to White Mist Town was dangerous. The first several days were peaceful, but they were tracked down by a herd of strange beasts in the next 10 days. The creature looked like a mutated leopard with burning flame at the end of its tail. The leopard had hard fur, high speed, and its paws could deal fire damage. Angele did the test. The leopard's fur could easily block the physical damage dealt by a person with strength points lower than 7. The fur could only be damaged by extremely sharp metal weapons. Rayline cast several spells after he realized that his physical attacks did not work, but those leopards were sensitive to the energy particles and they dodged the spells easily as well. Only the instant cast spells were fast enough to hit them, but only Angele's instant cast spell was powerful enough to damage them. Hikari was almost injured by those leopards. Marisa and Hikari's spells needed time to prepare. Morisa was a good healer but could not fight, and her summoning potions took too long to prepare. Stigma and Rayline's close combat skills were mainly used to defend against the strikes from the mutated leopards. Angele was the only one killing those creatures. With the buff from the cursed scimitar, his strength had reached 15, and he could easily slice the leopards into pieces. After several battles, Angele had killed more than 10 mutated leopards, and he had successfully extracted some more life essences. His strength was increased to 17, mentality was increased to 57.4, and his stamina was increased to 20. 17 points of strength brought Angele incredible power. He missed a slash once and the cursed scimitar left a deep crack in the ground. The high stamina increased Angele's defense and recovery. He was once bitten by 2 mutated leopards on the shoulders, but the wounds were quickly healed, and his bones were not even damaged. The mutated leopard had a strength of 6, but they could barely do any damage to Angele. His metal mastery was also improving as his attributes rose in digits. The metal force field improved, and Angele was able to control more metal creations at the same time. He concluded after doing many tests that the metal force field would be more powerful and easier to control if his strength and stamina increased. The amount of mentality and mana he had would only affect the metal creation ability. Angele's attributes were increased to a whole different level, but sadly, the cursed scimitar reached its limit and the buff could no longer be strengthened. Although he could still absorb the life essences of the creatures, his mentality increase slowed down again. It took the 5 wizards about half a month to reach the white mist town Stigma had mentioned. On the edge of the Abyss Canyon, there was a small forest with yellow trees. Tiny gray bushes filled up the gaps between those trees. The wizards followed after Stigma as they went across the forest, then they finally saw the town. White Mist Town was surrounded by some yellow trees, and there were more than 100 old houses in the town. The view of the place was blurred by the white mist in the air. Most of the houses in the town had red roofs and gray walls. The roofs were decaying naturally due to the weather, and their color was fading. The walls were covered with black marks and cracks. It almost looked like the houses got burnt. White sand covered the dark mud on the ground, and there were green mosses everywhere. It was getting dark. The sky was blocked thick dark clouds, and it was about to rain. Black rusty iron fences lined up around the town, and they were connected by large gray piers. It looked like a long black string with gray dots on it. The entrance of the town was an arched white gate. The town was empty. There was no one around, and it was deadly silent. The 5 wizards entered the town through the stone gate. They stepped on the white sands and made some soft noise. Stigma was walking in the front of the team. The place has probably been abandoned a long time ago. He glanced around. He peeked through one of the broken wooden windows on a house, but the only thing he saw was darkness. "It's late, why don't we spend the night here? What do you think?" Hikari advised. "I need to find a place to take a good shower. The water energy particles are making skin dry. Let's go to the biggest house then. You can probably find a nice bathroom there." Rayline knitted his eyebrows. "I need to take a good shower with some real water too." Angele and Stigma had long noticed that Rayline was an introvert during the trip. Rayline would only talk when it was absolutely necessary. He liked to keep the things to himself, and he would not ask for help even when he was in need. That was the reason why people in NOLA thought that Rayline was a short-tempered person. Usually, people's conversation with Rayline would end awkwardly as he did not like chatting too much. Some people thought that Rayline got mad at them. They then spread the rumor saying that Rayline had a strange personality and he was hard to deal with. The situation with Morisa was different. She was the weakest wizard in the group, and she relied on others' protection. Although she wanted to join the conversation, she knew that it was better to let the other wizards make the decision. Stigma, Hikari, and Angele were the most talkative people in the team. The 5 walked to the tallest building in the town quickly. The building looked like a church, and it had 3 levels. There were 2 stone staircases built by the entrance. They could enter the building from either the right or the left side. The building was protected by some rusty fences, but most of them were broken. Creak. Hikari pushed the door open. Bam! The wooden door fell to the ground and blew the dust on the floor to the air. Angele covered his nose and coughed several times. Let's do some cleanings first. Angele shook his head. They started checking the building's structure right away. Angele stood in the living room and observed the surroundings while talking to Stigma. I need to do some preparation and see if I can get in touch with my family. Stigma lowered his voice. We're very close to the other side of the crevasse. I think my communication rune can reach the guard post. You're returning to your family? Angele asked. I need to visit them no matter what. Stigma nodded. My sister, my mother, and my best friend, I'm sure they're waiting for me. Ah! Suddenly, Maurice's scream echoed in the building. What's going on? Angele and Stigma's expressions changed. They rushed to the direction where the scream was coming from and saw Maurice ran out of a room with a pale face. Her eyes were wide open, and her body was trembling. Maurice jumped to the 2 male wizards quickly like a rabbit. What happened? Maurice? Angele patted Maurice's shoulders and asked her. Kata kata. Hikari ran down the stairs from the 2nd floor quickly after hearing the scream. Are you all right? Maurice? What did you find? Rayline entered the building from outside, looking confused. They gathered in the living room and waited for Maurice's answer. Maurice pointed at the bedroom she entered and started explaining in a shaky tone. Right in that room. I saw a woman on a bed. Her neck was stabbed by many thick metal needles. There was blood everywhere. How is that even possible? I didn't. Angele was surprised. Let's go check the bedroom. Stay alert. They entered the bedroom right away. The room was relatively small. On the bed, the yellow blanket was moved to the side and some dark marks were left on the surface of the sheet. Hikari walked to the bed and checked the black marks. It's blood. She nodded. A specter? Rayline looked at Angele and Stigma. What do you think? Stigma asked. It seemed that he did not know how to deal with the situation. Angele pursed his lips. I have a matrix that is said to be useful against ghosts. I checked the rune system in the matrix. I think it can at least tell us if the place is haunted. I'll give it a try, but I need someone to help me. Let me help you. Hikari stepped forward. Ghosts are hard to deal with. We need to check the area immediately. I've encountered a similar situation in the Dark Red Highland, so I have an experience fighting against specters. Huh? Angele looked at Hikari curiously. It was the first he was seeing another wizard that had survived the curse of the ghosts. The ghosts in this world were mysterious and strong. An average wizard could easily be killed by a strong curse. Only the souls of strong or special individuals could stay in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, White Mist Town, 1. Chapter 274, White Mist Town, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele nodded. Let's start then. I'll teach you part of the incantations. You just need to chant them when I. He opened his mouth and sent the words using energy particles. Hikari listened to the message quietly, looking surprised. They finished communicating within minutes. Let's start then? Angele looked at Hikari. Sure. Angele walked out of the room and returned with a black dagger in hand. A dark red glow surrounded the tip of the blade. He crouched down and started drawing a magic circle on the floor. The other wizards moved aside and made space for him. It took about 10 minutes for Angele to finish the circle. It looked like two hexagrams that crossed each other and were surrounded by complicated runes. Angele stood up and nodded at Hikari. They started invoking the incantation in a low voice together. The light from the runes faded gradually, and several seconds later, the whole magic circle disappeared from the floor. Angele's expression changed as he spoke. The magic circle is doing its work, I think. I memorized the magic circle that I saw. If nothing happens, it means the place is safe. However, if a human-shaped shadow appeared in the center of the circle, it means that there are ghosts here. The size of the shadow indicates the strength of the ghosts. Weak ones have the size of a nail and strong ones are about the size of a finger. Strong specters can easily kill an average rank 1 wizard with their curse. Hikari nodded slightly after hearing Angele's words. Rayline, Morisa, and Stigma stood by the door. Their expressions turned serious as they waited for the result. Several minutes later. Chi! A small light dot flashed in the center of the magic circle and exploded. The whole room was illuminated by the eye-blinding light. A tiny shadow slowly appeared in the room, surrounded by a white glow, and it was stretching its back. The shadow was about the size of a bee. The white glow around it started turning red as its body solidified. Angele's expression changed. Run, he suddenly shouted. Run! Right now! Don't stay in this building. The 5 wizards rushed out of the bedroom. Angele had no time to explain. His face turned pale as he led the team to the main entrance. What happened, Green? What does that red shadow mean? Stigma asked as he ran. Leave the place first. Find your travel cases. We need to go right now. Angele replied in a nervous tone. He ran out of the building without looking back. Rayline followed after Angele without saying a word. Hikari hesitated for a second, then she grabbed Maurice's hand and rushed out of the building. Stigma found his travel case quickly and left as well. The 5 wizards headed to the entrance of the town after moving away from the building. Angele was checking the surroundings constantly. The tension was building up and the wizards were getting nervous as they tried to figure out what had just occurred. The white mist was still floating in the town and Angele's sight was blurry. They walked down the street quickly and returned to the arched stone gate. Angele sighed in relief as they stepped out of the gate. He turned around and looked at the street of White Mist Town. The chilling wind blew the dried yellow leaves into the air from the ground. The town was deadly silent, and he could not detect any movement. So what was that red human-shaped shadow? Hikari asked. I don't know, to be honest, but something is wrong with this place. Angele shook his head. He raised his right hand and saw a strange black box on his palm. Angele was surprised. Whose box is this? Did I take your item by accident? Not mine. Hikari shook her head. Morisa, come take a look. Is this yours? No. Morisa shook her head right away. Her face was still pale after the terrifying experience in the building. Angele showed the box to Rayline and Stigma, but it seemed like none of them was the owner. Impossible, I didn't grab anything when I ran out of the bedroom. Angele tried to recall what he did before leaving the building. Suddenly, an image of a woman with a long white hair flashed in his head. The woman was staring at him in front of the building's main entrance. The woman's hair covered half of her face and the muscles on her face were twitching. What the? Angele held his forehead tight with his left hand. An unpleasant feeling was making him dizzy. He shook his head and did a quick check on the black box. Golden veins were engraved on the lid of the box. We need to leave now. Hey, Green, what happened? Are you all right? Hikari noticed that Angele was suffering from pain. Nothing, my head is aching. Angele responded in a low voice. Are you cursed by the ghost? How strong is this thing? Rayline asked with his brows knitted. Ghosts are much stronger than you think. Hikari nodded. The one I met in a ruin on the dark red highland can. Angele's head was still aching, and his ears were ringing. Hikari, Rayline, Morisa, and Stigma were having a conversation, but he could barely hear anything. It took about 10 minutes for those symptoms to go away. The voices of the wizards became clear again. Is there another town ahead? Stigma? Rayline looked at Stigma after listening to Hikari's story. It will take us at least half a month to reach the next town. You're overreacting, I think. It's just a ghost, we have 5 wizards here. Rayline did not understand why Angele acted as if he could barely move. Rayline had read about wandering souls from many wizardry books and learned that ghosts could be eliminated easily with pure energy strikes. He did not believe that wizards could be killed just by their curses. Why don't we just eliminate the ghost and have some rest in the town? We need some good rest. The trip is tiring. What do you say? Rayline asked in a calm tone. He then turned to Angele and said, Sorry, Green. I trust you as a team leader, but we have already reached the central continent. Since Stigma is familiar with the area, I think we should let him lead the way. It's rare to hear you talk so much. Angele finally recovered from the dizziness. He slowly lowered his right hand. And sure, make Stigma the captain if it's best for the team. I'm fine with that. Angele was the leader on the airship since he won the competition and became the owner of the amulet. They had already abandoned the airship, so he thought that it was fine if the others did not want to listen to him. However, the way Rayline made the suggestion was a bit strange. Angele did not understand why he wanted to stay in the town. Stigma, you make the decision. Should we stay here or look for the next town? Rayline turned to Stigma. Stigma hesitated. He wanted to make the best decision for the team, but Rayline was losing his patience. Rayline had already reached the crystal stage and was confident that he could win a fight against Angele. His mentality was strong enough to fully activate the secret technique of his family. He wanted to be the one to lead the team, but Stigma came from Omontis and the man knew a lot about the area. Angele wanted to leave the town as he knew how strong the ghosts could be, but Rayline thought that eliminating the threat would only take minutes. Rayline was the perfect wizard and he did not want to put shame on his title. Stigma thought for a minute and finally gave the answer. Rayline is a crystal stage wizard. I think he's capable of fighting the specter. There are 5 of us and we only have one enemy. I think we should go back to the town. Rayline was the only wizard that had reached the crystal stage in the team, but Angele doubted if he had already mastered any level 2 spells. It seemed like Stigma did not want to argue with Rayline since they still needed to travel a long way together. Angele had a blank expression on the face, still thinking about the black box. The box appeared from nowhere and there were too many questions with no answers. What is this box? Where did it come from? Why me? The biochip had no record on when this box appeared. Zero was not helpful when it was about ghosts. When there was not enough information about the unfamiliar object. The chip would not consider it as a threat, and that was the reason why Zero did not warn Angele about the box in advance. Angele pursed his lips when he listened to Stigma's words. Let's separate into 2 teams then. I'll just stay here. There's no way that I'm going back to that building. Green, are you serious? Rayline asked in a serious tone. Yeah, I am. Angele nodded. The unusual red shadow indicated that the ghost was different from the ones he had encountered before. The town was probably its territory. I'll stay with Green, Morisa interrupted. Hikari nodded and looked at Rayline. I'll enter the town with you. You're a crystal stage wizard now. I think you can deal with that ghost. Your pure energy strike should be strong enough for that. Alright then. I'll wait for you with Maurice. Angele nodded. Green, I thought you were a brave man. Rayline shook his head. Whatever, let's not waste time. He turned around and entered the town with Hikari and Stigma right away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, White Mist Town, 2. Chapter 275, White Mist Town, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Stigma. Angele suddenly shouted as the three stepped into the gate. What? The three wizards turned around at the same time. Angele raised the black box in his right hand. Can you believe this? I'm sure that the box is not mine, but someone put it in my hand. I don't even know when it happened. Think twice before you act. Angele stopped for a second, then continued, I believe that if the specter can insert the box into my hand without being noticed, it will be able to stab a dagger into my heart before I can fight back. The three hesitated for a second, but Rayline shook his head. Green, I'm not the same wizard who was defeated by you. Fear will stop you from progressing. It's not fear, Angele replied calmly. You don't have to take the risk. We survived all the challenges and Omandis is right in front of us. You can't fight what you can't see. Admit it. You're afraid of this thing. Rayline pursed his lips as his sight fell upon the box on Angele's right palm. Why did the specter give the box to you instead of us? Angele remained silent as he had no answer to that question. Come on, there's no point in arguing right now. It's not a big deal. We're still a team. Stigma tried to cool things down. Let's go. Rayline shook his head and turned around, vanishing into the white mist of the town. Stigma had an apologetic smile on his face. He nodded slightly, then entered the town with Hikari quickly. Angele and Maurice waited outside the town quietly and watched the three wizards disappear into the mist. It was getting darker. The clouds thickened, and the wind was getting stronger. Why didn't you go with them? Angele wondered. Maurice hesitated for a second and responded. The scene I saw in the bedroom was horrifying. To be honest, I'm just modifying the healing spell models in the 6-ring high tower. I'm not good at fighting and I hate it. However, I'm sensitive to ghosts and sometimes I can see things that others can't see. Ha? Even when they don't want you to see them? Angele narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I know that the box isn't yours. It gives off the same feeling as the woman I saw in the bedroom. Why don't you just try to throw it away? Maurice responded in a light tone. Angele recalled the challenges he encountered during the trip. He had some troubles with the cloud bees and storm spirits, but they dodged the other ones easily after listening to Stigma's advice. Maurice was a weak light wizard, but she helped a lot when Stigma was severely injured. Angele wondered if the whole thing was set up by the Dark Wizard Tower. The organization might want to see if he could survive all the challenges and successfully reach Omandis in one piece. Angele shook his head and sighed with mixed emotions. Let's find a place to stay around the area and wait for them to eliminate the ghost. All right. They walked into the forest and found a small empty ground. Angele used his metal mastery to take down several large trees and cut into planks. The planks were then tied up by metal strings and stabbed into the mud. About half an hour later, a small wooden shelter was built up. The walls and roof were covered with a thin layer of silver metal. He wanted to make sure that the shelter was good enough to handle the possible storm. The shelter was relatively small, but it was good enough for 2 people to stay inside. With the accurate measurement provided by Zero, Angele did not waste any of the wood. He finished building the shelter before night came. Taking down the trees and connecting the planks were not a big problem to him. Angele stood in front of the entrance of the shelter, staring quietly at the white mist town through the gaps between the trees. Maurice found some dried branches. She wanted to make a small campfire and make some food. Angele played with the black box in his hand as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Suddenly, he threw the black box into the air. The box drew an arc in the sky and disappeared. He applied so much force that the black box was thrown back into the white mist town. "What are you doing?" A female voice came from behind. Angele turned around quickly and saw Maurice looking at him with dried branches in arms. She opened her mouth, yet nothing was coming out of it. It felt like someone had covered his ears with two thick blankets. Several seconds later, Angele could finally hear Maurice's voice again. "Master Green? Are you all right? Master Green?" Maurice was confused as she pointed at Angele's feet. "Your box is on the ground." Angele was surprised. He looked down. The black box was lying on the grass quietly beside his feet. It almost looked like the box was dropped by Angele accidentally. The scene sent a hint of chillness to Angele's heart. He was sure that the box was thrown away. The first voice he also heard was not from Maurice. It was a deep and hoarse voice, a woman speaking in a shaky tone. "Nothing, I dropped it by accident." Angele picked the box up. "All right, I'll go prepare the food and the soup." Maurice nodded, then she turned around and entered the shelter. "Zero, show me the record. I want to see what happened to me exactly." Angele took a deep breath and ordered. "Loading the record." Several seconds later, Angele's eyes were blurred for a second, and the event that had just happened visualized in his sight. The scene started from when he was still playing with the black box. Angele looked at the image quietly. He stood in front of the wooden shelter and dropped the black box by accident. It looked like that his body was paralyzed for a second, and Maurice talked to him after picking up the branches around the bushes. They had a short conversation and nothing else happened. Angele's expression changed. He could not believe that the record did not show him throwing the black box away. Zero usually used the reflection of energy waves that were released by Angele to record the things happened around him. It was nearly impossible for the record to be wrong. If Angele's memory differed from what was recorded by the chip, there would be only one way to explain it. Something changed his memory and made him think that he threw the box away, but the box was just simply dropped to the ground. "What the hell is going on? This why I hate ghosts, God." Angele sighed. He tried to open the box, but it was impossible. It was sealed completely, and the lid was fake. He had been cursed by ghosts multiple times and knew it was nearly impossible to eliminate them completely. Angele was a formal wizard with high attributes and was confident that he could dodge the curse this time. He returned to the wooden shelter and had some mushroom soup cooked by Maurice. Night had befallen them. The wind was hitting the door forcefully. It almost sounded like that there were people crying in a high-pitched tone outside. Angele sat down by the campfire, trying to contact Stigma using the communication rune. A sunflower-shaped black rune flashed upon his nail. It was Stigma's communication rune. "How's the situation?" Angele questioned. "We're doing good." Rayline checked the whole building and nothing happened. "We're having some food right now," Stigma responded. "Stay alert. I'm sure the ghost is still around." "Remember the black box we talked about in the afternoon?" "Yeah, why?" "I threw it away, but 1 second later, the box appeared beside my feet," Angele spoke in a deep tone. "It returned to your feet?" Stigma sounded surprised. "Come on, don't try to scare me. It's not funny. I'm not joking." Angele stood up and looked at Maurice. The lady was too tired and had decided to have a nap. Angele stepped out of the door and continued the conversation. I'm sure I threw it away, but... Suddenly, a familiar man appeared in his sight. Short black hair, pale face, black robe, and a black dagger tied to the belt. It was Stigma. The man's face was covered in blood. He ran to the wooden shelter at full speed. Run! Green! Run! It's coming! Oh, God! Stigma shouted. Hey, Green? What happened? Stigma's voice was still being transferred from the communication rune. All right. Our mushroom soup is almost done, but it's bland. We need your spices. Angele looked at the man that was still running toward him and listened to the one talking through the rune. His skull numbed. What the hell? You're an illusion? Green. Listen. We need to leave now. Stigma struggled, and he almost fell to the ground. Angele did not move an inch. He was still trying to figure out which one was the real Stigma. The message from the communication rune indicated that Stigma was having mushroom soup with Rayline in the building, but the one in front of him was covered in fresh blood. Are you Stigma? Show me some evidence. Angele asked in a deep tone and took one step back. God damn it. Not this again. The bastard tricked me and Rayline using the same method. Stigma was having trouble breathing. He quickly activated the communication rune on his nail. Chi! A black twisted snake rune flashed on the back of his nail. It was Angele's communication rune. At the same time, the voice from Stigma's communication rune changed. Green? Are you still there? What happened? The voice was deep and hoarse. It sounded like an old lady speaking in a shaky tone. It was a woman imitating Stigma's voice. Damn! Which one is real? Angele's brow knitted. He stepped back again slowly. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, A Twist of Fate, 1. Chapter 276, A Twist of Fate, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Angele had been tricked by illusions several times, but the Stigma in front of him looked exactly like the real one. The voice coming from the communication rune was still hoarse, but it was possible that someone interrupted the message using strong energy waves. He was still having a hard time trying to figure out who he should trust. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He asked Zero to scan Stigma. The chip confirmed that the Stigma in front of him was real based on the mentality wave the man was releasing, but Angele still had his doubts. Anything else? I want better evidence, he questioned in a deep tone. Maurisa heard the noise and stepped out of the shelter. She saw Stigma talking to Angele and walked to the two wizards quickly. Stigma? What happened? Come here. I can help you. White glows surrounded her hands and she was about to cast some healing spells, but Angele stopped her. Seriously? Stigma had a bitter smile on his face. He glanced around and lowered his voice. You know what? I'll meet you at the Mandu airport. Keep going south after traveling through the Abyss Canyon. We need to move now no matter what. Stigma calmed down a bit and continued, it seems like the town is the ghost's territory. I felt much better after leaving the town. Well, I told you it was hard to eliminate. Where's Rayline and Hikari? Angele wondered. You entered the town together, right? I don't know. I saw Rayline drinking wine in the living room after taking a shower and something went wrong. I don't even know if that was the real Rayline. Stigma shook his head. Angele narrowed his eyes. He was still trying to figure out a way to verify Stigma's identity. The whole matter was just too weird. He stared at Stigma and he was getting nervous. The temperature at night was low and the chilling wind was scratching his face. Splash! Lightning struck the land and it was followed by the sound of thunder. "Let's meet up at the airport then." Angele opened his mouth. Never mind. He had one final glance at the town. The place was still blurred by the white mist. The only things he could see were the edges of the houses. It was deadly silent. "Sure." Stigma nodded. It was the best choice. "Wait, take this." Pa! Angele threw a glass tube that was filled with pink dust to Stigma. "What's this?" "Ah, the healing dust? I haven't finished the last one yet." Stigma took out a similar glass tube after finishing his words. "Good, I can confirm that you're the Stigma I know now." Angele nodded slightly. "No one else can concoct my healing dust. It's rare and complicated. No matter how strong the ghost is, it can't copy the memory of a liquid stage wizard so easily, but what should we do now?" Stigma looked relieved. "We still need to leave the area as soon as possible." Angele pursed his lips. "But let's try contact Rayline using the communication rune at the same time. Don't say anything about the information you get after you finish the conversation with him." "Good idea." Maurisa nodded. "We can check our identities again." She was listening to Angele and Stigma's conversation quietly. Maurisa was still hiding behind Angele, staring at Stigma nervously. She was confused about the situation. Stigma sighed with mixed emotions, but he agreed to the plan. "Chi!" Blue light flashed on the back of the three wizards' right hands. Rayline's communication rune looked like an electric pulse. Angele took one step back, glaring at Maurisa and Stigma. He started sending the messages. "Are you there? Rayline?" No one replied. "The communication rune is activated. Please respond immediately if you received my message. Is Stigma still with you?" "He didn't tell me what happened inside the town," Angele continued. Still no answer. "Rayline?" Angele suddenly stopped. He heard someone breathing from the other side. It was weak, and the noise sounded a bit strange. "Rayline." Angele's expression turned serious. "Are you still alive?" Angele wondered if the person on the other side was the Rayline he knew. "Make some noise if you're still alive. Any noise. Come on." He was getting nervous. "Pa!" He heard something move on the other side and it sounded like an object dropped to the ground. Angele narrowed his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the other two wizards. Stigma and Maurisa looked confused. It seemed like they were still trying to contact Rayline. "Nothing here." "Same." The two looked at Angele and shook their heads. *CK it. I want to save them. Let's head back to the town, Angele spoke in a deep tone. He held the cursed scimitar tight in his hand and walked into Whiteness Town. "Damn, for real? I don't want to go back." Stigma shook his head. "I want to leave this place too, but I think they're still alive." Angele slashed the scimitar forward several times. Although none of them listened to his advice, they still survived 5 challenges together. And in the worst case, he was certain that he could survive the attack from the ghost. He had never won a fight against a ghost, as he only attempted to escape most of the time. However, he decided to go back and fight this time. Angele wanted to overcome his fear of the curse. This was his chance. Maurisa hesitated. "I'll stay in the shelter and wait for you, sorry." Stigma applied some healing dust to his wounds and followed after Angele. Angele did not wait for Maurisa. He increased his speed and arrived at the arched stone gate of Whiteness Town within minutes. He stood by the gate and waited patiently. Stigma took a deep breath and held his black dagger tight in hand. The lightning looked like fire in the sky. They brightened up the whole town for several times. Angele nodded slightly and started walking around the town. He observed the rusty iron fences carefully. Stigma was checking the surroundings constantly. They reached the other side of the town after several minutes. Angele found a well-organized graveyard with white tombstones lined up in front of them. It was a relatively large graveyard. Angele counted more than 300 tombstones. They just sat there quietly. He could smell death in the air. Angele activated the communication rune again. The blue glow around the rune illuminated on his face. He entered the graveyard and started checking the tombstones. It seemed like he was searching for something. Suddenly, he stopped by a tall white tombstone. Splash! Another lightning struck the land. The light illuminated on the epitaph and picture of the tombstone. Arisma Justin, the legendary female wizard of destiny. The words were written in a clean and elegant style. They were painted in silver. Arisma must be the female wizard lying in this grave. Angele looked down. He used the light from the communication rune to brighten up the picture. It was a portrait painted by a skilled artist. It was a pretty lady wearing a white wizard hat. Her eyes were green, and her skin was fair white. The lady had a gentle smile on her face and it looked like she was staring at the ones who came to pay respects to her. Angele narrowed his eyes. The woman in the picture was making him uncomfortable, and he had a feeling that she was still alive. He observed the picture from different angles, but her sight just would not move away from him. Stigma, he shouted. Pa! Angele heard something hit the ground from behind. He moved to the left, then he turned around and saw Stigma fainted on the ground. Angele walked to Stigma and took out the black box from his pouch. He asked Zero to scan the area and he made up his mind after reading the report. I apologize for disturbing your sweet dream, Master Wizard, Angele muttered as he stared at the tombstone of Arisma. He walked to the tombstone with the scimitar in hand. Ka! He started digging without any hesitation. About 5 minutes later, Angele dug a large hole in the ground. There was no coffin, no cinerary casket. What lay there were two human beings. It was a female wizard and male wizard in white robes. Angele recognized them right away. Hikari and Rayline. Angele's expression changed. He followed the direction given by Zero after scanning for mentality waves, but he did not expect to find them here. He raised his left hand. 2 silver strings emerged out of the tip of his index finger and tied the 2 wizards up. Angele lifted them up and created another silver string to support the fainted Stigma. Angele wasted no time and started carrying them back. He asked the chip to scan his surroundings constantly as the situation was bad. Strangely, nothing happened on his way back. Thus, he felt relieved. Angele returned to the wooden shelter and saw Maurisa hiding behind an energy shield in the corner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, A Twist of Fate, 2. Chapter 277, A Twist of Fate, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Maurisa stood up right away after she saw Angele step into the shelter. Hikari, Stigma, and Rayline were supported by the metal strings. They had not regained consciousness yet. Master Green, are you all right? Maurisa thought for a while, but she was not sure where to start. I'm good, but we need to leave, now. Angele responded quickly as he put down the 3 fainted wizards. They're still alive. Can you wake them up? Hurry! Wizards were strong enough to survive for a long time in an environment with low oxygen. The energy particles stored in their bodies would help them. Got it. Maurice nodded right away. Quickly, the three were woken up by Maurice's spell. The sky rumbled again, and the thick clouds were dragged down by the heavy downpour. The visibility outside the shelter was bad and the raindrops were hitting the roof intensely. It sounded like tiny stones hitting a large metal board. Angele stood by the door quietly. He was thinking while staring at the whiteness town. "Thank you for saving me." Hikari's voice came from behind. "It's fine. I noticed the movement through Rayline's communication rune." "That was how I found you," Angele responded in a light tone. "I've encountered the ghosts several times. You should have listened to my words." "Rayline?" Hikari hesitated for a second and walked to Angele. "No, it wasn't me. My communication rune was not even activated." Rayline stepped out of the shelter and walked to Angele as well. He looked confused. "We had some food and I went to bed after taking a shower in that building. The next time I woke up, I was inside this wooden shelter." Rayline shook his head slightly. "I slept for a whole day, I believe." He looked at the ground as his brows furrowed. "Hikari told me that you found us in the same grave." "Green, are you sure you're not joking?" "I believe I was sleeping in the building." "It's not a joke," Hikari interrupted. The experience was terrifying. She did not even know when they were moved into the grave. Rayline remained silent for a second and continued, "I owe you one, Green." Angele looked at Rayline. He was surprised that the man swallowed his pride and appreciated the help. "I have a question. Have you ever heard of the Wizard of Destiny?" "It should be a female wizard named Arisma," Angele asked. Rayline and Hikari traded eye contact, looking confused. "The Wizard of Destiny?" Stigma's voice came from the shelter. He stepped out of the door and walked to the group. "Only the strongest wizards in the central continent will be given a title like that. Where did you find this name, Green?" The man had a strange expression on his face. Angele turned around and stared at Stigma. "From a tombstone." "Stigma, there are so many questions I want to ask." "I don't know." Stigma shook his head. "I fainted once when I escaped the town. It felt like someone was following me. I can hear its footsteps, but I can't see it. I cast my strongest spell but it didn't work. The wounds are the consequences of my own spell." Angele narrowed his eyes and kept staring at Stigma. He noticed something different, but the others were still confused about the whole situation. "It's fine. Stigma, take us out of here, please." Stigma was trying to understand why Angele was pressuring him. They traded eye contact and decided not to talk about the truth at the moment. "Sure." Stigma nodded. "Let's not waste time." "Well, what are you trying to hide from us?" Hikari pursed her lips after listening to the conversation. "Sorry, but I can't tell you about it right now." Stigma shrugged. Hikari shrugged as well. "It's fine. Let's pack our items and leave, hut." Rayline did not say anything. He walked straight back to the wooden shelter. The 5 wizards packed their items up and left Whiteness Town in the rain. They traveled across the Abyss Canyon and headed to the plains. Whiteness Town slowly disappeared from the horizon in the heavy rain. Stigma was still glancing at the town and he looked a bit depressed. Rayline was walking at the front, Hikari and Maurice were in the middle, while Angele and Stigma were at the back. "Why are you looking at the town? Are you already missing it?" Angele transmitted his words using energy particles. Stigma glared at Angele and shook his head. "How much do you know?" "I know everything that you know, I think," Angele responded in a light tone. The conversation ended there. The visibility on the road was bad. Angele could barely anything. They were heading in a direction pointed by Stigma. The wizards all made sure that their energy shields were active. The rain lightened gradually as time passed. They found a safe area in a small forest and built a woodshed. Maurisa built a small campfire and the wizards started drying their clothes using fire energy particles. Angele and Stigma sat beside the campfire for a while, then left using some random excuses. The two wizards traded eye contact and nodded slightly. They walked in two different directions and entered the deep forest. Angele walked for a while and made sure that no one was following him. He then stopped and took out that black box from the pouch. The patterns on the surface of the box had disappeared. Instead, there was a black twisted picture. It looked like a pair of hands raising up a diamond-shaped crystal. The picture was simple but abstract and it was painted with solid golden lines. Angele held the box in right hand and put his left hand on the lid. Pa! The black box was opened easily. Inside was a black spinning ball of gas. What else do you want from me? A hoarse female voice echoed in Angele's ears. He was not surprised about the voice. It seemed like he had already studied the box. Are you sure about this? I'm just a rank 1 dark wizard and you're a great wizard. I'm also not that talented. I don't think I can, Angele responded calmly. I won't even approach you if you don't have the key of the shadow, the female voice sounded impatient. The battle between me and Arisma lasted for decades and it won't end just because we're dead. Arisma found a decent guy to be her inheritor. I need to leave my territory right away. Otherwise, she will ask her student to kill me later. Anyways, you and I are one now. There's no point in talking about this. At least tell me your name, or your title. Angele pursed his lips. Title? I don't even care. People will give you a bunch of random titles when you reach a certain level. You want to do research on me and I understand that, but I won't tell you anything. Well, I apologize but I don't want a random person to live in my body if I have the choice. Angele chuckled. Kid, you're lucky. Arisma chose the man named Stigma and I chose you. Only good things will happen. There won't be any consequences, I can assure you. I'll go have some rest now. Don't disturb me unless it's something really important. The female voice disappeared. Angele shook his head. He tried to find out which part of his body was this legend living in using many different methods but none worked. The black box was just helping them communicate with each other. Arisma, the Wizard of Destiny. Angele narrowed his eyes and decided to do some research on that name first. He had too many secrets to hide but it seemed like the legend in his body could not detect the biochip. Angele did not fully trust the words said by that woman. He tested several times and confirmed that the woman did not notice he was chatting with Zero. Angele checked the surroundings again and started heading back. He needed to reconsider the situation. Stigma's soul was partially taken over by Arisma. If the voice did not lie to him, Stigma would no longer need to rely on his family. He could walk the same path as the ancient wizards and he would become one of the strongest wizards in the history. After about 15 minutes of walk, Angele saw Stigma heading back to the camp as well. He noticed that Stigma's mentality had already doubled, and the man's mentality wave was much stronger than before. Angele was surprised. Stigma waved his hands at Angele, but he did not stop. Green, don't get surprised. I know that I'm different now, Stigma said calmly, but Angele could see the happiness on his face. Are you still the Stigma I know? Angele narrowed his eyes and questioned in a light tone. People will change, Green, just like you and me. But I'm still the one that survived all the challenges with our team. What's your plan now? Head back to your family? No, I'm not strong enough. There are 3 rank 2 wizards in my family, my father and 2 elders. I won't even be allowed to talk in the family meetings with what I have right now. Stigma shook his head. Just tell me if you need help. Angele lowered his voice. Stigma took a hit for him back on the airship, and Angele considered the man as a friend. "I will, thanks." Angele watched Stigma walk to the campfire, and he wondered what would happen after Stigma returned to his family. "My next destination is the city with an air transportation site in the central continent." Angele took a deep breath. "Good, I haven't been to a city with live human beings in years," the hoarse female voice suddenly interrupted. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 278, The Central Continent, 1. Chapter 278, The Central Continent, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. We're from the West Coast and it's my first time visiting a city in the Central Continent. Is there any advice you can give me on that? Angele modified his mentality frequency and responded. He had to chat with the woman using mentality waves, and they needed to be on the same frequency. Angele was certain that the reason why the woman did not notice the conversation between him and the chip was the special frequency. The West Coast? Wizards still live in that poor area? The woman sounded surprised. The resource points are weak and the wizards there aren't talented. You won't be able to advance to the next rank there. It sounded like you lost your physical form not so long ago. Angele narrowed his eyes. West Coast should be strong in the ancient time. Don't think too much about it. You saw that, right? Stigma already became stronger after talking with the old bastard Arisma. His mentality is now strong enough for advancing to the crystal stage. What do you think? Are you jealous? Jealous? Yeah, I'm jealous, but I have my own plans. I think the fundamentals are important. Increasing mentality too fast will be a big problem in the future. Angele had a blank expression on his face. Come on. Everyone knows that, but the problem is, what is the future you're talking about? Your progression is so slow that you won't even make it to the future. Advancing to the next stage or next rank as fast as possible will be a better option. The higher your rank is, the longer you'll be able to live, and you'll have plenty of time to solve all your problems. You won't pass on such a great opportunity if you're a real wizard. The woman chuckled. What do you say? You want me to help you? I don't even know your name. I can't just trust you like that. Angele stood by the campfire and saw Hikari having a conversation with Rayline. Angele did not draw too much attention, so he walked to the bush and made it look like that he was searching for herbs. The woman hesitated for a minute and finally spoke, "Just call me Hen." "All right, Master Hen. I have several questions to ask. First, what is the key of the shadow? How did you get into my body?" Angele wondered. "You don't need to worry about how I got into your body, but I'll die if you're killed." Hen chuckled. "For the key, you have a special key, right? That key is called the Key of the Shadow. All the core members of the Axis of Time have one. Who did you steal it from? There are a whole group of shadow beasts in the key, so you should take advantage of that. What exactly is this Key of the Shadow?" Angele questioned. The Axis of Time was the strongest organization that ruled the whole West Coast. The situation was totally different back then. The resource points are rich and the wizards there were gifted. 15 keys were crafted and were given to the 15 wizards in charge of the most important areas. The keys were used to open special doors, and yours is one of them. I don't know what the key can do, but it can stop the energy from leaking. This feature will help me to preserve my power regardless of time. However, what? It seems like someone has left a rune on the key. It means that the owner of the key is not dead yet. He'll track you down sooner or later. Hen sneered. Track me down? Ha, I already arrived in the central continent. I don't think the owner of the key is strong enough to survive the trip. It will take him a long time to get here. I'm confident that I can win the fight against a weak wizard. Angele shrugged. You're right. Maybe this one lost his power, too. Master Hen, I'm curious, how did you and Master Arisma lose your physical forms? You must be a strong wizard, right? Angele tried to dig deeper. Well, there's nothing for me to hide. Arisma and I were ambushed by a group of bastards. At the most intense moment of our battle, some people attacked us from behind. I'm counting on you, kid. You need to avenge me, Hen responded in a cold tone. Me? A weak rank 1 wizard? You want the advanced meditation technique, right? I have it. I also have many strong spell models, some secret techniques, my research results, and all the treasures I collected. I'll guide you and help you progress faster if you can kill all those bastards for me. What do you think? Hen's offer was charming. Advanced meditation technique, huh? Angele remained silent for a second and continued, I don't think I'm strong enough to kill your enemies right now. Don't you think that you should give me part of the advanced meditation technique first? It's my priority, dot. When you reached your limit, I'll make a fair trade with you, ha. Hen finished the word and cut the conversation off. Master Hen? Angele tried to contact her again, but it seemed like she did not want to say anything else. Not bad. Angele did not expect to meet a soul with such a strong background. He could acquire the advanced meditation technique without having to contribute to a large organization. The only problem was the mentality. With the life essence extraction method created by Zero and the curse scimitar, he would be able to reach the required mentality level quickly, and the ritual was not hard to prepare. Angele made the decision and returned to the campfire, starting his daily meditation. The others finished their conversation and started meditating as well. The next day, they started traveling again. A large forest appeared in the front after the 5 wizards traveled past the Abyss Canyon. The trees were taller and larger. The vivid green of the tree leaves filled Angele's sight. The mountains on the far side separated the land from the sky. After about half a month of traveling, the 5 wizards finally saw some other adventurers walking on the road. There was a spark in the flame as a dried branch was thrown into the campfire. In the deep forest, the mist of the early morning permeated the air. Angele sat by the campfire quietly. He was throwing dried branches into the flame, trying to make it stronger. The rest of the team was also resting by the fire. Rayline and Maurisa were meditating. Stigma was sleeping under a large tree. Hikari was organizing her potion bottles, colorful materials, and strange items lined up on the ground. She checked them every day. As a potion master, it's important to check if all the potions are still good. I never saw you do that, Green. Hikari shook her head and looked Angele. Well, I'm not a potion master. I treat potion concocting as a hobby. Angele chuckled. Zero could do the job for him. With the scanning function, he could check the condition of the potions easily. Hikari thought that Angele had some secret techniques. She stood up and turned around. I'm going for a walk. There might be valuable materials around. She suddenly stopped after hearing a loud noise coming from the sky. Angele noticed the noise as well. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was early in the morning. A white airship was passing by slowly in the endless blue sky. It was heading in the same direction as Angele's team. It was a spindle airship and its body was painted in white. The sails were covered with blue stripes and their sizes varied. Angele noticed the green energy particles around the ship's body. There were people looking down by the railings. It seemed like they were having a conversation while pointing at a certain direction. Zero family's airship. We're getting closer. Stigma suddenly opened his mouth. An airship like that will only lower the altitude when it's approaching the landing area. We won't even be able to see it when it's still traveling to the destination. The airship is protected by a special stealth barrier, so we can only see it when it's about to land. Let's start moving then. We can have a good rest when we reach the city, Angele suggested. Sure. Sounds great. Rayline and Marisa heard the conversation and stopped meditating. The 5 wizards packed up quickly and headed to the direction the airship was traveling to. They walked out of the forest by noon and saw a wide road ahead. That's it. The Alea Road. Stigma walked down the incline and stepped onto the road. The rest of the team followed after him. There were several lumberjacks entering the forest with axes on their back. The presence of the wizards did not draw much attention. Angele saw gray carriages passing by. On the other side of the road was an enormous farm. The crops were dancing in the wind and there were many farmers working in the area. There was also a windmill on the far side and its white blade was spinning slowly. Stigma led the team to a stone road sign quickly and stopped. The other wizards in the team had no knowledge of the central continent. Therefore, they decided to follow Stigma's order. They did not even know what language was used here. There were several characters engraved on the surface of the gray stone. Angele compared the characters to the languages stored in the database, but nothing worked. "What language is this?" he asked. Stigma smiled as he explained, "It's one of the universal languages in the central continent called Matia. It's very easy to learn. We'll reach the city after several days. I can transfer the knowledge to you on the way. I have several crystal orbs here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 279, The Central Continent, 2. Chapter 279, The Central Continent, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. We can talk on our way there. Stigma watched a white carriage pass by. We can try to find a carriage after you finish learning the language. Also, the wizards in the central continent are not restricted wear black or white robes. They can wear anything they want. The dressing rule here is simple. Even mortals are allowed to wear long robes. Hikari was confused after hearing the explanation. How can you show others that you're a wizard then? Badges or special accessories. All members belonging to wizard guilds, organizations, families, and Anfaria High Council are given specific badges to wear. The Anfaria High Council is the highest authority in the central continent, but the members of the council are selected from the strongest families or organizations. They will only argue for their own benefits. Stigma continued to explain, the central continent is divided into 3 areas. The Tari Rive, the Molten Rive, and the Anfaria Alliance. We're approaching the Tari Rive, which is my hometown. We can visit my family guard post together if you want to, then I can show you around the area. I'll pass. Rayline shook his head. We can contact each other through the communication rooms. Worst case, we can still use the signal obelisks. There are obelisks here too, right? Yeah, the building techniques of signal obelisks are developed here. Stigma nodded. I'll pass too. I have my own plans since the central continent is my dreamland. There are several places I need to visit first. Hikari did not make it clear, but she has something in mind. I'll pass too, sorry. Marisa shook her head. It surprised Stigma a bit. He then stared at Angele. Well, I have my plans too. Angele shrugged. Sorry, I'll visit you when I have the time. No worries. Come by any time. Stigma pursed his lips. Angele noticed that the mentality wave Stigma was releasing had already weakened. It seemed that he had already learned the way to hide his true power. People would consider him as a wizard apprentice if they did not know his background. Are you going back to your family like this? Angele sent a message using energy particles. Of course. I need to lay low before my goal is completed, Stigma responded right away. Rayline was thinking about something on the side, while Hikari and Morisa were also communicating using energy particles. It's her advice if you know what I mean. Stigma nodded slightly. The 5 wizards were on the same team, but the relationship between them was still different. Hikari spent more time with Morisa and Angele talked with Stigma a lot. Rayline only joined the important conversations, but he was a talented wizard and Morisa talked with him the most. However, Rayline was not interested in Morisa. He showed more respect to Angele after being saved by him. Just tell me if you need any help, Angele replied. Don't worry. I'm different now. Stigma chuckled. I'll be able to protect my mother, my sister, and my... He sounded happy. The two remained silent after talking. Stigma then took out a fist-sized crystal orb and started transferring the knowledge about the language into it. The 4 wizards acquired the knowledge quickly and started practicing the pronunciations. Wizards were typically fast learners and learning a universal language was not a big problem to them. It took them about just several hours to learn the basic words in daily conversations. Stigma stopped a random carriage and gave the merchant several black metal coins. The merchant agreed to transport them to the city right away. Angele stayed in the carriage and started checking the time with the merchant. The biochip's time function needed to be adjusted when Angele reached a different time zone. He used to carry the crystal clock with him, but it was too much trouble. It was 3 in the afternoon and the road was getting crowded. They started seeing pedestrians on the way. Multiple airships flew past them as they advanced. It seemed like the airport was quite busy. The carriage passed by one of the landing areas for the airships and the road became even wider. Several convoys of merchants were leaving the landing areas with their large carriages. There were full and empty carriages entering and leaving the landing area all the time. The road was getting more and more crowded. Several days later, the carriage finally arrived at the edge of the central continent, at the air transportation city in the Tari River area. The sun was setting, and the orange light illuminated on the land. Most of the areas in the city were covered by well-organized gray and white buildings. A blue river was running down the center of the city. It looked like a piece of gray paper that was divided into 2 areas by a long blue string. A tall black metal tower and an enormous arena were built on different sides of the river. The white arena and the black metal tower brought some color contrast to the city. Gray and white houses, mansions, hotels, various types of stores were built beside the streets. There were so many of them that the gaps between each of the buildings were small. Under the dim sunlight, there were several pedestrians walking on the quiet street beside a whole row of houses. The men were wearing red leather skirts and the women had a strange eye-shaped paint on their foreheads. A tall man wearing a long white robe stood in front of a yellow door beside a large white square. He glanced around, and his sight fell upon a muscular man in a red leather skirt. The man shook his head and knocked on the door carefully. There was a silver metallic glint on the surface of his skin. Thud thud. No one answered. The man's brows furrowed and knocked on the door several more times. Still, no one answered. He took out a small badge from a pouch. It was a golden square badge with luxurious red decorations on its surface. Complicated red strings were engraved on the front side of the badge and there was a tiny hole in the center. The man threw the badge into the air and caught it, but nothing happened, then he tapped on it several times. Finally, a small black skull slowly appeared from the hole in the center. Crack! The door of the house opened itself after making some noise. A red-haired man with a long beard stuck his head out of the door, staring at the man in a white robe. You are. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden badge in the man's hand. It seemed like the badge reminded him of something. Ah! You must be green. God! Come in, please. He opened the quickly. Angele had said goodbye to his team and followed the direction pointed by the badge. The badge had been sent to him by a member of the Dark Wizard Tower, which helped him find the correct place easily. He followed the man into the room and closed the door. The living room was dark, and it was a mess. The sofa was covered in dirty clothes and wine bottles lined up on the floor. A strange smell permeated the air. "Sorry, I don't have time to clean the room." The man rubbed his nose. "I thought you already. You think I'm dead, right?" Angele responded in a calm tone. "The challenges, are they set up by the elders? Yeah, you're right, but we didn't expect the Storm Elemental Lord to be so mad. It should have been an easy challenge." The man pursed his lips and shook his head. "The storm spirits were a trouble, yeah, but the trip was way too dangerous. I joined the organization as a potion master and I got tested multiple times. What would happen if I wanted to join the organization as a combatant? What challenges would I face?" Angele sounded disappointed. "You already knew that the trip was a trap for Rayline, right? You don't need to worry about Rayline. Since you made it to the city, our members will contact you as soon as possible. I already took care of the wizards that were trying to ambush Rayline. I can assure you that you're safe. The badge is a special enchanted item which can protect you from fatal damage by sending you to a different dimension where you'll be able to survive in that space for 30 days. You should trust us more," the man explained. "Is that so?" Angele narrowed his eyes. "It was an accident. We don't even know how the storm spirits were enraged, and I'm not a formal member of the organization. I'm just here to contact you, so I have no answer to your first question. I'll tell the people in charge that you made it to the city alive. Please wait here. Someone will come pick you up after they receive the message." "Sounds good." Angele nodded. "Ha! You're a strong potion master? Why didn't you tell me about it?" A hoarse female voice suddenly echoed in Angele's ears. "You're surprised?" Angele remained calm and responded after adjusting the frequency of his mentality waves. "Yeah. You're a potion master and you're part of the Dark Wizard Tower. It seems like obtaining advanced meditation techniques is not a big problem to you." "You're right." Angele pursed his lips into a smile. "But are you sure they will give you a good advanced meditation technique?" Hen was mocking Angele. "I don't think so. They want the high-quality potions that I can concoct. They will, at most, fulfill my request but with low-quality resources," Angele responded. "You'll give me the best one, right?" "I don't remember promising you that." Hen chuckled. "The Dark Wizard Tower is a strong organization, but I don't know too much about them. Just make sure that, whatever, I'm not afraid of them. There's one thing you need to know about their meditation techniques, it's special, very special, ha. We're in the same boat. You help me, and I'll help you. I think we have already reached the agreement on that." "Well, you're right. But you need to do something for me first before I give you a good advanced meditation technique." Hen went straight to the point. "We'll talk about it later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 280, New Start, 1. Chapter 280, New Start, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Members of the Dark Wizard Tower usually have two identities. They're the shadows and the light, so you must find yourself a cover. Hen continued, "The Dark Wizard Tower shouldn't have strict organization rules, so they can do whatever they want. The Dark Wizard Tower recruits assassins and asks them to collect the needed intel. Many wizards chose to accept their offer since they needed an easier way to acquire rare resources. In hindsight, it's an organization that hides in the shadows." Interesting, Angele did not expect the organization to be like what Hen had just said. "I thought they wanted to train me as a potion master." "You're talented. They want you to accept the offer first, so it's understandable, Hen responded in a light tone. The members of Dark Wizard Tower are everywhere in the central continent. Don't worry. The thing I want you to do for me is not related to that organization. I'll tell you what to do when the time is right. Angele listened to Hen's words as he talked with the man with a long beard. He wanted to learn more about the city and the organization. There's a division here, and since you're an elite member from the West Coast, someone from the council was sent here to welcome you. However, we miscalculated the date and he had to leave. The man lowered his voice. So, I'll have to wait here until the next one comes? Angele wondered. Yes, you need to join the next team. You can use the time to check out the city and purchase some souvenirs. The place is very unique. The man smiled. I don't really care. Angele shook his head. How long will it take, Dot? The man answered as he wrote down something on a black crystal board. The characters would disappear every time he finished writing a word. 14 to 15 days, I suppose. Is it possible to exchange for the crystal cards here? Yeah, I can do that for you, the man responded right away. I'll give you a discount if you need the service. Alright then, I'll exchange some crystal cards for the central continent's currency. Angele took out several crystal cards from his pouch. The night was about to fall. People in the arena were cheering for the fighters and people were still walking to the entrance from the square. They were all wearing leather outfits and some of the noble-looking women were holding paper fans in hands. They were speaking Mattia with a local accent and they were talking about the fight going on in the arena. The carriages from the streets turned right, then parked on an empty ground beside the entrance. The kids were playing around the river, giggling while chasing after each other. Angele pushed the door open and left one of the houses beside the street. He was wearing a long white robe and he checked the time. It's 8 o'clock already? I need to find a place to spend the night. He looked at the street and scanned the pedestrians using Zero. Angele narrowed his eyes and he looked surprised. They're all mortals? Why aren't they affected by the radiation? The purification towers cleanse the area and they can prevent the mortals from being injured by the radiation energy, Hen responded. You know this is not the poor West Coast, right? Angele nodded slightly. He was not mad about the way Hen talked to him. He turned right at the corner. He walked to a relatively quiet street by the river after crossing the bustling square. Several old men were chatting under a tree. It seemed like they just finished their dinner. After about 10 minutes of walk, Angele found a tavern on the street. The tavern's name was engraved on a bronze board and it was called The Wanderer. There were many customers leaving and entering the tavern. Angele saw the pink light inside and he heard ladies giggling. He knitted his eyebrows as he walked to the tavern. Ding! A half-naked muscular man pushed the door open and Angele held the door before it closed. He stepped into the tavern quickly. The bell on the door was ringing all the time. People were cheering and yelling in the bar. The dim pink light only brought minimum visibility to the space. There were several women wearing sexy outfits sitting on the male customers' legs, and some of the shy customers were led into the private rooms by the waitresses. The smell of cheap perfume permeated the air. Angele moved to the side and tried not to block the people that were moving to the bar. I want a room. He walked to the counter and spoke in a deep tone. The waitress behind the counter looked surprised. Sure. She glared at Angele and lowered her right hand. It seemed that she was checking his identity. Her expression changed when she finished the procedure. Wendy. Lovely Wendy. Come here and help this customer. The waitress yelled. Several seconds later, a girl in purple appeared from the hallway. She had Angele with a blank expression on her face. Follow me, please. Angele nodded and followed after her. First, the two went past the noisy bar and hallway. They then went upstairs twice and walked past multiple rooms and hallways guarded by soldiers. Finally, Angele arrived at a dark and quiet hall. There were about 10 people sitting in the hall. Several of them were sitting together, but the rest was all waiting patiently alone. Their outfits varied, some were half naked. Their dressing styles were different from the residents on the streets. They looked identical to the people at the West Coast. It seemed that the people in the hall were not concerned about Angele's presence. 2 other people entered the hall before him and they just sat down in the chairs. The light in the hall came from the 4 dim oil lamps on the round counter in the middle. The tiny orange flames barely brought any warmth to this mysterious space. Master Badal said you could stay here for as long as you want, but you need to pay for the services. You can check in at the counter on the other side and accept some missions if you want to. Wendy finished the explanation, then she bowed to Angele and left. Angele nodded slightly and walked straight to the counter. I want to check in. Master Green, right? The boss has already arranged a room for you. The room number is 101. Please carry this badge with you. A handsome waiter handed a small black badge to Angele. The engraving on its front side looked like a man with a bird's head. The badge will guide you to your room. This is the Dream Inn. We assure you a safe and comfortable stay. The waiter smiled. Angele rested for several days in the Dream Inn and spent some time getting familiar with the city. He then started searching for dangerous magical creatures around the area. Sadly, the areas around the city were safe since they were guarded by the families or organizations in charge. If he wanted to find a large group of magical beasts, he would have to leave the safe zone. It would take Angele too long to travel to the danger zone, so he decided to accept some missions from the inn. The Dream Inn was created by the Dark Wizard Tower. Its members could accept quests there. The inn was the center of the underground world in the city. Most of the missions were related to assassinations. Are you sure you want to accept a 1-star mission? The waiter asked in a light tone. Yes. Angele nodded. Sure. Based on your request, I'll find you a suitable target. The waiter started checking a thick pile of leather paper. He quickly pulled a paper out and handed it over to Angele. I think this is a good target for you. Angele grabbed the paper and read it through. Good, I'll take this one. He tapped on the paper. The information on the paper was simple: assassinate Wizard Neil within 2 days. Reward, 120 black coins. The black coin was the universal currency on the central continent. 1 black coin could be exchanged for 1 crystal card or 700 regular magic stone coins. Magic stone coins and black coins could be used in most of the stores in the city. There were several other types of coins here, but none of them were as valuable. It also mentioned that the wizard named Neil just broke the limit and became a formal wizard. His address, daily routine, and family members were all recorded on the paper. It seemed like Neil was discussing the price of a specific item with a merchant from the Molten River. Hey, you don't have to do dirty works like this, right? Hen's voice echoed in his ear. You're correct. Angele shook his head. The number of the crystal cards and black coins he had could be used to purchase a lot of resources. He accepted the mission only because he wanted to extract the life essence from the targets. He would be able to increase his mentality faster. I have my own reasons. Creak. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and the emotionless waitress named Wendy entered the room. 2 men wearing long black robes followed after her. Angele turned his head around and narrowed his eyes. It was the 4th time he saw Wendy bringing people to the inn. Most of them were new members that were selected from different areas. Only the most talented wizards would be recruited as formal members. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, New Start, 2. Chapter 281, New Start, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The innkeeper was the red-haired man named Badal, and the main function of this division was to send the new members to the proper departments. There were more than 10 people living in the inn at the moment, including Angele, and they were all sent to the division from other areas. The main hall of the inn was becoming busier and busier at present. Badal was a mysterious wizard in the eyes of the locals, but he was nothing compared to the elites that were selected by the organization. He needed to make sure that everyone was happy with what they got. Most of the elites here were rank 1 wizards, but they were young. They were important new blood to the organization, and they might be promoted as the core members in the future. Angele watched Wendy explain the basics to 2 new members. Upon finishing her explanation, she left the hall. The 2 black robes glanced around and sat down at an empty table. Angele noticed that the 2 black robes were surrounded by a dangerous aura. Their mentality waves were strong but dense. He realized that the 2 had already reached the crystal stage. He saw many gas and liquid stage wizards in the hall, but it was the first time he saw crystal stage wizards in the inn. Angele did not want to make any enemies in the organization, so he decided to disguise his mentality well. Crystal stage wizards like the 2 black robes most likely had wizard's blood on their hands. Angele did not want to draw their attention. He put the leather paper into the pouch, then he turned around and left the counter. A wizard behind him walked to the counter right away and started talking with the waiter. Angele found an empty table and he began observing the new faces brought to the inn recently. There were about 8 people in the hall at the moment. They were either looking at the others or thinking about something with their eyes closed. Most of them were surrounded by a dangerous aura, and some of them were chatting by utilizing energy particles. Angele felt surprised upon observing the mentality waves those wizards were releasing. Half of the wizards in the hall were masking their actual strength since their mentality waves were strange. Angele quickly asked the chip to scan the area and start an analysis. The result was as expected. Only one of them was releasing their real mentality wave. After checking the report from Zero, only 2 wizards in the hall were below the crystal stage, while the rest of them had all reached the crystal stage. Moreover, every single one of them was carrying multiple enchanted items. Angele was certain that the level of their enchanted items was high. He made a conjecture that some of them might even have magic devices. It seemed like those elites were supported by strong organizations with a significant number of rare resources. Angele, however, was different, as he collected most of his rare resources by relying on himself. There were several other wizards checking the mentality level of the people in the hall just like Angele. He could see the lights flashing in their eyes. Angele's expression turned serious. Although he had the buff of the cursed scimitar, he doubted that he could kill a crystal stage wizard easily. The enchanted items those wizards were carrying could change the outcome of the battles. A liquid stage wizard's mentality level was much lower than a crystal stage wizard. In contrast, a crystal stage wizard could learn level 2 spells. At this moment, he had realized that he was one of the weakest wizards in the organization. Angele calmed down after thinking for a while. He stood up and left the hall, heading to the location indicated on the leather paper. In the next several days, Angele had finished 2 1-star missions easily. The consequences of the assassination were all taken care of by the organization. It was like killing people legally. He had successfully increased his mentality by 4 after extracting the life essences from the targets. Without the buff from the scimitar, his mentality had already reached 57 points and it was getting closer to 71 points. He had similarly noticed that he could usurp greater life essence from the wizards he killed than those of the magical beasts he hunted. Hen watched Angele's mentality level increase every time after he finished off a target. She was curious, but she did not ask any question. Angele was seeing new faces every day in the main hall of the Dream Inn, and just like him, several other wizards were completing missions. Time passed and finally, the core member from the headquarters arrived. What's going on? Green, how was your last mission? Inside the main hall, Angele was sipping black coffee from a cup. Opposite of him was a red-haired young man chatting with him. The man was wearing a red leather chest armor with tight black leather pants. A silver sword was tied to his belt. He looked like a handsome nobleman. Pretty good. We're in just a division, so the missions are on the easier side. We have finished most of the hard missions. The remaining ones are nothing, Angele responded in a calm tone. Phono, how's your progression? I'm doing well, but the hard missions are just too difficult for us, others can handle them easily. The young man named Phono smiled. He closed his mouth and started communicating through energy particles. You see those two black robes sitting behind us? They have just killed a rank 2 wizard 2 days ago. What? Angele was so surprised that he almost dropped the cup. His eyes fell onto the 2 black robes on the other table. They were not even wounded. The target's energy shield was destroyed before the target could realize. The rank 2 wizard died within seconds, Phono explained. That's why they are called elites. Angele, still calming down, reacted. I need to talk to them. We should make some friends here. There was a confident smile on Phono's face. I already know most of the people here, but I haven't talked to those 2 elites yet. He stood up and walked to the black robes table. Angele was about to stop Phono, but the young man had already started chatting with one of the black robes. Angele had completed several missions with Phono. The main reason for that was because they were the 2 weakest wizards in the inn. Phono was a liquid stage wizard who came from a remote area and he was nice and kind. He was proficient in collecting information from other new members and he enjoyed helping people. It was quite rare to find someone like him in the world of wizards. Phono's action drew the attention of the other people in the hall. They too were curious about how the 2 black robes managed to slay a rank 2 wizard so easily. Their conversation ended within seconds. The 2 black robes lowered their hoods together, revealing their faces for the first time. Their hair was dark red, and their faces were identical. The one on the left was male and the one on the right was female. It seemed that they were twins. Both were young, and both had pale elastic skin. However, they looked furious. Pa! Suddenly, the girl slapped Phono right in his face. Phono was shocked. He just stood there completely dumbfounded. How dare you! You bastard! The girl with long red hair had long narrowed her eyes, her cold gaze falling onto Phono. Phono looked confused. I don't understand, did I say anything offensive to you? His mouth was bleeding. Angele's brows furrowed. He glanced around. The other wizards in the hall had all lowered their heads and the people whom Phono once helped slowly walked away. He was thinking if he should help Phono. They had met each other just several days ago. Angele doubted his chances in a battle against 2 wizards that could kill a rank 2 wizard. However, the twins were already glaring at Angele while he was thinking. They must have thought Angele was Phono's friend. Well, there goes my plan. Angele sighed and stood up. Masters, I don't know how Phono offended you, but I'll apologize to you for him, he spoke in a calm tone. Are you trying to help him? The girl eyed Angele. Yeah, you don't kill a man for no reason, Angele responded. Although he was not confident in fighting the 2, he still possessed his illusion signet and he did not think the situation was that awful. Phono was grateful for what Angele just said. Whatever, draw your weapon. The girl had a blank expression on her face. She raised her right hand and a red sword was conjured out of nowhere. The engravings on the blade looked like twisted runes and monsters. Angele noticed the strange black crystal strings in the center of the blade. He was not sure if it was just a decoration. What the hell, I don't even understand why you're so mad, Phono muttered. Come on, stop. Everyone, and you, Wizard Ellen, lower your sword. A deep male voice echoed in the hall. A tall muscular man with a goatee stepped into the door. He was wearing a military suit, and there was a serious expression on his face. Alright, since you're all here, I'll start explaining the place we're heading to. Angele nodded slightly, then he sat down. The young man pulled the girl's sleeves and asked her to sit down. Phono rubbed his face and returned to Angele's table. What the hell did you say to that girl? I can see the hatred in her eyes. She really wants to kill you. Angele communicated through energy particles. Phono shook his head, he was still confused. Perhaps it's a cultural difference, I only greeted her in the most respectful way I know. It's the highest praise in my hometown. Highest praise? Just tell me what you said. Angele's brows furrowed. Well, I said your boobs are beautiful, then showed her my respect with this gesture. Phono gave Angele a thumbs up as he replied. Angele was absolutely speechless. He really wanted to know where this guy came from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, Mincola, 1. Chapter 282, Mincola, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele did not want to comment on Phono's highest praise that was commonly used in his hometown, but he also did not want to gain two strong enemies just because of that. He explained why the girl was enraged to Phono and decided to keep a distance from him. Angele did not want to be caught in the crossfire again. The man that had just entered the hall started explaining the situation in front of everyone. I don't care which area you came from. I don't care how strong your background is. Here in the central continent, you're just a weak rank 1 wizard. The man glanced around. Everyone lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with him. I think you already learned the rules of our organization, so first you need to make your choice and sign the contract. The man waved his hands and a pile of black leather papers appeared from nowhere. The paper was tied with a red string and black smoke was rising from it. Check the contract and read the duties listed on it. If you don't want to sign it, you can return to your division. Ask if you have any questions. He threw the paper pile into the air. The pile of black leather papers separated in the air and accurately flew to the seated wizards. Angele watched a black paper noiselessly land on the table in front of him. He took it and started checking the information. Everything was written in Mattia. The requirements were straightforward. The member must accept one mission provided by the organization every 2 years and the missions must be completed on time. For the potion masters and the enchantment masters, they needed to provide their services to the members at an 80% discount. Furthermore, if the organization was in a perilous situation, the signee would be summoned. The organization would find a suitable role for its members in the society. The members also had the privilege to post missions in the organization, but they needed to provide the rewards themselves. A second mission could only be posted when the first one was taken. Angele checked the contract and confirmed there was no trap in any form, so he signed it right away. About 10 minutes later, the wizards finished signing their contracts, and the leather papers flew back to the man's hand quickly. He checked the contracts carefully and put them into a bag. Next, you need to pick a normal organization to join so no one knows that you're working for us. He waved his right hand and dozens of objects appeared in the air. Angele raised his hand and saw dozens of different items floating in the air. All the items were surrounded by black glows. Those are badges of other organizations, a wizard beside Phono muttered. That's it. Hans suddenly screamed in Angele's ear. Remember the deal we had? I'll give you the advanced meditation technique if you can do one thing for me. Of course. Angele glanced around. The atmosphere in the hall was getting heavy for some reason. The wizards in the hall all stared at the badges in the air. They already knew which organization they wanted to join. Join the Elemental Hand, that's my request. Hen calmed down. Elemental Hand? Is it your organization? It's my friend's organization. The organization has begun losing its power after I died, but it's still a much better choice compared to small organizations around the border. You won't regret it, Hen responded. Is that so? No offense, but I think you're hiding something from me. Which badge represents the Elemental Hand? The silver ball-shaped one. Angele observed the badges in the air carefully. He found the silver ball mentioned by Hen. It was on the right end. The ball was silver, it had the size of a small orange. Runes and flower patterns were engraved on its surface. There were 3 silver balls, which indicated they were only accepting 3 wizards. The other organizations had also provided at least 3 badges. The man with goatee looked satisfied when he saw all the wizards staring at the badges they wanted. Alright, I have something else to take care of. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Use your time wisely and make your decisions fast. I thought you'll arrange it for us based on our skill levels, a female wizard with a crisp voice stood up and said. The lady was wearing a long green robe, her face concealed with the hood. If there are not enough badges for an organization we all want to join, we'll have to fight. Potion masters will be at a disadvantage. This time I'm the leader, so you need to follow my decisions. Power will grant you privileges in this world. Only the weak talks about fairness all day. If you can win a fight against me, I'll give you the right to pick first. The man narrowed his eyes and responded in a calm tone. You. The female wizard wanted to say something else but was stopped by her friend. I'll give you some advice before you make your decision. The man glanced around and spoke slowly. The strongest organization's badge is located right in the middle. Weak ones are on the side. He turned around and stepped out of the hall. His loud footsteps echoed in the hallway. Let's go, a wizard shouted. Suddenly, several red shadows jumped to the badges in the air. At the same time, a green arrow, a black snake with translucent wings, and a long bloody hand flew toward the badges. Boom! The hall was in complete chaos. A ball of green flame exploded in the air. The impact of the explosion made the floor shake. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He began to analyze the spells cast he was witnessing. Most of them could do over 60 degrees of damage. There were even several strong spells that could deal almost 100 degrees of damage. The badges were blown away by the impact but were not damaged in any way. Angele stayed focused. He strengthened the metal barrier on his skin, then he lowered his body and moved to the corner. The only thing that mattered to him was the badge of the Elemental Hand. Fono was doing the same thing as Angele. He lowered his body beside the way and created a red energy barrier while moving slowly, searching for the badge he wanted. Bam! Angele quickly leaped away. A man in black smashed onto the floor right in front of him. Several brown wooden chairs and tables were destroyed. The man struggled for several seconds before he stood up again. He quickly formed a ball of dark energy on his right palm and jumped into the air again. Bam! Countless red runes appeared on the walls in the hall, which absorbed most of the excess energy to prevent the inn from being damaged. Cold sweat was dripping down Angele's chin. He checked the dark energy ball on that man's palm. Apparently, it could deal over 98 degrees of damage upon direct contact. Such power could easily destroy his metal force shield and even kill him within seconds. Watch out! Coming from your right! Hen suddenly warned. Angele hesitated for a second before he leaped to the left. Ka! A high-pitched noise came from the location he was standing at. A translucent energy ball soared into the air, turning into a vortex, then it disappeared after several seconds. Angele's face turned pale. He asked Zero to analyze the power of the translucent energy ball right away. 72 degrees, I'll be severely wounded if I take that hit. My force shield and the biochip did not even see it coming. Angele checked the trail of the translucent ball and realized that the situation in the hall had changed. Most of the wizards were fighting in the center of the hall. The battlefield was divided into 3 areas. An old man with white hair was fighting against a female wizard in a red dress for a diamond-shaped badge. He was wearing a white swordsman's suit. The pure energy strikes coming from their force fields destroyed every object around them. They were both close combat wizards and their weapons were infused with different elements. The energy shields around their bodies could block at least 100 degrees of damage. The twins in black robes and a male wizard that dressed like a barbarian were fighting against a handsome man in a noble suit. The man had a blank expression on his face, holding a white wooden wand. White laser beams were being emitted from the tip of the wand. Angele saw some black bats protecting the man from being damaged by the spells. It looked like the man held the upper hand as they continued fighting for a book-shaped badge. The last area was in chaos. More than 10 translucent energy balls were flying around several wizards. They were trying their best to support the energy barriers, but the situation was getting worse. The energy ball that almost hit Angele came from this area, but he was not sure which badge they were fighting for. Wizards that were not aiming for the strongest organizations all stayed beside the walls and were going for the badges from weaker organizations. Angele lowered his body and started moving again. The wizards fighting for badges right in the center were all stronger than him under normal circumstances. He had the illusion signet, but the others also had their own secret weapons. He advanced slowly while he observed how the others fought. Several minutes later, only the wizards in the center of the hall were still fighting. Their spells were coming from all angles and every furniture in the hall was destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Mincola, 2. Chapter 283, Mincola, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The wizards at the center of the hall finished their fights within 10 minutes. The 3 strongest wizards silently stood there with the badges they wanted in their possession. The rest of the wizards had chosen to stay away from them. The old man wearing a white swordsman suit was holding a diamond-shaped badge with a stern gaze. The handsome man in a noble suit held a long, white wooden wand in one hand and the book-shaped badge in the other. The last winner was a humpbacked man with a pair of white eyes. His body was surrounded by distorted force waves and a golden square badge was floating in front of him. Several wizards had fainted on the floor and the injured ones were staring at the 3 winners with disappointed expressions. The 3 wizards eyed each other and started communicating through energy particles. It seemed that they had something else to discuss. Angele had no time to check the situation at the center. He followed the badge of the elemental hand but realized that there was a man in a green suit going after it as well. One of the badges lay quietly on the floor in front of the 2 wizards. The light of the hall had faded after the oil lamps were broken. Only the energy particles around the wizards were brightening up the area. Angele could see the strange red glow around his opponent's eyes. "Friend, I'm Mincola of Sethi. If you let me have this badge, I'll pay you well." "This is not the only elemental hand badge anyway," the man muttered. "Same to you, Wizard Mincola. You can go find the other ones for which I'll pay you well. I'll keep my promise." "What do you say?" Angele responded in a relaxed tone. Elemental Hand was a relatively weak organization and there were not many wizards going after its badges. The rarity of the badges could be divided into 4 levels. If level 1 was the highest level, the badge of Elemental Hand would be at level 3, which was still much better than the ones at level 4. Angele knew that there were only 10 badges at level 1 to level 3 and the rest was all level 4 badges. There were around 30 wizards in the hall and it seemed like the leader wanted them to fight for the best badges. "Let's fight then." The man sighed and shook his head. You can go for the other 2 badges or the weaker ones. They're still good organizations. Why don't you do that if you know more about the weak organizations? Angele sneered. Spells started flying around in the hall again. The rest of the rank 1 wizards were either fighting for the level 2 badges or trying to find the level 4 badges. The ones that already acquired the badges had moved to the door and watched the others fight, including the wounded wizards that had to aim for the level 4 badges. Angele talked with his opponent because he did not want the others to snatch the badge while he was still fighting. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the man named Mincola. The levels of their mentality waves were high. Although Angele was a liquid stage wizard, he was certain that he could win the fight against a crystal stage wizard. The ball-shaped badge was in the middle of the 2 wizards, but no one was moving. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. Whatever. Angele suddenly straightened his back and shrugged. You can have this badge. I know that you don't have a teammate. Why don't you help me get another elemental hand badge? What do you say? Mincola hesitated for a second, then he chuckled. Sure, I can do that. But are you sure about this? Of course. Angele loosened his expression and smiled. There is more than 1 badge of elemental hand. He took a step back to show his honesty. Mincola gave Angele a contemplative gaze. I promise you that I'll help you find one after I pick it up. Sure. Angele nodded slightly and stopped moving. Mincola walked to the badge and crouched. Ka! A silver scimitar that was infused with electricity almost hit his head. Clank! The wind brought by the strong blew Mincola's hair and clothes to the air. Blood leaked out of his mouth, eyes, and nose. He barely blocked the strike with a glowing crescent glaive. You! Angele pursed his lips into a smile, turned around, and slashed forward again. Bam! Mincola rolled to the left, smashing into the wall. A deep, black crack was left in the position he was at. Angele rotated the handle of the scimitar and the other half of the blade popped up from the bottom of the handle, strings of green gas twisted around his wrist. He picked up the elemental hand badge and looked at Mincola. Naive. I guess I'm the winner. Mincola sat on the ground and struggled for several seconds. There was still fear in his eyes. Angele reminded him of someone he was familiar with, a man that would do anything to get the best result. I lost. He pursed his lips and stood up. Angele checked the ball-shaped badge he just acquired, then he turned around and headed for the door. Wait! Mincola suddenly shouted. What? Angele turned his head around. I have an offer for you. Help me get an elemental hand badge and I'll give you rare materials in exchange, Mincola said, word by word. Why would you trust me? I just lied to you. Angele shook his head. In Sethi, even wizards keep their promises, the man responded in a calm tone. Angele stared at the man for 10 seconds then slightly nodded. Sure, I'll help you. Ha! Mincola looked at the man in front of him. He almost looked like the terrifying person in his memory. This man was the same type of person as his elder brother. He gasped as the memories came back to him. Brother, I'll catch up. A person with seemingly similar features to Angele began to emerge from the depths of his mind. Mincola's brother was named Minlon. Just standing in front of this brother of his would already cause Mincola to tremble from fear. The terrifying man always had a smile on his face, as though nothing could stop him. Mincola was as weak as an ant in Minlon's eyes. Thus, the former wanted to change and improve himself so that his brother would look at him in a different way. Angele looked like Mincola with his brow furrowed. Hen was explaining the situation of Sethi to him. It was a famous area at the northwest of the city. There were many swamps in Sethi which were under the control of many strong wizard organizations. Although it could not be compared to Amandis, Sethi was still richer than the west coast. The strongest wizard organization in Sethi had the same name as the area. It seemed that Mincola was one of its members, but Angele was not sure why this man's attitude suddenly changed. Angele tricked Mincola and acquired the badge, but he did not want to make too many enemies. His mentality was getting closer to the requirement and he needed to collect the materials for the ritual. They worked together and won the fight against 3 wounded wizards easily. Mincola acquired another elemental hand badge successfully. As a close combat wizard, Angele's agility and strength stats were horrifying to the extent that his enemies would be taken out easily if they did not pay enough attention. His body was much stronger than the crystal wizards that were still fighting for badges. There were 2 energy shields in front of Mincola, one from his talent spell and the other from the advanced meditation technique he was training in. The 2 shields could easily block about 60 degrees of damage, but Angele wrecked these in one strike. Mincola guessed that Angele's strength came from his physical body. Angele was a liquid stage wizard and most of the other wizards in the hall were all crystal stage wizards. However, his attributes were quite high. Therefore, he could move faster, hit harder, and recover quicker. 20 minutes passed. Mincola stood by the door and watched Angele treat his wound. There was a long gash on Angele's left arm. It was so deep that his bone was already exposed. However, the wound was healing at an unbelievable speed, and the only thing he did was applying some healing dust to the area. About 10 seconds later, only a long red scab with the width of an index finger was left on the wounded area. That was good, Angele muttered as he observed the scab. If that hit my bone, I'll have to spend 2 days to rest. This guy has the recovery ability of a mutated beast. Mincola shook his head. He was happy that he made a wise decision. Angele was hit by an element-infused weapon from a crystal stage wizard, but it only took 10 seconds for such wound to heal. Angele was not surprised. His stamina was over 10 points, which were higher than an average mutated beast's. The mutated mammoth's stamina was around 7 to 8 and it was already considered as one of the strongest beasts in the wild. The strike dealt around 70 degrees of damage and his mental barrier was destroyed immediately. Angele leaned to the right so only his left arm was damaged. The attack could have killed him if it hit his chest. The leader had already returned to the hall. Phono was standing beside a female wizard. His face was pale, and there was a level 4 badge in his hand. Good. Now, everyone has a badge, the man spoke in a loud tone, all right? Please go to your destinations within 2 days and join the organizations using your badges. You can do whatever you want in your free time. I have some information for you. First, you can join the competition in the arena if you want. Second, some people robbed the treasures of several local families, and they are being tracked down in the mountains. Many wizards are going after them. Are those events related to us? A wizard asked. Or, do you mean we can accept them as missions of the Dark Wizard Tower? You're correct. The reward for the missions is good. You can ask for the details from the one who posted them. The man nodded. One more thing. Local families are fighting for the mines, but it's not our business. Don't get involved. The family heads have already talked to me, so we need to respect them. The leader left the hall directly after finishing his explanation. The walls were not damaged, but everything else was destroyed. The spells cast by the wizards were too strong after all. The 3 strongest wizards followed the leader out of the hall and the rest of the wizards started leaving as well. Angele said goodbye to Phono and exchanged communication runes with Mincola. They decided to complete their trade later. He left the inn alone. On both sides of the river outside the inn, the green leaves of the trees were flying in the air. It was night time. The clean light from the 2 crescent moons illuminated on the ground. The only noise was made by the insects and the water in the river. Angele walked down the street slowly. It was cold and quiet. There were several drunk men leaving the taverns and they could barely walk a straight line. I went for the badge of elemental hand as you said. You'll give me the advanced meditation technique, won't you? Angele asked. Of course. Since you can increase your mentality just by killing, you'll meet the requirement for the crystal stage quickly. Mincola promised to provide you with the needed materials for the ritual, so you're all settled now, Hen responded in a nonchalant tone. You're right. I'll start preparing for the ritual. Angele nodded slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, The Crystal Stage, 1. Chapter 284, The Crystal Stage, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Hen gave Angele two options in selecting the advanced meditation technique. She had the complete version of two different advanced meditation techniques. The first was called Banner's Crystal Illusion and the second was called Mask of the Black Wing, both of which Angele had never heard of before. The Banner's Crystal Illusion will improve your illusion spells. The Mask of the Black Wing will improve your negative energy spells in many ways, Hen explained. I'll go with the Mask of the Black Wing then. I don't think illusion-related skills are the best for me. Angele struggled for a second before he responded. I haven't finished yet. The improvement that comes with the Banner's Crystal Illusion will become increasingly stronger as you progress through it. But the spell enhancement of the Mask of the Black Wing will only be applied if you're lucky. Make the choice wisely. Angele slowly walked along the river thinking about the options given by Hen. After several minutes, I'll go with the Mask of the Black Wing. There are just too many limitations on illusion-related skills. His expression was blank. Alright, I'll transmit the advanced meditation technique right now. Find a safe place, then we can start. Sure. Angele walked down the street and headed to Batal's house. He was the one who welcomed Angele and he was also the boss of the Dream Inn. He rented a small house in a remote area and notified Mincola through the communication rune. Angele started preparing for the ritual after moving into that house. He was still accepting assassination missions and increasing his mentality level through the extraction of life essences. Half a year later, a two-story gray house sat quietly in the remote area of the city. There was white smoke leaking out of the window on the second floor, and a strange stench suffused in the air. The house was surrounded by greenery and the place was quiet. The orange light of the setting sun illuminated the surface of the house. Creak. The door of the house was pushed open from the inside and a young man with long brown hair stepped out of the door. His eyes were surrounded by a golden glow and his face was pale. The man was wearing a long white cloak. He locked out and stepped onto the grasses. Green, how's your progress? A hoarse voice echoed in the man's ears. Not bad. Angele nodded. But, he suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked around. There were two men wearing gray cloaks waiting for him on the side. One of them waved his hand as he smiled upon seeing Angele. The other man walked to Angele as he spoke. How's it going? Green, the things you asked for is here. The man had an average-looking face, but his voice was deep and attractive. Great, you delivered them on time. Angele shook the man's hand. Mincola, when are you going to report to the organization? It should take us about 7 to 8 days to travel to Elemental Hand. We can travel together if you want. Mincola smiled. For sure. Let's go see the materials you prepared for me now. Angele nodded slightly and turned to the other man. Rose, did you meet Mincola on the way here? The man called Rose nodded as he responded, yeah, I was heading to the inn and met Mincola by the door. How many of you are going to Elemental Hand? Do you have a number? Angele asked. Yeah, I do actually. You, me, Rose, and a female wizard from the Drum Canyon. The date and time have already been decided. I'll tell you about it later. Rose came to the city not so long ago and he acquired an elemental hand badge from his leader. Mincola was the person who introduced Angele to Rose during a mission. Angele chatted with the two wizards on their way to a small store with a dark gold signage on the side. It was late in the afternoon and there were many people walking on the street. He saw several farmers returning to their home and there were several noblemen chatting at the roadside. There were also several soldiers that had just finished their duty having dinner in small restaurants. They had placed their helmets on the tables and were chattering in loud voices. The noise made by the river, the wind, and people talking mixed together. There were several sandwich vendors on the side of the streets and the small restaurants started selling barbecues as night came. The wizards had not put any badges on their cloaks, so no one knew of their identities. They could be normal adventurers or knights in disguise. Apart from them, there were also several elves walking around with their faces covered by masks. The three wizards waited on the side of the store quietly. People were constantly entering and leaving the establishment. "Alright, let's enter the store," Mincola confirmed the location once again, then he stepped into the door. Angele and Rose followed after him. Angele checked the words written on the dark gold signage as he entered the door. The enchantment shop. There were already many people in the store. The price is the best you can get. You can check other enchantment stores if you don't believe me. I have spent a lot of money on the maintenance and materials of this chest armor. My profit is lower than one magic stone. The owner of the store was talking with a dwarf warrior. Mincola made a hand gesture at the owner as he entered the door. The owner stopped what he was doing for a second. Nodding at Mincola, he also waved his right hand. A young girl walked to the wizards from the side. She bowed to them and turned around, heading to the back of the counter. The three wizards did not say anything but just followed the girl. The girl led them to the dark backyard behind the store. The small backyard was surrounded by walls and there was white jade cylinder standing in the center of the yard quietly. The cylinder had the width of an elephant's feet and it was about 2 meters tall. "This is the item you ordered, Master Mincola," the girl pointed at the jade cylinder and spoke in a low voice. "What's the price?" Mincola nodded. "You don't need to pay for this." "The owner said the money you paid last time is more than enough," the girl replied. "Alright, you can leave now. We need to have a conversation here." The girl bowed and returned to the store. Mincola walked to the jade cylinder and wiped the dust off it with a piece of cloth. "Green, this is the ritual cylinder you asked me to purchase for you. It fits your requirement perfectly. It's the highest quality you can find. With this, you should have a higher chance of advancing to the crystal stage." Angele nodded in response. He then walked to the jade cylinder and started observing it. The surface of the jade stone was covered with strange runes and strings. Angele only recognized a small part of the runes. He tapped the cylinder with his right hand. Dang! It produced a crisp noise. Angele was satisfied with the result. He took out a small glass tube that was filled with purple dust and threw it to Mincola. "Thanks, here's some healing dust for you." Mincola caught the tube and checked the content, then he smiled. "Green, everything is ready, right? You have your resources now, so you can attempt to advance to the crystal stage." He looked at Green. "Yeah, you're right. But I still need to spend some time checking the materials." Angele had nothing to hide. "Do you think you'll succeed this time? I think you should slow down. You're young and you have plenty of time," Rose advised. "No one knows, Rose. I have already spent enough time on the preparation." Angele shook his head. "Alright, can you arrange some workers to carry this thing to my house?" "I have already arranged the workers, so don't worry. Now that your requirement is fulfilled, we can go check Rose's materials." Mincola turned to Rose. "You have time, right?" "Sure, much appreciated." Ha, we're friends. Mincola chuckled. Let's go. I spent a lot of time finding the materials you asked for this time. Sorry, but I want to go back to my house now, Angele interrupted. Wait, you don't want to miss this. I'm sure you'll be surprised. I've only seen it in the books. Fine. But Angele was not interested at all. Angele returned to his house after they finished checking out Rose's new materials. He heard some people yelling from the right as he stepped on the grassy field. Run! He's back, a freckle-faced boy shouted. There were 5 kids peeking through the gaps between the fences curiously who ran away after seeing Angele return to the house. The kids were from the mortal families and were not talented. In the central continent, the wizards would test the infants and check if they were talented. The gifted ones would be sent to the wizard organizations, but the chances were low for mortals. There were about 10 talented mortals in the thousands of kids that took the test. Children with insufficient talent would be sent to normal schools and taught by assigned teachers. Thus, they had plenty of time to play. Angele chuckled and shook his head. He walked to his house and opened the door with a key. 2 muscular workers carried the white jade cylinder into the house and placed it carefully at the center of the living room. They then bowed to Angele and stepped out of the door. Angele locked the door and walked to the jade cylinder. He slowly rubbed the surface of the stone. Blue light dots were flashing in front of his eyes. What are you doing? I have always wanted to ask why your mentality wave gets unstable from time to time. Hen's voice echoed in Angele's ears. Angele smiled but did not say anything. He knew that Hen could not detect the presence of the biochip. Whatever. Have you removed your metal shield completely yet? And the metal elements in your body, eliminate them as well lest your progress will be affected. Hen was not too concerned about Angele's unstable mentality wave. Everything has been prepared. Angele nodded. If you can successfully advance to the crystal stage this time, the second mentality crystal will be much easier to form. The Mask of the Black Wing is helpful if you want to infuse your mentality with elements. It's one of the best advanced meditation techniques in the category. Hen felt pride with what she had given to Angele. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, The Crystal Stage, 2. Chapter 285, The Crystal Stage, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. I wonder what happened to Stigma. Is his progress faster than mine with the help of Arisma? Angele suddenly questioned. He was not worried about himself at all. According to the simulation, the chances of him successfully advancing to the crystal stage was over 90%. I don't think so. That kid fits Arisma's system perfectly. If everything goes through as they planned, he'll start preparing to advance to the crystal stage soon, Han responded. Well, I think I should focus on my own progression more. Angele took a deep breath and walked to the cylinder. He put both hands on top of the cylinder and started meditating. First, you need to remove the impurities from your mentality and use the jade cylinder to increase your mentality to a certain level. Second, you should consume all the needed materials you collected and compress your mentality. You're on your own now, Hen advised in a light tone. I understand, Angele responded. The glowing crystals on the walls faded as soon as they finished their conversation. The whole room sank into darkness. Chi! The cylinder produced slight noises. Rays of green light were released from the top of the jade cylinder. The green light leaked out of the gaps between Angele's finger and illuminated on the ceiling. The whole living room looked horrifying. Chi! Most of the green light disappeared except for the one on Angele's forehead. The green light created a tunnel that connected Angele to the jade cylinder. Small white light particles were floating in the light tunnel. They were coming out of Angele's forehead, and the particles were quickly absorbed by the jade cylinder. Angele remained in that position as he slowly fell into slumber. 1 month later. Inside the living room, thick white dust covered the jade cylinder, the floor, and Angele's body. The number of white light particles coming out of his forehead was reducing. After about 2 hours later, there were no longer any white light particles in the green light. Angele suddenly opened his eyes and stumbled 2 steps back. His body had become weak, and his cheeks had become thin. There was almost no soul in his eyes. Angele trembled for several seconds and almost fell to the ground. Wait, what happened to me? Angele became flabbergasted when he felt he was too weak now. There are too many impurities in your mentality. Removing impurities is the same as consuming your mentality. You haven't eaten anything for a month. Go to the second floor and start the next step now, Hen responded in a strange tone. 1 month? What? Why didn't you wake me up? Angele was speechless. Zero was not able to wake him from such a state. Well, I wanted to know what you look like when you're weak, ha. It's quite interesting. Hen chuckled. Happy now? Angele turned around. With the help of the railings, he slowly walked upstairs. Our souls are connected, so you will die if anything happens to me. Make your decisions wisely. Nothing will happen. You're weak now, but you still have me. Hen was not concerned. Angele rubbed his temples and entered the potions room on the second floor. 3 special materials were lined on a large table, which had been prepared before the advancement had started. Different wizards need different materials for the ritual. They're selected because they fit the properties of your mentality. I can't help you in this step. You need to figure out how to make the most out of these materials, Hen advised. Angele nodded and looked at the table. Each of the materials was covered by a red cage. The cages were formed by red electric pulses. The electric bars were flashing and sparking. The noises made by the electricity were quite annoying. Angele raised his hand and reached for the first cage. *Chi*. Suddenly, the red electric pulses turned into a red rune and disappeared into the air, revealing the item stored in the cage. It was a white egg with an appearance identical to a chicken egg. Angele grabbed the egg, knocking it on the table several times. He removed the eggshell slowly and looked at it. Inside the egg was some light yellow substance that had the texture of a banana. There was no egg yolk or egg white. Furthermore, the yellow substance smelled exactly like a banana. The intense fragrance rushed into Angele's nose. He remained calm and removed all the shells. What was left was a piece of yellow flesh. Angele tapped on the flesh with the index finger of his right hand. The yellow flesh was ignited right away, and the yellow flames crackled in the area around him. Angele narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the flesh and threw it into his mouth. He chewed the flesh several times and swallowed it. Intense pain began to ravage from within his mouth. Angele struggled several seconds, and it felt like swallowing a piping hot iron. The burning flesh's temperature was high, and it was sizzling in his stomach. Angele opened his mouth. Chi! White smoke began to seep out of his throat. His mouth was completely black, and it smelled like burnt barbecue meat. Angele quickly grabbed the second item. It was an old book with a star sign as the only thing on its cover, and it was quite heavy. Angele opened the book slowly, but he only found a single page. In the center of the page, there was a dried-up fairy, flat like a piece of paper, surrounded by distorted energy waves. The fairy was thin, and its eyes gray. It had no mouth or nose, its ears were long and sharp. The fairy's dried-up body was trapped in a web of tree roots, and the roots covered the whole page. The dried fairy's arms were stretched outward, making it look like a Y character. The Book of Savior, please tell me your wish. Angele's voice had become hoarse and deep due to the burnt, but he was speaking in the ancient language. White glows surrounded the fairy's eyes after Angele finished the incantation. Strings of white light rushed out of its eyes and flew into Angele's burnt mouth. The dried-up fairy on the paper started struggling once Angele began to absorb the white light. The fairy slowly stood up and the roots were being destroyed one by one. It looked like the web was the only thing restricting the fairy's power. "Hurry! Close the book!" Hen's voice interrupted, sounding nervous. Angele was surprised. He tried to grab the book immediately. Gee! The seemingly infinite white electric pulses were jumping out of the book and they were trying to block Angele's hands. The force was pushing Angele's hands back slowly. Ha! The fairy raised his head and stared at Angele. The web that was stopping it from moving was almost destroyed. The white electric pulses almost blinded his eyes. Angele's face was twitching. He used all the strength he had, but his body was just too weak. Damn! What should I do now? Don't tell me. You have to do it. That's the only choice you have left. Hurry! I'll buy you some time. Hen was almost shouting. Angele watched the fairy standing up. He narrowed his eyes. Do it! Right now! You chose to use the level 3 cursed book. You should know the consequences. No one knows what's going to happen if the fairy gets freed. Angele blinked his eyes and made the decision. All right. He took a deep breath and inhaled all the light into his mouth. His mouth had already recovered from the injury and returned to its original color. Ready, go! Hen yelled. Pa! Angele reached toward the book and grabbed the fairy. His fingers started melting and a sour smell permeated the air. He had no time to think, so he threw the fairy into his mouth before it could realize what had just happened. However, the fairy started moving in his mouth right away. Angele chewed it into pieces and swallowed everything. It tasted like a rotten orange. Boom! The book on the table suddenly set ablaze. The book disintegrated in the red flames and turned into a small pile of white ash. Well, I guess everything is edible on this land. Angele looked at the table and pursed his lips. It's just you. Your bloodline is complicated. I can see the harpy blood, but it's different. It's something I don't really understand. Your stomach is stronger than most mutated beasts in this world. There's also a strong energy wave helping your digestive system, Hen explained. You can use the last material to repair your body, I think. I thought you were joking when you asked me to swallow it if things went south. Angele recalled the moment that the fairy was still moving in his mouth. It truly was an unpleasant experience for him. You succeeded in the end. That's all that matters. Hen stopped for a second and continued. So, how does it feel? You're a crystal stage wizard now. Angele spat out a brown root from the web and there was a blank expression on his face. I want to vomit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Meeting 1. Chapter 286, Meeting 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. There's still a long way to go and you have so many things to do. I understand. Angele nodded slightly and reached for the last material. Gee. The red electric bars on the cage turned into a red rune and disappeared. It looked like a bunch of purple grapes. Angele carefully lifted the grapes up and tapped on a grape slightly. The grape was absorbed by his finger and only the dried skin was left. The thousand-eye fruit will cure your body. Consume one each day. You will feel better after 1 month and you will fully recover in a year, Hen said. Make sure you're well rested before doing anything else. You do not want the consequences to happen. I understand. Angele nodded. All right, go meditate now. Although you have an advanced meditation technique, it will still take some time for your mind and body to get used to it. Everything will be better in half a year. I'll have some rest now. It seemed Hen was exhausted after watching Angele advance to the next stage. Sure, go have some rest. I can do the rest myself, Angele responded. Angele stood beside the table and put down the grapes, starting to think afterward. After several minutes, he gave Zero an order. Check my condition. A large number of blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes as the chip reported back. Task created, checking. About half minutes later, the results were shown in his sight. Angele Rio, Strength 8.0, Agility 7.7, Stamina 15.2, Mentality 75.1, Mana 57.2. Genetic limitation reached. Angele's brows furrowed. My mentality increased to 75 points, yet my mana is lower than 60 points. Why is that? Can you analyze it for me? Rows of blue data were being refreshed in his sight every second. It almost looked like a flowing waterfall. After about 10 minutes, the data slowly stopped. Angele checked all the information and finally understood what had happened. If the mentality was not stabilized, his mana would never increase. Show me all the information regarding my energy variations. I want to create new battle plans. Angele ordered as his eyes blinked. Loading data, analyzing. The energy variation information would tell Angele about his affinity with the different energy particles. Angele's body was affected by the ring from Ramsoda. Mainly due to that reason, he had high affinity with fire and wind particles. Most of the spells he mastered and modified at the moment were in those two categories. However, it seemed the ancient bloodline was modifying his body slowly. He needed to recheck his affinity with the energy particles so that he could choose the best level 2 spell for him. It only took several minutes for Zero to report back. A bar chart floated in front of Angele's eyes. The energy particle element that had the highest affinity with Angele was displayed on the leftmost part and the weakest one was displayed on the rightmost part. The glowing red bar representing the fire energy particles was the longest. The second one was the metal energy particles and the bar was silver. The third one was the illusion energy particles and the bar was translucent. The last one was green, which represented the wind energy particles. Angele hesitated for several seconds and started thinking. It seems that the changes made by the bloodline do not impact my affinity with certain energy particles. The illusion and metal energy particle affinity are new, but they're still weaker than the fire affinity. The wind affinity came from the ring, but it seemed that he was born with fire affinity and the strongest spell he could cast was in the fire category. So the Mask of Black Wing will be able to buff my spells from time to time, and as an advanced meditation technique, it can help me increase my affinity with one of the 4 energy particles. Angele had already noticed where the problem lay. The force field from the metal mastery could help him both defensively and offensively during a battle. He thought that this talent spell was powerful, but using it was hard in a practical sense. The spells that focused on either offense or defense were stronger than the force field he had. The metal skills only helped him initiate a battle and protect his body. The illusion signet was the deciding factor in the outcome of the battles. Angele did not think too much about the affinity with the energy particles, but then the situation changed. He was not born with the metal affinity but came from the metal mastery. It seemed like the power of the force field was not as strong as he had initially thought, but Zero had modified the talent spell to make it stronger. Angele wondered if an average fire spell would help him more in a fight. Should I increase my fire affinity and stamina using the advanced meditation technique instead? Angele rubbed his chin and pursed his lips. He finally made up his mind after thinking for half an hour. He decided to increase his affinity with the fire energy particles. Angele had made the wrong decision while choosing the talent spell before, so he decided to be more prudent this time. He checked the defensive matrix around the house and returned to the center of the potions room. Angele sat on the floor with his legs crossed and started meditating. Time flew past. 1 hour later. A thin layer of black smoke appeared on Angele's face. The black smoke was moving around, releasing a distorted energy wave. The smoke became increasingly thicker as time passed. It then turned into a solidified black mask and covered Angele's face. The mask was simple, there was no complicated pattern or rune painted on it. Another half an hour passed. Suddenly, a red light dot appeared between his eyebrows. The red dot turned into a small fireball and it was surrounded by a red glow. The fire extinguished by itself after about 10 minutes. Crack! The black mask broke into countless pieces and slid down Angele's face. The broken mask turned into black smoke and vanished into the air before it hit the floor. Angele opened his eyes and raised his right arm, chanting the incantation of the lesser fireball slowly. Countless red light dots gathered on Angele's palm like fireflies. A ball of fire was formed quickly. The fireball had the size of a human's head. Several seconds later, the fireball shrank and turned into a walnut-sized red bead floating above the center of Angele's right palm. Angele looked at the modified lesser fireball and scanned it using the biochip. The spell could deal around 40 degrees of damage, but it had already reached its limit. There was only so much a level 1 spell could do. However, the amount of damage the spell could deal was increased to 50 degrees after the meditation. So this is the result of increasing my fire affinity? Angele finished the analysis and the blue light dots vanished into the air. What about level 2 spells? I'm at the crystal stage right now. I can learn one level 2 spell, but I don't have any spell models in my possession. Seems like I must acquire one from the Dark Wizard Tower or from Hen. Angele blinked his eyes. Woo! The fire bead turned into countless red light dots and disappeared into the air. The temperature in the room was increased by several degrees Celsius. Do you really think that's all the black mask can do? Hen's voice echoed in his ears. I thought you were going to have a good rest. Angele was surprised. Hen sneered. I told you already that the Mask of Black Wing is a great advanced meditation technique. This technique has 5 stages. You have just started the first stage. When you actually complete the first stage, you will acquire a special force field just like the one from your talent spell, and you can increase in energy affinity again. The next 4 stages are the same. You'll be able to increase the affinity of your choice twice at each stage. The higher the stage you're trained in this meditation technique, the higher your selected affinity will be increased. Angele was getting confused. How is that even possible? This advanced meditation technique exceeds my expectation a whole lot now, he responded. You missed the point, Hen explained. You'll reach rank 3 if you can complete the 3rd stage in 300 years and you'll already be considered a genius. Kid, you need a high mentality level to train in advanced meditation techniques and the technique might increase your chance of advancing to the next rank. That's the reason why there are more wizards in the central continent than the other areas. The best advanced meditation technique could increase the chance by half. What? Only half? What do you know? The higher a wizard's rank is, the harder the progression will be. If you fail to advance to the next rank, it will cost you a huge amount of resources to fix your body. Arisma is assisting Stigma right now, but I think her meditation technique is at the same level to the one I have given you, unless they decided to use some special methods, but there will be side effects. Angele scrunched up his forehead. So you're saying that the advanced meditation technique will help a wizard progress to the next rank and that's how wizards in the central continent advance? Yeah, you're correct. Hen confirmed Angele's assumption. Wizards in other regions have to waste a significant number of resources, but we have a clear direction. That's the biggest difference. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Meeting 2. Chapter 287, Meeting 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. How did you manage to keep all the advanced meditation techniques in the central continent? There were people selling the weaker advanced meditation techniques to others. They somehow managed to avoid having to sign the contract, but the number can be ignored. Only the strongest and richest wizards in other areas might have access to those techniques. Also, not all the wizards could understand the techniques. Otherwise, there should have been more high-rank wizards on this land than it is now. Why is it so hard then? I succeeded on my first try. Angele wondered. No one knows. Wizards have spent years studying the fundamentals of the advanced meditation techniques, but there was hardly any valid result. The advanced meditation techniques were inherited from the ancient wizards who found these techniques in other realms, Hen explained. Other realms? Do you know about the Nightmare Realm? Don't tell me wizards in the central continent have already found the method of activating world stones. Angele was surprised. The Nightmare Realm is just one of the realms. I don't know if there are wizards in the central continent that can enter other realms, but they do know how to use world stones to communicate with the species that live in certain realms. The intelligent species in other realms are all strong and mysterious. The Nightmare Realm is relatively safe when compared to the other realms, but legends say the creatures there will consume your soul. Those creatures are the masters of strong curses. The curse will kill a wizard's whole family if not lifted in time, Hen continued. There are also the Void Realm and Chaos Realm. Don't even test your luck in those realms. Only those dark wizards who have lost their life's purpose would give them a try. Angele listened to Hen's words quietly, inwardly relieved that he did not stay in the Nightmare Realm for too long. Anyways, it's too early to talk about this with you. I'll tell you more about the other realms when the time is right. Hen decided to end the topic here. Master Hen, I have just advanced to the crystal stage. I'm wondering if you can give some fire category level 2 spells? Angele went straight to the point. Ha, kid, do you remember what the basics of the wizard world are? We need to trade if you want anything from me. Hen chuckled. I understand. What do you want me to do this time? Angele shrugged. Hen's words were well within his expectations. She would not help Angele for no reason. Find me the female wizard called Vivian Fenrir. She should still be a member of the Elemental Hand if I'm not mistaken. Go find her and I'll give you the spell models you want. All right. I will look for her right after I reach the organization's territory. But it will take some time. Can't you just give me the level 2 spells first? Angele pursed his lips. I just realized that I can ask for the models after I get there. You're an elite member of Dark Wizard Tower and a talented potion master. I think they'll give you access to the normal level 2 spell models. However, I have the modified ones and the damage they can deal is doubled. That's your decision to make. Hen sneered. You're telling me that the Elemental Hand and Dark Wizard Tower don't have the modified version of the spell models? Angele asked. They do, but the cost is different. You need to sign a contract and leave a small part of your soul to the organization, Hen explained slowly. Angele narrowed his eyes and responded after thinking for several seconds. All right, you win. Wait till your mentality is stabilized again. You first need to learn more about this city, Hen suggested. You're correct. Angele nodded slightly. 5 days later. It was a sunny day. The thin clouds floated in the endless blue sky. The golden sunlight was eye-blinding as it illuminated on the surface of the ground. On the left side of the Black Iron Tower, there was a busy street that was filled with numerous restaurant establishments. The street was crowded. The locals were wearing short leather skirts and sleeveless leather chest armors. Sweat was dripping down their chins as they haggled with the vendors. Their colorful leather outfits were shining in the sunlight. There were several cafes on the street. Most of them had white store signs, and their customers were young. Inside one of the cafes, there was a man short black hair sitting beside a table. He was wearing a long white robe. On the contrary, the other 3 chairs were empty. The man was sipping a flour-infused coffee from a small cup. His face was pale and there was a cold expression on his face. The black dagger that was tied to his belt was eye-catching. The man quietly sat there alone, peeking outside through the window on the left. Most of the young customers only stayed in the shop for less than 5 minutes and some were waiting for their friends to come. Several customers had come and left, but the black-haired man just waited beside the window patiently while looking at the people passing by. The owner and waiters in the shop were guessing who this man was waiting for. Several hours passed. The golden sunlight had already turned orange, which illuminated on the man's table. The color of the coffee in the cup deepened. Creak. The glass door of the shop was pushed open again. "It's my turn to pay today, just tell me what you want." A girl with short yellow hair entered the shop. There were 2 other young girls following from behind. The 3 entered the shop as they chatted, and a tall man in a gray robe stepped into the door as well, his face covered by the hood. The man went straight to the table beside the window. He pulled the white chair out for himself and slowly sat down. "You're early." The man put down his hood, revealing the confident smile on his face. The man had long brown hair and his face was average-looking. His eyes were surrounded by a golden glow and there was a mysterious aura around him. "Green, you're late." The man with black hair sipped some more coffee from the cup and calmly spoke. "I arrived on time." "So Stigma, how's your family?" Angele ordered a cup of fruit coffee and looked at Stigma. "Not bad. No one knows that I already became a formal wizard. They think I'm still a rank 3 wizard apprentice." Stigma shook his head slightly. "My young sister is already a formal wizard and she will advance to the gas stage soon. For some reason, however, my family did not provide too many resources to her while I was away. So everything is going as you planned?" "It's for my own safety." Stigma had a blank expression on his face. People fear the things that they're unfamiliar with. "My sister did everything for me after I returned to the family, and my best friend, she cried as we finally met each other again. This is the life I want. Sometimes I'm just wondering if I should never tell them about the truth. Enjoy it while you can. The master won't let you do that." Angele looked at Stigma and scanned him using 0. "You're very close to the crystal stage right now. Congratulations." He narrowed his eyes. "There's bound to be side effects." Stigma bit his lips and finished the coffee. Creak. The door was opened again. A man and a woman stepped into the shop, both wearing white outfits. The man had smooth blonde hair and his face was handsome. The woman was confident and elegant. She was wearing a long black ponytail. They glanced around and found the 2 beside the window. "Here they come." Stigma stood up and smiled. "Everyone is here now. I wanted to talk to you guys before I leave, then I suddenly received Stigma's message." Hikari spoke first. The handsome blonde man was Rayline. The 4 wizards sat down by the table. Hikari looked at Angele and smiled. "Green, you probably don't know yet, but Rayline has already joined the Wizard Society and has been promoted by the leader due to his talent." "The Wizard Society?" "I have heard that they would only recruit the strongest and the most talented wizards." Angele was a bit surprised. The Wizard Society was at the same level as the Dark Wizard Tower. "It's not as good as the rumors say, but it does have some unique features." Rayline shook his head. "The Wizard Society is definitely a good choice in the Central Continent. If they send you to their headquarters, you might become a leader of a division. You have a bright future ahead." Stigma sounded surprised. "Hikari, which organization did you join?" Hikari chuckled. "I joined the Institute of Potion Masters." The situation is complicated right now. I might get relocated to the Molten River area soon. I have just advanced to the crystal stage several days ago and still need some time to stabilize my mentality. I'm now a lead developer for a special potion and my friends are still waiting for me on the street right now. Glad to see you all doing well. The Institute of Potion Masters is weaker than the Wizards Society, but I have heard that only the elites would be sent to the Molten River area. I think you're hiding something from us, Hikari. Stigma smiled. Come on. Hikari shook her head. Well, I made a huge mistake back in the 6-ring high tower because I spent too much time on my research. I won't let that happen again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Wedding, 1. Chapter 288, Wedding, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Green, what about you? Hikari looked at Angele curiously. Your potion concocting skills are better than mine. You can come join the institute if you want. Angele shook his head. I got my hands on one elemental hand badge. I'll be heading to its location soon. Elemental hand, good choice. It's one of the 3 strongest wizard organizations in the Tari River area. Green, you're a strong and talented wizard. Your future is bright. Hikari nodded. We should keep in touch. We have come from the same place and we have survived all the challenges together. I'll be there if you need my help. That's why we're here. We all have our own goals. I'm sure we'll succeed in future. We should contact each other when necessary and help each other improve. Stigma smiled. Rayline and Angele nodded their heads without saying anything. But Hikari hesitated for a second. Do any of you know what happened to Morisa? Why isn't she here? I know. Rayline opened his mouth. She went to a remote area and was injured severely when she returned to the city. Her mentality level decreased a lot, and she spent a long time recovering in her home. I have heard that she's getting married to a random wizard. I asked her to come to the meeting, but she declined my invitation. The 3 wizards were surprised upon listening to him. Maybe it's a better choice for her. Hikari stared at Angele and Stigma. Even if she was not injured, she would not be able to advance to the next rank anytime soon, and you too. I'm not going to ask what exactly happened in the Whiteness town. Hikari knew that something happened to Stigma and Angele after leaving the Whiteness town. Stigma's mentality level was increasing exponentially, and he was now much more confident than before. Stigma remained silent for several seconds and asked, when is Maurice's wedding? Next week, Rayline responded in a light tone. She invited us to attend the wedding as we're still friends, but she doesn't want us to talk too much with her fiancé. Morisa lied about her actual situation. I think we should help her keep the secret. So we're going, right? Hikari wondered. Angele and Stigma nodded their heads. Also, Stigma, just let us know if you need help with your family issues. We are friends. I'll see what I can do, Hikari added in a light tone. Yeah. Rayline nodded slightly. Yeah, just talk to us. Angele looked at Stigma. Thank you. I'll contact you when I really need your help. Stigma shook his head. The strongest wizards in my family are the family head, my father, and the elders. They're all rank 2 wizards. I'll wait until I advance to rank 2. It seemed rank 2 wizards were not a big deal to him. Alright, I need to leave now. Otherwise, my sister will be angry. We can contact each other through the signal obelisk. Sure. Angele responded in a light tone. I'll invite you to my family's territory when the time comes. Stigma stood up chuckling, then left the cafe. The three wizards knew that Stigma was going to take the leader's position by force in the future, and they decided to help. I'll be leaving too. Hikari stood up. The members of my guild are still. A green light dot flashed on the back of her right hand before she could finish speaking. Hikari shrugged. Well, they're sending me messages again. She tapped on the back of her glowing nail. The message was transmitted to the three wizards' ears through the energy particles. Master Hikari, where are you? We need to prepare for the testing phase of the potion. Please report back immediately. Otherwise, Wizard Marion will question us again. Angele and Rayline chuckled after listening to the message. See, I'm not lying. The leader of the division is giving me a lot of pressure on the project I'm working on. I'm super busy nowadays. Hikari shook her head. Alright, don't make them wait. I still want to talk to Rayline. Angele smiled. Master Hikari, are you talking with your friends? I apologize if I interrupted your conversation. I'm sorry. Another message was sent to Hikari's communication rune. I'm done. I'll be there soon. Just stay at where you are right now, Hikari responded quickly. She deactivated the communication rune and waved at the two male wizards that were still in their seats. See you later. Bye. Bye. Talk to you later. Rayline and Angele said goodbye to Hikari. They watched Hikari leave the cafe and disappear around the corner. Angele and Rayline were the only two wizards left on the table. Hikari's glowing communication rune caught the attention of the customers and the owner. There were several teenagers staring at them and guessing who they were. The place had now become rowdy as people were all chatting about what had just happened. The owner of the shop was a bald old man. He asked two pretty waitresses to check on the two mysterious customers by the window. Masters, do you need something else? The waitress on the left was around 18 years old and the one on the right was around 20 years old. They were wearing white short skirts and their voices were sweet. The two girls were young and attractive. 2 cups of green tea. Rayline put down a silver coin which was engraved with an image of a long-haired old man. The rough edge of the silver coin reflected the sunlight. Sure, I'll bring the tea to you soon. The two waitresses picked up the 2 coins and returned to the counter, looking excited. The other waiters and waitresses walked to the 2 girls and started asking questions. Their conversation made the place even noisier. Interesting. I thought wizards were not rare here. Angele grabbed the cup and sipped some fruit coffee. It was sweet and sour, the aftertaste was a bit bitter. The coffee is a bit too sour for me. He put down the cup. Why did you choose Elemental Hand? That organization is not good enough for you. You should have chosen a larger one. Rayline looked at Angele. I made an agreement with someone. Angele pursed his lips. Do you think we'll all make it to rank 2? The chances are high, I believe, Rayline responded quickly. I was thinking if we meet again after 50 years, will we still be the same people we are right now? Angele pursed his lips into a smile. Hikari and I won't change. I'm not sure about you and Stigma. Rayline leaned to the window and looked outside. Just like Morisa, no one can predict the future. We can only keep progressing and hope for the best. Can't you be positive for once? Angele shook his head. Stigma will advance to rank 2 with no problem. Don't ask me why. I just know. You'll advance to rank 2 too. Rayline eyed Angele. Everyone has their own secrets. You, me, Hikari, and Stigma all have secrets. Advancing to rank 2 and acquiring an advanced meditation technique should be my priority. A rank 2 wizard will be respected by the majority of large organizations in the central continent, I believe. I understand. How's your progression? Angele nodded. I'm still preparing for the next step. I'm looking for a special energy circle that will help me advance to the next rank. I have decided to accept missions from the society and trade for the resources I need, Rayline responded in a low voice. Angele did not say anything. He had checked with Hen before he came to the shop and he knew that Rayline was walking the same path as the other wizards. Rayline needed many resources to help him increase the mentality level so he could advance to the next rank. That was what most of the wizards would do. The wizards in other areas relied solely on the rare resources, but the wizards in the central continent had clear directions and Rayline might have already found what he needed. Do you know which advanced meditation technique is the best for you? The Wizard Society is strong, but I don't think they'll give you the best technique they have. Angele inquired. I know what I should do, but I need to finish all the challenges given by the society first. It will take me a while. You should be fine. Just think twice before you make any important decision. Angele knew that Rayline was talented. He was called the perfect wizard of the younger generation in 6-ring high tower, and an advanced meditation technique would help him to reach a whole different level. They left the cafe together after finishing their conversation. Where's my brother? Inside a white manor outside the city, a tired-looking girl wearing a red leather suit walked into the study. There was a complicated V-shaped pattern between her eyebrows. The girl's long black hair trailed over her shoulders. She held an emerald-tipped white wand in her right hand. There was another pretty girl standing beside the bookshelf reading a thick book with golden edges on the cover. She was wearing a white silk shirt and a pair of tight blue jeans. Stigma is not here. He will study after he comes back. The girl in a white shirt shrugged. He's never liked studying and meditating when he was young, but he's a grown-up man now. The girl in red rubbed her temples and sighed. He'll never break the limit if he doesn't put more time into it. I need to punish him when he comes back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, Wedding, 2. Chapter 289, Wedding, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Don't worry about it too much, Della. I don't know what has happened to Stigma, but I can see that he's now changing. He's much more confident than before, the white-shirted girl said. The girl in red was called Della. She walked to the window of the reading room and stood beside the girl in white to peek outside. A small banner of knights in black heavy armor was escorting a handsome young man out of the manor. The man's hair was soft and silky smooth that it even reflected the golden sunlight. He was saying goodbye to a middle-aged noblewoman by the gate with a polite smile on his face. That's Philip, right? He's here for you. The white-shirted girl asked as she watched the scene. Yeah, he's hard to deal with. Della shrugged. This guy is like a sticky glue that you just can't get rid of. It has been so many years, but he has yet to impress me. Well, at least he's not a playboy. He has never changed his target. This man is a formal wizard. He could have easily found a beautiful woman whenever he wants to. The girl in white shook her head and chuckled. I don't like him, and it won't change just because he comes here often. We have known each other since we were 7 and we even grew up together. Della was getting nervous. Why can't he understand? He's just too stubborn to the extent that I'm getting tired of him. Don't blame him like that. He has helped your brother a lot and Barry doesn't like it. Philip is under a lot of pressure recently, the girl in white explained. And he's your brother's good friend. Whatever. I just got a message from my mother. Hyberic will be assigned to the 5th mine. He's already on the way there. Della communicated through energy particles. The girl in white stopped for a second, then asked, Barry did it, right? Della nodded slightly. Yeah, I need to ask Stigma to lay low in the next several years. Only 4 of my brothers are still alive. Hyberic won't last long against the killer crows in the 5th mine. The next one will be Rondo. Stigma is just a rank 3 wizard apprentice. People won't even notice him, but we need to hurry. Barry will eliminate all the possible threats, the girl in white responded. Fiona, how's your progression now? Have you collected all the resources needed for the gas stage? Della wondered. Not yet, but don't worry. There are not many wizards left in the family now. The infighting that happened in the recent years is ridiculous. So many people have died, and Barry will have to preserve the strength of the family. The leader will protect us. Fiona shook her head. If I can advance to rank 2, I'll protect all of you from Barry. Della raised her head and sighed. I can just kill Barry and the first inheritor if they make me mad. Keep daydreaming. Fiona rubbed Della's cheeks and chuckled. You just broke the limit not so long ago. You should be grateful for that. Ha, I'll go find Stigma first. He's slacking off too much. Della shook her head and turned around. I'll talk to you later. Sure, take care. Fiona nodded. 1 week later. Clap clap. People were clapping their hands from within a small forest outside the city. There were 2 columns of white chairs lined up on both sides of a path that was covered in flowers. It looked like a colorful line that was drawn between 2 white lines. Broken red, yellow, blue, purple, and white petals were the perfect decoration for the occasion. High-quality bouquets of white flowers were put in front of each of the chairs. The couple was walking on the flower path slowly, and there was a band playing the wedding music. Most of the guests were sitting on the white chairs. There were also people standing beside the trees, clapping their hands. Beneath the shadow of a large tree, there were 4 people wearing white robes and their faces were covered by their hoods. They watched the wedding ceremony quietly, yet for some reason, the guests around them did not notice their presences. The 4 white robes were Hikari, Angele, Rayline, and Stigma. Angele stood beside the tree, staring at the couple quietly. Morisa was wearing a white wedding dress, elegant and attractive. There was a light smile on her face and her hair was tied up. The man holding her hand was tall and handsome. They were walking slowly on the flower path. By the end of the path, there was an old man with a cane in hand. Do you know the background of Maurice's husband? Hikari suddenly asked. He's the first wizard in his family, Rayline responded. So he's the first generation. What is Maurisa thinking? Hikari shook her head. It's a new wizard family and the leader is a newbie. I can't even imagine how hard their lives will be. She should have talked to us before making the decision. She gave up and now she wanted to live a normal life. Morisa survived the trip because she was lucky, and she had us, Stigma muttered. I don't know what she did, but she almost died. It's understandable that she wants to live a peaceful life after losing hope of advancing to the next stage. Angele nodded slightly. She made a wise decision. Not every wizard can progress to the higher ranks. She must have her reasons, too. If Morisa thinks that man is good enough for her, we should cheer for them. Enjoying a happy and peaceful life is much better than dying from walking a hopeless path. She's a formal wizard. That's already a great achievement. You're right. Rayline agreed with Angele's point. The conversation ended here, and the 4 wizards focused on the wedding ceremony. The couple reached the end of the flower path and bowed to the old man together. They kissed each other and accepted the kind words from the guests. Morisa smiled as she clung to the man's arm. I wish you a happy life, Hank and Morisa. A chubby old woman handed a black gift box over to them. Morisa grabbed the box and asked a waiter to put it somewhere else. Thank you, Aunt Annie. She smiled and bowed to the old woman. Please head to the second location. We'll be there soon. The man named Hank bowed slightly. Sure. Annie nodded. Turning around, she walked to the exit. Maurice looked at the man beside her. Hank, did we miss anyone? Yeah, I think so. Hank had an attractive smile on his face and he looked like a nice guy. My father's friends, the Victor family, the Mary family, Uncle Rook, and the Alfred brothers. Hank checked the guest list. My cousin Salt and his son, my sister Elvin, that's all. My family members and friends are all here. Hank held Maurice's hand tight. Where are your friends? Maurice shook her head. Benjamin and Baron are here, right? I came to this place not so long ago. I don't have any family here. My friends are all at the border. Isn't it a bit unfair to you? Hank, who had scrunched his eyebrows, kissed her forehead. You came here from so far away alone, but you have a family now. I will introduce you to all my friends. I love you. Thank you, Hank. Maurice was moved by the words her husband said. Ah, did you invite Uncle Blaze and the Bradley family to our wedding? They live in the remote areas, right? Uncle Blaze will be here tomorrow and the Bradley family will be here the day after tomorrow, Hank responded and kissed Maurice's cheeks. You're beautiful, my dear. He hugged Maurice tight and closed his eyes. They were enjoying the moment that belonged to them. I love you, Maurice muttered. They separated slowly after several seconds. A white-haired old man walked to them. Hank, Maurice, time really flies. I still think Hank is still that kid that loves to play with butterflies. He's lucky to have such a beautiful wife like you. I wish I could live long enough to see your first kid. The old man sighed. Uncle Clark, you're still young. I still remember the day you came back from the forest with a dead bear. Hank chuckled. The two began to reminisce about the old days. Maurice lowered her head and bowed slightly. She kept on glancing at the trees as though she was searching for something. Most of the guests had already left. The waiters and workers were currently cleaning off the decorations and the garbage on the ground. Hank finished his conversation with Clark and noticed Maurice's strange behavior. What happened? Dear? Hank was confused. He glanced around but did not see anything. Hank, you can head to the second location first. I need to go to the washroom. Maurice pursed her lips. Sure, just don't make the guests wait for too long. Hank nodded. What did you eat last night? Are you feeling sick? No, I'm good. Maurice stared at Hank. I need to talk to my friends for several minutes after this. Sure. Hank chuckled and released Maurice's hand. Why don't you invite them to the dinner party? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, New Journey 1. Chapter 290, New Journey 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. It's fine. They? Maurice hesitated for a second and continued, well, the situation is complicated. I will just talk to them. She had informed Hikari and Rayline that she wanted to keep the relationship between her and Hank a secret. However, she thought for a while and looked at Hank. I'll try to invite them to the party, but I don't think they'll come. They don't like noisy places. I can go with you if you need me. Hank nodded. No, it's fine. Thanks. Maurice and Hank, I wish you all the best. A girl with a large bouquet of red flowers walked to the couple. She was wearing a black one-piece and her voice was cute. Thank you, Angela, you're so cute. Maurice crouched, hugging the girl, then kissed her soft cheeks. I have to leave now. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. She accepted the bouquet and smiled. Glad you liked it, Angela responded in a high-pitched tone. With her long blonde hair and black dress, she looked like a beautiful doll. Morisa nodded and walked to the trees on the side. She raised her hand and leaned forward slightly so no one could see what she was doing. A blue light dot flashed on the back of her right hand. It was a communication rune. A deep voice echoed in her ears. Morisa hesitated for a second and looked to the right. There were 4 familiar people staring at her beneath the shadow of a large tree quietly. Morisa walked to the 4 wizards quickly and hugged the female wizard wearing a long white robe. "Wish you all the best, Morisa," Hikari muttered, then she handed a small red jewelry box over to Morisa. "I respect the decision you made. It's a wise choice. Anyway, you're still one of us. Contact me if you need anything." Stigma had prepared a gift for Morisa as well. Rayline and Angele greeted Morisa as they gave her their prepared presents. "Thank you." There were tears in Morisa's eyes, but she quickly wiped them off. "I know that I was a burden on the trip. I barely did anything, but..." "Don't say that, Morisa. We survived the challenges together." "You also did everything you can when Stigma was injured," Hikari interrupted. The 5 wizards stood in the shadow and started chatting. Hank was talking to his relatives that just arrived. The cute girl named Angela blinked her eyes and looked around searching for Morisa. After several seconds, she somehow found that Morisa was talking to 4 people that were wearing long white robes under a tree. "Hank, look over there." She pointed at that tree. Hank and his 2 relatives heard the girl's voice and turned around. They must be Morisa's friends. Hank's brows furrowed. "I'll go take a look. I think I should at least greet them." "Yeah, go ahead." The 2 relatives nodded at the same time. "We'll head to the wedding banquet now." "Sure. I want to go with you." Angela sounded like a spoiled kid. "Fine, let's go." Hank patted Angela's head. Morisa already finished her conversation as they walked to the tree. The 4 people that were talking to her covered their faces with their hoods, then turned around and disappeared into the forest quickly. Hank and Angela failed to greet the 4 wizards. They watched Morisa walk to them with several gifts in her arms. "How was it?" Hank wondered. "They said they still had something to take care of and left." Morisa shook her head. Hank glanced around and noticed that the energy particles in the air were decreasing. He looked at Morisa. "Who are they?" "My dear, no offense, but I can see a dangerous aura around them." "Don't worry, Hank, forget about them. We'll probably never meet again." Morisa looked a bit depressed. Angele started experimenting with the spell system that was used by most crystal stage wizards right after coming back from Morisa's wedding. The biggest difference between a crystal stage and the liquid stage was that the crystal stage wizard could cast level 2 spells. However, the amount of mana, mentality, and supporting materials required were altogether different as well. The strongest level 1 spell could deal around 60 to 70 degrees of damage, but a crystal stage wizard would be able to understand and learn level 2 spell models. Although the power of the spells would be limited, they were still much stronger than level 1 spells. Angele returned to his home and accepted Hen's offer. He decided to find the woman for her and Hen started telling him the information about the level 2 spells. "Your force field from the metal mastery is too weak for a crystal stage wizard. You need to modify it again and improve it." Angele sat on the bed in his bedroom and listened to Hen's words. It was late at night. The light from the 2 moons outside illuminated on Angele's body. "What about the level 2 spell you promised me?" Angele asked. "Metal mastery has already been modified. How am I supposed to improve it again?" "You can partially modify it. You can't simply replace it with a different talent spell. Consider the talent spell as part of your mentality crystal. You can engrave different runes on its surface, but you can't remove them after," Han explained. "You have a high affinity with fire energy particles, so you need to find a way to engrave the runes from fire category spells on your talent spell model. However, the process will consume a large amount of your mentality and you will be in your weakest state during this period. You need to make sure that you do it in a safe location. If it's what I must do, I won't hesitate. Angele nodded his head slightly. Is there any recommendation on which level 2 fire category spell I should choose? I have a list of level 1 spells for you to take a look at. I'll give you the level 2 spell on our way to the Elemental Hands territory. A chilling mentality wave hit Angele's brain as Hen finished her words. The biochip warned Angele immediately. Unknown mentality wave has entered your brain. Information transfer request accepted. Continue? Yes. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes and disappeared into the air quickly. Information transfer started, organizing. Several minutes later, Hen spoke again. All right, I have transmitted all the information to you. Just pick one that fits your battle style. They're all fire category spells, and you can use them to practice. The mentality wave transfer technique has consumed a lot of my energy, so I need to rest for now. Much appreciated. Angele nodded. Damn kid, you're only polite when you get what you want. Hen did not sound happy. Angele chuckled but did not say anything else. Data organized. Visualization prepared, 0 reported back. Visualize it. Prepare for the simulation. Angele created the task right away. The biochip had been upgraded twice and many new features had been added. Its multitasking ability was of tremendous assistance when multiple simulations were needed to be processed at the same time. After several seconds, a large blue light screen was displayed in front of Angele's eyes. Rows of spell models slowly appeared on the light screen. Soul's Gauntlet, infuse your hands with fire energy particles by absorbing the power of the sun. The damage of the spell will increase if you can absorb a lot of sunlight. Flame Armor, conjure high-temperature flames that surrounds your body. Your body must be strong enough to handle the temperature. The power of the armor is decided by your mentality. Explosive Fire Bead, release a small rolling fireball. The fireball will move to your target and explode. The power of the explosion is decided by the density of the fireball. Sunlight Laser, release multiple lasers and blind your targets while dealing damage. The power of the lasers is decided by the amount of sunlight you can absorb. High Temperature Force Field, release a fire force field around your body. The radius of the force field is 15 meters. Increase Melting Point, temporarily increase the melting point of a certain material. The range is decided by the amount of mentality spent. Increase Boiling Point, temporarily increase the boiling point of a certain liquid. The range is decided by the amount of mentality spent. Absolute Fire Resistance, block a high-temperature target. Create a barrier by consuming mentality. The duration and the amount of mentality spent can be controlled. Those were the spell models and special techniques listed on the first page, and there were more than 10 pages. Most of them were level 1 spells. Angele checked each of the spells and techniques one by one carefully. He picked a simple level 1 spell that would fit his talent spell perfectly. It was the High Temperature Force Field. Angele had already mastered the fire enchantment techniques and he wanted to try them for the first time. He had already noticed the weakness of the metal mastery. Engraving runes might be helpful. The attack mode of the metal force field was too simple and the damage it could do was associated with Angele's attribute points. Angele noticed that the information on the spell model was missing the details. He had finished picking a spell model and tried to talk to Hen, but she did not respond. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, New Journey, 2. Chapter 291, New Journey, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Hen finally woke up when the sun started rising. High temperature force field, huh? Good choice. She did not sound surprised. This is the details about the spell model. Since you already know the entirety of the fundamentals, you should be able to master it quickly. I want to craft an enchanted weapon. Do you have advice for me? Angele asked and secretly ordered the chip to record the conversation. Majority of enchanted weapons are weak. If you want better enchantment results, you must look for high-quality materials. No one relies on the enchantment itself since it takes too much time just to replenish the energy required for usage. If you can find a magic circle that can help you replenish the energy, that would be a good choice. That's why the enchanted items can be used more than once although they have an internal cooldown time, Han explained. Your enchantment skill is way too weak. Without sufficient knowledge of magic circles, you'll just be wasting materials. Alright. I'll think about it. No one can become an enchantment master in a single day after all. The high-temperature force field's rune engraving is my priority, Angele responded in a calm tone. There was a blank expression on his face. Sure. I have a nice level 2 spell for you once you finish the procedure. Hen continued, after transmitting the details of the level 2 spell to you, I will have a good rest again. That means you'll be on your own for a while. The transmitting process will cost me a lot of energy. Take some time and master it after you arrive at the Elemental Hand's territory. Hen transmitted the complete information of the spell model to Angele after she finished speaking. Is there anything else that I need to be careful with? Angele wondered. It's still early. I'll talk to you after I wake up. Hen stopped responding after this. It seemed the process had cost her a significant portion of her energy. Hen? Angele tried to talk to her again, but she did not answer. He narrowed his eyes. Getting off his bed, he headed to the potions room. There was a black travel case behind the door. He opened the case carefully and covered the whole room with his force field, preventing the invasive mentality waves from detecting his special items. The items in the case were covered by a black blanket. Angele pulled the black blanket away and colorful glows illuminated on his face. Under the blanket, there were countless potion bottles and tubes. The blue, red, yellow, and golden glows were from the liquid and dust inside the containers. Angele spent some time testing in order to check if Hen knew what he was doing while she was resting. By then, he had now figured out how Hen's invasive mentality waves functioned. He wanted to hide his special potions from Hen as one of them contained the extracted blood of the creature from the nightmare realm. He was not sure if Hen could recognize it, but for the sake of any unexpected happenings, he did so. Angele checked the condition of the potions in the case and grabbed a glass tube with green sticky liquid from the top right corner. I need to finish the engravings and stabilize my mentality as soon as possible. The date Mincola told me is now getting closer and closer. My time is limited, yet I still need to analyze the bloodline sample. Angele closed the case as he thought of this. He hid the case behind the door and covered it with energy particles to set up a simple alerting function. Angele straightened his back and headed to the laboratory. 10 days later. The sky was blocked by thick clouds. The raindrops were hitting the land constantly and the visibility outside was bad. Beside a main road outside the city, there was a 2-meter-wide river running down the grass-covered land. The bean-sized raindrops rippled on the surface of the water and the tall grass was dancing amidst the strong wind. The flow of the river was slow but steady. There were several pedestrians wearing raincoats and carriages advancing along the main road. There was a tall man wearing a gray raincoat standing by the running river. The gray hood covered his face, but it seemed that he was staring at the water quietly. Suddenly, a tinge of white light flashed on the back of his right hand. A deep voice echoed in his ears. 3 o'clock. Green, hide your mentality waves. For sure, Angele responded in a low voice. There are 2 more groups of wizards doing the same mission as us. You need to hurry. The voice continued. All right. Angele cut off the communication. After 10 days and 30 tries, he finally engraved the first rune on the mentality crystal with complete success. He then decided to test the new effect of the metal force field right away. Angele accepted an assassination mission from the inn. The target was a wizard from a random family. It was a weak wizard who decided to inherit his family business after failing to advance to the next stage. He apparently hired several strong mercenaries as guards on the way to the city. The downpour of the rain was becoming heavier and heavier. Angele could barely see the objects that were 10 meters away from him, and the only thing in his vision was the downpour. He raised his head and the chilling raindrops splashed on his face. Angele took a deep breath. The air was wet but refreshing. Suddenly, he heard the intense noise made by horse hooves from the main road. Tab-dak, tab-dak. In the curtain of rain, a white carriage with 2 running black horses was moving forward at full speed. There was no coachman at its front and its wheels were surrounded by green energy particles. Angele turned his head around and the carriage looked like a moving gray shadow. He narrowed his eyes and started walking to the carriage. Several seconds later, Angele stood on the roadside staring at the approaching carriage. The noise made by the stomping horses was mixed in the rain, getting louder and louder. The road was not for a smooth ride, so the carriage was shaking. Angele slowly untied the silver scimitar from the belt and held it tight with his right hand. There was a blank expression on his face. Boom! Rays of silver light were released from Angele's hand. The carriage was blown away by the impact and it rolled back several times on the grass like a ball. The carriage stopped moving after hitting a large puddle. Angele detected no movement whatsoever from the overturned carriage. The 2 black horses were neighing in pain on the grass. Fresh red blood was dripping down their body, diluted by the rain quickly. Angele walked to the carriage quickly and tied the cursed scimitar to his belt using the metal string. He then raised his right hand and conjured a silver sword. The point of the sword turned red, now steaming hot. The raindrops evaporated once they fell onto the point of the sword, producing sizzling noises. The sword was about 2 meters long and its tip was wider than the blade itself. The glowing crimson sword's point was hard to ignore in the rain. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he walked to the carriage. A bald man wearing a green leather suit was trapped inside the carriage and blood was dripping down his chin. The man's face had long become pale since his chest was broken. Angele raised his sword up high and swung it downwards. A black shadow jumped out of the carriage and blocked the blade. Angele leaned back due to the impact and took a step backward. The blue light around his eyes faded. 75 degrees? He did a simple analysis. The enhanced metal force field and his high strength level had increased the damage dealt by his weapon slightly. The black shadow was blown away by the impact. It was actually an old man wearing a black outfit. Blood was leaking out of his eyes and nose. Such a scene was horrifying. God damn it. I tried, the old man cursed as he coughed. Where are your guards? How did you get hurt? Angele noticed that the situation was a bit complicated. He aimed at the horses and the carriage when he initiated the attack. His purpose was to let the force field to do its work and break through the old wizard's energy shield. You guys killed them all, the old man responded in a grave tone. Young man, how much did they pay you to kill me? I'll double that price if you let me go. What do you say? The old man looked at his right arm and it was burnt black. The enchanted armband that was gifted to him by an elder in his family had broken into pieces after blocking the attack. His energy shield that was created by the force field was pierced through easily. It would take him at least 4 years to recover from the injury. But the old man rubbed his right arm. It would not be a big problem if he could stay alive. He needed to find a way to convince the young wizard in front of him. The old man raised his head and stared at Angele. What do you think about my offer? Angele brandished the sword in his hands several times, its blade far longer than his height. Whatever, it seems I'm the lucky one today. I need to finish you off before the others come. Angele did not care about the old man's offer at all. You, wait, I'll triple the reward. Triple, the old man who was trembling in fear shouted in desperation. Gee! The long sword chopped through the old man's head easily. The heated blade burned his flesh as it sliced through his head. Angele was satisfied with the result. He crouched and took down a black leather pouch from the old man's belt to prove that he completed the mission. Angele heard the noise produced by stomping horses coming from the main road. Two men in black cloaks riding on top of brown horses were moving toward him at full speed. The man in the front was surrounded by a distorted force field and the raindrops were being blocked by it. The mentality wave released by him was strong and mysterious. The two horses' red eyes were glowing, their muscular bodies looked a bit strange. Angele observed the two approaching wizards for several seconds, now rather confused. He shook his head, then he turned around and disappeared into the curtain of the rain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, Elemental Hand in Vivian, 1. Chapter 292, Elemental Hand in Vivian, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. My goal was to test my new force field and complete the mission. It seems everything went according to my plan. Angele modified his mentality frequency and talked to Hen. He was walking quickly in the heavy rain. He went around the city and found a small road. Time to meet up with Mincola and the group. Where's the level 2 spell model you promised me? He asked. Don't worry. I'll give it to you when the time is right. Hen, chuckling, gave a vague answer. Angele continuously bugged Hen many times about the spell models right after she woke up, but she just would not tell him exactly when. Angele returned to the Dream Inn to claim the reward of the mission and left right after. He walked down the street beside the river and entered a random tavern at around the corner. There were several pedestrians running down the street and no one was waiting in front of the tavern due to the heavy downpour. He pushed the door open. Ding! The bell on the door rang as Angele stepped into the tavern. The warm fragrance of the wines permeated the air. Patrons of the tavern were chatting and yelling. There were also people playing cards in the corner. Angele's brows furrowed. He glanced around and walked straight to a corner on the other side. There were 5 or 6 people sitting around several tables. The conspicuous outfits they were wearing were different from the other patrons in the tavern. Mincola, Rose, and a white-haired lady were sitting together around one of the tables. The lady was pointing at a light yellow leather scroll on the table. Angele's footsteps attracted the patrons' attention, with some of them glaring at him. However, they did not utter a word as he was but a stranger to them. Mincola stood up first. Hey, Green! You're finally here. Rose and the lady just nodded their heads and smiled slightly. Angele walked to the table and sat down by Mincola. Thank you for that tip, Rose. It helped me a lot during the mission. He looked at Rose. It's fine. Although my battle skills are weak, I still want to prove myself, Rose responded in a light tone. Who's this? Angele turned to the lady who was seated beside Rose. Silky smooth and untainted, the white-haired lady's long hair draped over her shoulders. She wore crimson eyeshadows and a white dress. Overall, she looked rather young and attractive. Right beside her chair was a black wand of great length. Name is Celine. Nice to meet you, Wizard Green. The lady named Celine raised her right hand as greeting. Nice to meet you too, Wizard Celine. Angele raised his left hand and tapped on the lady's palm. I'm still trying to get used to the strange greeting gesture here. It's quite unique. ED note, yep, they're doing high fives as a greeting. Ha, understandable. Celine smiled and nodded. She moved the leather scroll slightly so everyone around the table could see it. We're discussing the best route to Elemental Hand. This is a map I acquired from a local wizard. It's not very accurate, but we have already made several different plans. Come have a look, Wizard Green. Nodding in affirmation, Angele lowered his head and started inspecting the map. 3 red lines were marked on the scroll and the black dots represented the locations. The city was marked by a black dot as well, and their destination was a larger black dot. What's wrong with the shortest route? Angele blurted out in question. He noticed that one of the routes was much shorter than the other 2, which he had assumed right away that the former might be dangerous. Well, there's a big problem with that route. It's the same route used by the strongest wizards from the group. There's a rumor out there that someone wants to kill them and take their badges along the way. We might get into trouble if we choose this one, Celine explained. Why don't we wait for several days instead before we leave? Angele looked at the map. We need to arrive at Elemental Hand before the deadline, so we can't waste time. Several wizards have been assassinated on this route last year while heading to an organization called Lycra. That's the only path they could use. Also, the area around it is. You're making it too complicated. The main point is we can't use this route because assassins are targeting wizards who want to join Lycra and they might mistake us for being their targets, Rose interrupted. It is said that those assassins are capable of slaying rank 2 wizards. I don't think we can fight back at all once we get ambushed by them. Let's choose a different route then. Angele nodded slightly. Safety is our priority. I agree. We'll all die if the assassins are as strong as the rumors said. Let's choose the second route. It's a bit longer, but it's safe. Mincola pointed at a red line. What do you think? He asked. Angele and Rose both nodded at the same time. Sure, when are we leaving? Celine wondered. Is everyone prepared? Mincola eyed the members. I'm ready. Rose shrugged. I just need to pick up my travel case, Angele responded. Me too. Celine nodded. Just tell us the time. Let's start moving now. We don't have much time left, right? Angele chuckled. Sure. The others all agreed with him. The 4 went to pick up their travel cases after leaving the tavern. It was still raining, but they gathered outside the city gate quickly. Mincola hired 4 carriages for each of the wizards. They each entered their own carriages and quickly left the city within the heavy downpour. The noises coming from the hooves and wheels had entirely been masked by the sound of the downpour. Angele was worried about their group being attacked along the way, but nothing happened. The 4 did not encounter any problem during the trip. The only thing Angele did was to clean off the broken stones and trees on the road. He did not even find any mutated beast. Angele had carried enough nutrient potions to be used as a substitute for his meals. They arrived at the territory of Elemental Hand successfully. The entrance to the organization was literally a towering brown boulder. On the surface of the boulder was a carved human face of humongous size. The face had its eyes closed, while its mouth, completely opened, was the entrance to the organization's territory. There were carriages traveling in and out of the entrance and were divided into 2 categories. Carriages transporting resources and carriages transporting the new members. Majority of the newly recruited members were wizard apprentices. While the rest of them were formal wizards, only a few were on par with Angele. All the wizard apprentices being brought into the organization possessed their own recommendation letters and were being escorted by formal wizards. These wizards were carrying either organizational badges or special enchanted items. Each member of the Elemental Hand Patrol team was riding a special white bird. These aerial mounts were constantly taking flight from and landing on a platform right beside the entrance. Specialists had been hired to take care of these birds while they weren't on patrol. The 4 wizards quickly finished the registration process and were given a different-looking badge after they were officially accepted as formal members of the organization. The registration process was easy due to Elemental Hand being associates with Dark Wizard Tower. Some of the elders of Elemental Hand had been, after all, assigned by Dark Wizard Tower. The badge Angele acquired during the competition was different from those given to members who weren't members of Dark Wizard Tower. He thought he would have to pass a number of challenges before he could be accepted officially. There were several caverns and tunnels within the territory of Elemental Hand. Similar to a nest of ants, each cavern served its own function. Most of the people Angele met inside the tunnels were wizard apprentices. The main tunnel connected the entrance of the organization to the platform atop the mountain. This was where the Council Hall of Elemental Hand was located, and its appearance was similar to a small palace. As a new member, the organization required him to search for a place to live in within the territory and teach the wizard apprentices several courses. Angele was also required to leave his communication rune to the council so that the elders could communicate with him when necessary. All the requirements could easily be fulfilled. Angele, Rose, Celine, and Mincola talked to the several rank 2 wizards from the council. They were the strongest wizards belonging to the organization. They were a bit confused, however, as the whole process itself seemed a bit too simple and the higher-ups of Elemental Hand seemed busy dealing with something else. Thus, they decided to find their respective places to live in first. Angele learned that there would be 10 more wizards who will be joining the organization. Angele thought for a while and understood the reason. The organization would never trust them like how they would trust the wizard apprentices. Wizards could do anything they wanted to as there was barely any restriction in the territory. Elemental Hand's territory was a bit complicated and was divided into 3 areas: Stardew Mountain, Base River, and the underground caverns. The whole territory had a similar size to Nola. Angele checked the map given to him by the wizard apprentice at the registration desk and the residential areas were marked clearly on it. There were about 10 major cities in the territory and each city had a population of about 500,000 people. Angele picked a remote area nearby Base River and built a small wooden house. The only protection the house had were the wooden fences around it. Hen had kept her promise. However, when she double-checked the requirement for the spell, she realized that Angele must still finish learning several basic courses before he could fully comprehend the level 2 spell model. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Elemental Hand and Vivian, 2. Chapter 293, Elemental Hand and Vivian, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Over the course of the next several months, Angele had been routinely staying at his residence and focusing on studying the basic courses transmitted to him by Hen. He had asked the wizard apprentices from the headquarters to deliver food and water to him every single day. He communicated with Mincola through the telescope and the communication rune. Angele had also sent several messages to Hikari, Stigma, and Rayline through the signal obelisk. Stigma responded to him twice, but both Hikari and Rayline only replied once. It seemed that they were all busy with their own missions. Angele had also sent messages to Isabel and Nancy. The message was sent through the signal obelisk in the headquarters, which was then transferred to the signal obelisks in the Molten River area. Messages addressed to the West Coast would only be delivered once they collected enough messages to justify the cost. Sending messages to the West Coast through this method was too expensive and it would take about 2 years for the messages to be delivered. Angele did not tell Nancy anything about his current situation, but he told her how to reply to his message. He wanted to make sure people knew he was still alive so that Nancy and his family would continue to be protected. Hen rested for another 2 months after transferring the basic courses to Angele, but she asked Angele to go to Stardew Mountain first and find the female wizard named Vivian. If not, she would not transfer the level 2 spell model to him. Angele packed up, putting the badge on his robe, and headed to Stardew Mountain. Stardew Mountain Range. Early in the morning. Atop one mountain, parts of black rocks were covered by white snow. Right in the heart of the mountain, or rather, a volcano, thick white smoke was slowly rising from the magma chamber. Frigid winds blew some of the snow into the air. A stench associated with rotten eggs due to sulfur permeated the air. Kata kata. A man wearing a thick white cloak was slowly climbing up, heading to the top of the volcano. The snow-covered narrow path was a bit slippery. He was wearing a white hood and was holding a silver staff with his right. The surface of the path was covered by a thin layer of ice and it was topped by the thick snow. Ha! The man took a deep breath as he stopped. He turned to the side carefully and looked down. He could not see the foot of the mountain at all. The thick clouds had blocked his sight completely. Are you kidding me? It's over 9,000 meters tall. The man took off his hood, revealing his smooth skin and glowing eyes. This man was Angele. White snow had fallen onto his hair and his eyebrows, but it quickly disappeared after a second. Angele had been using the fire energy particles to keep his body warm. For that reason, the snow close to him had evaporated. Hen, are you sure this is the right place? It's getting ridiculous, Angele shook his head. I'm sure the location is correct. The environment in this area is the worst, but the view is great. This is also the only volcano in the Stardew Mountain range. Hen's voice was deep and hoarse. Keep climbing. You'll know why once you reach the peak. Are you serious? Angele looked down again, but the only things he could see were the clouds. He had started to feel a bit dizzy. The altitude is even higher than the airships. Angele took a deep breath and started advancing again. He left a trail of deep footsteps behind as it was hard to walk on a snowy path. I didn't plan on using high-temperature force field in this manner, but the temperature is, blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. The current temperature was displayed in his sight. 81.5 degrees Celsius. I doubt I can survive this bizarre environment without the force field. That must be why I didn't see any normal creatures here. The chilling wind here felt like daggers cutting his skin. The energy particles stored in the chip was used to support the force field. The good thing was Angele could restore the energy particles easily. After using the mentality compression technique, Angele could now absorb energy particles at a much faster rate. The only problem was that there were not much fire energy particles in an environment like this, with only about 10 degrees of energy was being restored every hour. Nevertheless, it still reduced the consumption of the spell. Kata kata. He kept advancing on the twisted snow path. It almost looked like a white ant trying to climb to the top of a humongous mountain. After about half an hour, he finally reached the crater of the volcano. Apart from the crater being covered by black rocks, Angele did not see any snow. The temperature in this place could easily melt the falling snowflakes. However, thin layers of ice still coated a few areas of the crater. Angele stood on the crater and narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what was within the magma chamber. That's the place? Hen? He asked. Yeah, Hen responded right away. The elders of Elemental Hand are dealing with something else right now, so they don't have the time to monitor the activities of the formal members. This place is supposedly a meeting area of the younger members, but it seems that they don't come here often. No one has restored the temperature matrix. Younger members? Are you related to them? Yeah, they are my family members and I'm their teacher. The lectures were usually held here, but that was many years ago. I think Finn already left and Tydania is still missing. I don't know how many of them are still alive, Hen responded, sounding a bit depressed. But what about now? Is there still people here? Angele was concerned about this. Since it took him quite a while to reach the volcano, he did not want his efforts to be in vain. There should be someone here if you're lucky, like Vivian. What should I tell them? Just tell them you're one of my students. It's easy to prove, so don't worry about it, Han responded. Can't you just leave my body and talk to them? Angele pursed his lips. There's no point in me doing that. I'm too weak right now. They will understand, and even the ancient wizards did not know how to turn themselves into the soul form. I don't want to become the test subject of some sick wizards. Your life is connected to my soul right now, so we're in the same boat. Han sneered. Arisma is not my only enemy. You already know how I lost my physical form. I need to be more careful then. Angele was speechless. I had spent a lot of time teaching all those students, but not many of them know my identity. Only the strongest of the students knew who I was, and all of them were Elemental Han's core members. Han explained. I don't know about the others, but Vivian will certainly help you. So she's the most loyal one? Angele was curious. Loyal or not, I do not know. But her parents died when she was young, and for that reason, she treated her only son very well. Her son was one of my students, but no one else knew that Vivian had a son. Vivian thought her son died during a mission, but I can convince her that her son is still alive. Han chuckled. What do you mean? Angele narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you're going to tell her that I'm her son. It's a good plan, eh? Han lowered her voice. From now on, you're the son of Vivian Fenrir, and my student. Check your right shoulder right now. After a second's time of hesitation, Angele pulled his clothes to the side. Zero's warning echoed in his ears. Unusual energy activity detected at your right shoulder. Eliminate it. A dark red birthmark slowly appeared on his right shoulder, and it looked quite strange. Angele asked Zero not to do anything, and he was now feeling relieved by the fact that the chip could warn him about Han's unusual behavior. What are you doing to my body? He asked in a cold tone. Angele was not mad at all, but merely wanted to dig out more information. Don't get mad. Her son did not die during a mission. He suffered from a special disease and I failed to save him, but I knew that there was a birthmark on his right shoulder. Vivian should know about the birthmark as well, so she should believe you just for that. Are you sure it was just a disease? Don't tell me you killed him. Angele kept asking. He was asking Zero to check his body condition to make sure that Han did not do anything else. It was just an accident. Han was not concerned. Vivian lost her ability to bear children due to a problem that happened during an experiment, so she will be very happy once she knows her son is still alive. Are you sure this will work? She won't trust me just because of the birthmark. After all, there were just too many holes in this plan. Don't worry, you have me. I know a lot more about Vivian's son than Vivian herself, and you also have the Harpy's bloodline coursing through your veins, so it's hard for her to do any test. My mentality wave will block all soul-checking spells. If you can give me access to your mentality wave, I can even modify it to make it similar to the one her son had. Interesting, you rested so long just for this moment? Angele narrowed his eyes. Show me the mentality wave pattern. I can do it myself. Sure. Anyway, I'm just making a fair trade with you. Since I need you to become stronger and kill Arisma for me, I won't do any harm to you. I will even make you my inheritor and provide you all the knowledge I possess, so what are you afraid of? Han sneered again. That sounds beautiful and all, but I'll most likely die during all the tasks you will ask me to complete if I'm not cautious enough. You're hiding too many things from me. Angele himself knew that there was no such thing as free lunch in this world, but he couldn't simply do whatever Han asked him to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, The Ruins Underneath the Volcano, 1. Chapter 294, The Ruins Underneath the Volcano, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Ungrateful kid, Han sounded a bit unhappy upon hearing what Angele said. All right. Come on, I'll transfer the soul pattern and mentality wave modification method to you. Angele was not concerned. Standing amidst the strong winds, he raised his right hand. A small white light ball was conjured atop his palm. The ball of light looked like a translucent spinning glass ball, and there was a strange black insect inside it. The insect looked identical to a scorpion. It had 2 claws and 1 needle on its tail. The only difference it had were the black spikes on its back. Angele narrowed his eyes and observed the glass ball. "What's this?" he asked. "It is called spike scorpion, just a specimen. This scorpion is easy to find in the wild, but it has many different forms. A part of the boy's soul was trapped within this specimen. Actually, it's not really a scorpion but just a symbol now." Hen responded immediately. "In other words, this is the soul mark of her son. I had lost my physical form, but I had instead gained the ability to separate souls from its vessel. So what do you think?" she continued. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He quickly scanned the scorpion using his chip to make sure that it was not a threat. "Let me control this thing myself. I think I can do it." "Sure." Hen chuckled, and she stopped talking. The glass ball slowly landed on Angele's palm and the white light faded. He looked at the glass ball. Hesitating for a second, he tapped on the ball with his finger. "Gee!" The glass ball sank into his finger right away. Angele shook his head, feeling dizzy. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. "Unknown energy detected trying to enter your brain, eliminate?" "Yes." Angele gave the order. The blue light dots flashed in his eyes and his eyeballs looked like 2 perfect sapphires. Elimination failed. The energy particle is unknown. Try to interrupt it with mentality waves? Zero reported back after several seconds. Angele was surprised. It was the first time in a long time that Zero found a new type of energy. "Yes, use the mentality wave." He closed his eyes and modified his mentality frequency right away in order for Hen not to discover what he was up to. Not only that, he also began to inspect the properties of this unknown energy. New type of energy detected. Please name it. The energy particles are blocked by the mentality wave. Zero brought the good news to him. Name it soul power. Angele preferred using straightforward methods. He could feel something cold moving inside his brain. Soul power consumed. Mentality increased to 77.5. After about half an hour, Angele finished the simulation of the soul power. His eyes were once again surrounded by a golden glow. "All right. You should have realized by now that I did not lie to you, right?" Hen spoke at such a perfect time. "I'm just being cautious. Don't think too much about it." Angele pursed his lips into a smile. "What should I do next?" "You see those smoke coming out of the magma chamber? Touch it with your hands." Angele stared at the thick, white smoke coming out of the crater. He could smell the sulfur in the air. As he stepped forward, he finally felt the heat. He raised his right hand and touched the smokescreen. "Can you feel it? Pull it out." Hen continued. Angele moved his hand around and found a long stick that looked like a vein. He held the vein tight and pulled it out. Some smoke left the smokescreen with the vein and it disappeared into the air right away. "All right. You can just stay here and wait. Someone will come to pick you up, but you might face some kind of trouble. I must cut the connection for now so that no one will know I'm still alive. You're a smart kid, so you ought to know what to do. Only answer the questions that will help you prove your identity, though you can still say you're from the West Coast and you were once immortal. It doesn't matter anyway since you already have the soul pattern. Also, check the detailed information on her son that I transferred to you just now. Good luck." Hen cut off the connection right after she finished saying these. The information Hen transmitted to Angele was quite complicated. He stored it in the database. Angele's expression turned solemn. Quietly he awaited there, unsure of what was about to happen. Suddenly, a stone pillar slowly arose from the ground right behind him. The stone pillar barely made any noise. The stone pillar was about 2 meters high. Ka! The pillar cracked open, revealing nothing but darkness within. A woman wearing a long robe of whiteness stepped out of the cracked stone pillar. Her face was clean and attractive, and dark blonde hair, silky smooth and shiny, trailed over her shoulders. Angele heard this noise, causing him to turn around as the woman's cold gaze fell on him. "Who are you and why are you here?" The woman was speaking in a rather cold tone and her voice crisp. "I'm the 9th student of Master Hen, who asked me to come here." Angele politely bowed to the woman. He noticed the white robe that the woman was wearing had no decorative patterns of any sort, only plain white. "Hen? Master Hen?" The woman glared at Angele with her eyebrows knitted. "What's your name?" "I'm Angele Rio, you can just call me Angele." Angele looked at the woman's feet as he responded. She was wearing a pair of long white boots. For some reason, no noise was produced when she stepped on the white snow. "Follow me." The woman turned around and vanished into the darkness inside the stone pillar. Angele followed suit quickly. The small space inside the stone pillar easily fitted 2 adults. The inside was pure darkness and dead silence, however. The stone pillar slowly sank into the ground and disappeared into the black rocks. Angele felt as if he was standing in an elevator. Moreover, different from what he had expected, the space inside was actually much larger. The woman stood beside the wall, the distance between the two about 1 meter. The stone pillar was quickly descended, albeit the slight tremors. Angele felt as though gravity had disappeared for a second. "I'm Vivian Fenrir. You can just call me by my name directly if you are Master Hen's student. However, I must first test you. You should know what will happen once I find out you lied to me." Vivian looked at Angele. "I didn't lie to you." With a flick of his finger, a small ball of purple flame appeared on the tip of the index finger of Angele's right hand. He slightly waved his finger and yellow flames came out of the purple fireball. "This is a basic application of the fire stacking technique Master Hen taught me," Angele said right after the fireball vanished into the air. "Your foundation is strong. How long have you been practicing it?" 10 years? Vivian's expression loosened. 11 years actually. I have put a lot of effort into it." Angele had no idea how to continue this conversation. He had learned the fire stacking technique not so long ago when Hen asked him to master this, being it the requirement for the level 2 spell. With the assistance of the biochip, he mastered this technique in several days. Hen would have been surprised if she had witnessed what Angele had done. The descending speed of the stone pillar was slow. Although the woman still continued to ask a series of questions, she had already begun to trust Angele after she saw him perform the fire stacking technique. Hen had long transferred the detailed information to him, and Angele had no problem answering all those questions. Vivian was no longer talking to him like a complete stranger. "I'm sorry. But for some reason, it doesn't feel like this is our first time meeting each other. You remind me of someone familiar." Angele now spoke the line they had prepared. "Ha?" Vivian suddenly began to show hesitation. "Pa." The stone pillar reached its destination and landed on the ground. The crack Angele had seen earlier was actually a door, and there was a long crimson tunnel right in front of him. The rotten egg-like stench of the sulfur was far stronger in the tunnel than outside. With creased forehead and brows furrowed, Angele followed Vivian out of the stone pillar. "To be honest, I'm having that same feeling too." Vivian slightly nodded as she advanced. "This is the place where Master Hen taught me everything. But now, I'm the only one left. She looked a bit depressed. I learned a lot from Master Han, but I also lost so many things over the course of my long journey. It is unfortunate, yet it may happen to you, too. It seemed that Angele's plan was working. Angele did not reply. He could feel Vivian emanating a horrifying mentality wave. It was not considered strong to him, but it gave him the chills. Angele was certain that if she had the intention to kill him, it would be impossible for him to retaliate. He had also felt a similar feeling when the airships had been attacked by the Lord of the Storm Spirits. The temperature in the tunnel increased as they kept moving onward. The air was thinning out, and Angele noticed a strange yellow mist floating around. This is the place. Vivian turned left and stepped into a black stone gate. Angele's face turned red. Zero began to send warning messages upon detecting the temperature that was now over 50 degrees Celsius. The sulfur in the air was so dense he was now having problem breathing. Angele thought he was going to faint. However, he felt refreshed after following Vivian into the stone gate. The air was nice and clean. Angele took a deep breath, now feeling much better. The tunnel was almost like a different world to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, The Ruin Underneath the Volcano, 2. Chapter 295, The Ruin Underneath the Volcano, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. On the other side of the door was a small room constructed out of stones. A wide stone pillar noiselessly sat at a corner. There was a yellow rune spinning slowly above a magic circle. A bed of blooming red and green flowers was planted on a stone platform right in the middle of the room. The leaves of spider plants entwined with several dried plant veins were hanging down the platform. Mushrooms of purple and white colors were growing in the gaps between the flowers. 4 red crystal runes were embedded into each wall. The pattern of the rune looked like a large anchor with chains surrounding it. The crystal was glowing, and the red light illuminated the stone room. Vivian walked to the yellow rune and moved her hands around it carefully. The once fading light of the rune became bright once more when she finished restoring the energy. After several minutes, she straightened her back and turned to Angele. Climb up the pillar and stand at the center of the magic circle. I still need you to participate in a few more tests. Angele abided in her order and he stood at the center of the magic circle. Vivian explained in a calm tone, this magical matrix will be used to verify your identity. If you are indeed Master Han's student, the magic circle will release a ray of eye-blinding yellow light. It can also be used to test your connections with certain creatures or people. There are several things I need to. A ray of yellow light suddenly illuminated out of the magic circle before Vivian could even finish her explanation and immediately turned into a cylinder of light, shooting to the top of the room. Vivian seemed surprised. Nonetheless, she remained calm and was about to pull Angele out of the yellow cylinder of light. Chi! Suddenly, the magic circle started reacting again. A ray of red light pierced through the yellow light and illuminated on Vivian's face. Wait, how is that even possible? Vivian's expression drastically changed, causing her to grit her teeth. The red light represents me. It should be my first time meeting you, yet the reaction of the magic circle indicates that you're related to me. Several seconds later, Vivian narrowed her eyes and gradually calmed down. She quickly tapped on the surface of the stone pillar. Chi! The cylinder made of light produced strange noises as it began to shrink. Soundlessly, Angele was still standing at the center of the magic circle. Congratulations, you passed the first test. Vivian had a blank expression on her face, but still, Angele could see the struggle in her eyes. There is still something else I must ask you. Stay there and do not move. Sure. Angele already knew what Vivian was thinking and knew that Han's plan had indeed worked. Vivian pointed at Angele's shoulders. Chi! A red light glimmered around Angele's birthmark. It is real. As Vivian muttered this under her breath, she took out a small black ring from her pouch and threw it into the air. The black ring flew toward Angele and started spinning at an insanely fast speed. It almost sounded like the ring was vibrating after being thrown, with its noise echoing throughout the entire room. The noise gave Angele a headache, and for some reason, his body started resonating with the ring. His skull numbed and his skin vibrated. The vibration of the ring was getting stronger and the echoing noise was turning deeper. Several seconds later, a black scorpion appeared at the center of the ring. A column of sharp black spikes was on the back of the scorpion. Vivian looked surprised and, at the same time, happy when the scorpion appeared. She took a deep breath and pointed at the ring. Chi! The scorpion disappeared from the center of the ring and the ring returned to Vivian's hand. You really are. Vivian did not finish her words. She herself knew that it was not time yet to speak of it. There was now a gentle smile on her face as she stared at Angele with a loving gaze. Your name is Angele, right? She lowered her voice. Yes. Angele knew why Vivian was now talking to him in a different tone and a different expression. Everything was going as planned. Do you remember what your mother looks like? Vivian asked in a light tone. Master Vivian, I don't. Angele's expression immediately changed as soon as he heard the question. His face was now filled with confusion. Why do you ask? I know it's a weird question to ask, but... Vivian was not certain about how to make things clear. Well, I want you to help me complete an important ritual later and I will award you with a magic device. What do you think? She stopped for a moment before continuing, you can leave the pillar now. Actually, can you tell me more about the things you have done recently and your experiences with Master Hen? Of course. Angele nodded and jumped off the stone pillar. Vivian waved her right hand and 2 black rocks rose from the floor. These rocks immediately reformed themselves into 2 black chairs. She told Angele to sit down and she started asking questions about everything Angele had gone through over the recent years. Angele used his own experiences combined with the detailed information on Vivian's son to answer all the questions. He did not speak about the nightmare realm and the ancient bloodlines, however, as those were his most guarded secrets. He had never seen his mother of this world upon reincarnating in this world anyway. From the narration of his story, it seemed that Vivian did not find any flaw. Vivian asked a load of questions that required him to give more details, but she still respected Angele's privacy, which helped Angele to dodge several hard questions. Angele did not know the exact age of Vivian, but her social skills were far better than most wizards. Time quickly flew by as they continued to talk in the stone room. Angele almost narrated his entire life story to Vivian but suddenly heard something exploding outside. However, nothing had seemingly happened. He checked the time through his chip. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. It is quite late already. I think I should leave now, Angele politely said as he stood up. You went here all the way from Base River, right? You can stay and rest here. Follow me and I will find a room for you. Vivian grasped Angele's hand and smiled. This place is an abandoned ruin of the ancient times which was built beneath the crater. Master Hen found this ruin and transformed it into our secret base. This place is much larger than you expect it to be. There's a laboratory, a garden, and even an ecological zone here. Everything is being powered by heat. The current supplies in the ruin can support more than 20 people at a time. Thank you, Master Vivian. Is this place truly an ancient ruin? Angele was curious. What kind of ruin? Follow me. I'll show you around. Vivian was no longer smiling, but she still continued to hold Angele's hand. They left the stone room together and the stone gate closed by itself. The 2 wizards walked to the end of the tunnel and went downstairs. Several times they turned around corners before they arrived at a dark red hallway. This is the residential area. Vivian pointed at the hallway. Do you see the ladders on both sides? Climb up the ladder and you will see a stone door leading to the respective bedroom. Pick whichever you want. Angele observed the hallway. There were about 20 red ladders in total, and on top of each ladder, there was a dark red stone door with different numbers marked on it. Vivian then took him to the garden. Countless plants and flowers were inside. Angele could hear birds chirping as soon as Vivian opened the door. The atmosphere was warm and humid. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. Angele could even see fireflies flying around. Inside the dark garden, the blue fireflies were moving around like glowing raindrops. Watching such a beautiful scene made Angele feel relaxed. The ecological zone and laboratory were nothing special. They looked like the ones Angele had back in the 6-ring area. Angele returned to the residential area with Vivian after visiting all the areas in the ruin. She left the hallway and headed to the laboratory after asking Angele to pick any room he wanted. Angele sat in the hallway quietly and made sure that Vivian had left the area. He turned around, and climbing up a random ladder, he opened the stone door. Ka! It did not require too much force to open the door, and Angele entered the room quickly. The room was simple but spacious. 2 diamond-shaped glowing rubies brightened up the room, and there was a large white bed beside the wall. The red light from the rubies illuminated on the white blanket, which almost made it seem like the color pink. On the other side of the room, there was a table and a black cabinet. Angele closed the door and locked it right away. She's gone. He changed the mentality frequency and tried to talk to Hen. All right. Hen, you're not resting, are you? What's your real plan? Just tell me. Real plan? Hen responded right away. What real plan? Vivian is preparing the complete soul pattern ritual. She hasn't fully trusted you yet, and she will ask someone to check your background and validate the information you told her. I'm not sure about this. Angele knitted his eyebrows. Don't worry, kid. I'm the person who knows her the most in this tragic world, Hen answered. And after the ritual, she will believe all the things you said, then you will know what a great decision it was that you made. What rank is Vivian at? You know everything about her, right? I'm having trouble checking her mentality level. Angele walked to the black cabinet and pulled the drawer open. There were several long robes of varieties inside. I don't know how strong she is now, but she had already reached rank 3 when I left. She should at least a rank 4 wizard now after all those years. Angele was shocked at Hen's conjecture. Rank 4. Dawn wizard, he thought, his expression changing at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Accident 1. Chapter 296, Accident 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. A soul pattern ritual done by a rank 4 wizard. I don't think I will comprehend the runes she used. If something unfortunate happens, we will both die. Angele pursed his lips. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Hen sounded confident. You will pass the ritual with no problems. Vivian will truly treat you as her son by then, but... What about the rank 2 spell model you have promised me? Angele asked. I will certainly give it to you, but transmitting it will cost me a huge amount of energy. I will have to rest for a long time afterward. Are you sure you want it now? Hen asked. Of course. It is a fair trade. Angele remained calm as he responded in a light tone. All right. I will transmit it to you after you pass the ritual. Hen stopped talking right after she said this. Angele walked around the room checking the whole structure quickly. He washed his body with water, then going to his bed, he began to rest. Over the next successive 10 days, Angele patiently waited in the ruins. Finally, Vivian had completely finished all preparations for the ritual. The magic circle looked like an enhanced version of the one Angele had used in the stone room. He stepped into the circle. The light it produced was still the same yellow and red. Upon confirming her assumptions, Vivian began to treat Angele much better than before. She even allowed Angele access on the majority of the facilities in the ruin, though she still had her doubts since the entire matter itself was too difficult to believe. This sudden and almost 180-degree turn in Vivian's attitude toward him caused Angele to feel discomfort when he noticed this during the course of the next several days. Angele was still a stranger to Vivian, so she still talked to the young man in an emotionless tone. But she was treating Angele like her own son at present after the ritual. Angele could feel the expectation she had on him and knew that Vivian was overjoyed. Such was the genuine love of a mother to her son. Whenever she talked to Angele, Vivian would always wear a gentle smile on her face. 5 days after the ritual, Vivian and Angele walked through the tunnel together, their footsteps echoing throughout. So, I have shown you the basic facilities in the ruin. Now I will take you to the more dangerous areas. In those areas, there will be mutated beasts roaming and the sulfur content in the air is denser. I would not want you entering those areas accidentally. Vivian led the way in front, explaining the situation to Angele. I have not completely explored every area yet due to it having too many unknown factors, so remember, don't enter the unexplored areas just because you are curious. Sure. Angele nodded. If a rank 4 wizard said that those areas were dangerous, he would definitely not test his luck. Vivian led Angele to the southern area of the ruin where almost every part was restricted. Angele saw an empty prison and a large black rock inside a special room. These two places had caught his attention. After showing Angele the restricted areas, Vivian brought him to a large empty room where the wall facing them was covered with black veins and leaves. A gray human face was surrounded by the veins at the center of the wall, as though these veins were preventing it from awakening. Angele carefully observed the face and even had Zero scanned it, but he realized that it was only an engraving and no life energy was detected. Walls with engravings like this are built using special materials. Vivian smiled. This wall can absorb any damage dealt by even level 3 spells. You can come here and practice your spells when you have time. Angele nodded. Understood, Master Vivian. You can just call me Vivian, or... Vivian hesitated. She herself knew it was too early to tell Angele that she was his mother. Well, you can call me Sister. Angele's expression changed. He knew Vivian would sooner or later tell him about the truth, but still, it would be hard for him to call her sister. Vivian, who noticed Angele's hesitation, waved her hand. She could discern what Angele was thinking. I'm not forcing you to call me sister. Don't worry too much about it. Also, I have a private library here where I put most of my collections inside. You can go read the books if you want to, but don't go over your mentality limitations, she added. Yes, Angele politely replied. Come on, don't be so serious. Vivian rubbed Angele's cheeks and even patted his head several times. Angele was not used to being treated like a kid. Nevertheless, he did not try to dodge or escape it. Learn to smile more, but do not force it. Do you know about the wizard saying, smiling will help loosen up your mood? Your facial expression will affect your feelings, so smiling will cheer you up even when you are feeling depressed, Vivian spoke in a light tone. That is what I do whenever I am sad. She stared at Angele, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Gee! The noise sounded like a match being ignited. A blazing green fire bead appeared above Vivian's right shoulder. This almost fist-sized fire bead was slowly spinning, yet Angele could not feel any heat coming from it. Vivian checked the green fire bead. All right. I must go to the Elemental Hand headquarters now. There is something I need to deal with. Feel free to explore the ruin, but do not go to the dangerous areas I have told you about. You can also leave the ruins if you must, but I will be happier if you can spend more time with me. There was an attractive smile on her face. Well, sure. Vivian attempted to rub Angele's cheeks once again, but he now tried to escape. You are so adorable. Vivian chuckled. I have to leave now. Have fun in the ruin. She turned around and her long robe started scorching. Flames swallowed her body and shrank into a small fireball, which then exploded and disappeared into the air. Head to the library first. You will find something you need there. Hen's voice echoed in Angele's ears. Sure. Angele turned around and headed to the library. Did you see a completely sealed room in the restricted part of the library? If you did, Hen suddenly stopped speaking. Pa! Someone tapped on Angele's shoulder from behind. Wait! There is one more thing. Vivian's voice came from behind. Angele trembled in shock due to him being caught unaware. He quickly turned around and looked at Vivian. A crystal statuette of a scorpion was being held in her right, which she then handed it over to Angele. Take it. This is the magic device I promised you. Vivian stopped smiling, her expression became stern. I do not know why, but I think you are being tracked down by an untamed soul. This device will help you hide your mentality wave. The soul is somewhat familiar to me, almost as if it is someone from the axis of time. You said you explored the abandoned ruin of the organization, right? Anyway, this magic device will prevent the soul from tracking you down. Members of Axis of Time are all completely deranged. Some of them committed suicide in groups and some even had cannibalistic tendencies. I will do a detailed check on your body later, so don't worry. Thank you. Angele accepted the crystal scorpion. You're very much welcome. Vivian chuckled as she lightly rubbed Angele's cheeks. Chi! Red flames surrounded her once again and she disappeared into the air after turning into a fireball. Angele looked at the crystal scorpion. A line of sharp spikes was on its back. Its entire appearance looked exactly like the soul pattern of Vivian's son. Hen, does this thing work on you? He carefully rubbed the surface of the crystal, which was cold and smooth. He could still smell the fragrance of Vivian's body scent from it. No one responded. Hen? Angele was confused. He looked at the crystal. After thinking for several seconds, he quickly placed the crystal scorpion on the ground. The statuette, you, throw it away. Hurry! Hen's voice was unclear, and she sounded nervous. Angele, who had finally understood the current situation, moved 10 steps away. Hen's voice became clear again. Damn it! Damn it! She cursed several times, showing how enraged she was. F***ck this thing. This statuette can completely block my connection to you. What on earth has she been doing all these years? Where did she find this? Huh? It works? Angele narrowed his eyes in curiosity. Your soul will be weakened by this item. I advise you not to carry it around with you. Most importantly, it will cut the connection between us. Hen warned in a cold tone. This is a good magic device. I really need it. Angele walked to the statuette and picked it up. Hen's voice disappeared once again. She is definitely lying, huh? Angele shook his head as he kept the crystal scorpion statuette in his pouch. He turned around and continued to head to the library. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Accident 2. Chapter 297, Accident 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Hen's presence was increasingly becoming a problem to Angele. He now barely had any time to concoct potions, further study ancient bloodlines, or even enter the nightmare realm. He walked to the library with the crystal scorpion in his pouch. Angele was wondering if there was another way of communicating with Hen. He took out the black he acquired back in White Mist Town and opened it carefully. Inside the box was the black smoke. "Green, you little bastard." "Pa." Angele closed the box. Hen's voice disappeared. He opened the box again. "Green, are you looking for trouble?" Hen's hoarse voice echoed in his ears again. "I already told you this thing will weaken your soul." "I know it is harmful to you, but it helps me a lot," Angele replied in a nonchalant manner. He had already noticed that what Hen was capable of doing to him was limited. "This is much better as well. I need my own privacy and it is impossible to throw this box away anyway. What do you think?" "Seriously? You are worrying about your privacy now?" Hen stopped for a second before she continued, "But you need to promise you will let me access your mentality wave once in a while. There will be a big problem if you don't let me do that." "All right." Angele did not expect Hen to understand his concern so easily. Thus, he decided to fulfill her request. He closed the box and took out the magic device. He inspected the device to know how to activate it and quickly found a switch at the end of the scorpion's tail. Angele tapped on the switch, then he asked Zero to scan the device. The detailed information of the magic device was immediately transmitted into his brain. The name of the device was Spike Scorpion. This device could reflect a certain amount of damage. Its main ability was to block invasive mentality waves, soul power, and tracking spells. He then entered the library. The shelves were protected by energy barriers such that Angele could only check the first 2 bookshelves with his current mentality level. Majority of the books contained the theories and records of wizards' adventures. Angele checked some of the books but found nothing important. He wanted to see if there were any level 2 spell models here. However, it seemed that level 2 spells were just too weak for Vivian's collection as most of the theories were difficult to comprehend and Angele did not have the required basic knowledge. He suddenly remembered an enormous red stone inside a room when he was exploring the ruin. The energy wave emanating from it was familiar. It might be a world stone, he thought. Angele checked the map he had created using the biochip and returned to that room quickly. He could clearly see what was inside the room through the glass door. The large red rock was covered in complicated strings and runes. There was a hallway at the other side of the room. A black door with golden engravings on its surface was located at the end of the hallway. Angele wanted to observe the world stone, but for some strange reason, his eyes were being glued to that door. He recalled the words Vivian had spoken to him. The door looks like an engraving on a huge rock. I think it is just a decoration since it is impossible to open it. Perhaps it was left here by the original owner of the ruin. Do not go to that hallway and do not even try to open the door. I think whatever behind it is dangerous. This was what Vivian told him. Angele blinked his eyes. He could feel the weakened illusion signet of the great harpy throbbing in excitement, as though the hallway was related to the ancient bloodline in his body. Vivian had advised him not to enter the hallway due to it having too many unknown factors and it being one of the restricted areas in the ruin. However, Angele was completely attracted to that hallway and was unable to stop looking at it. He could sense something familiar from that area. Right, it is the same feeling I got when the signet awoke. Angele finally found the answer. I don't know if the weakened signet can still help me enter Nightmare Realm again. This is perhaps my chance. He stared at the hallway and thought of this. Zero, check the energy waves and do a simulation for me. Task created, analyzing, Zero reported back right away. Angele pushed the door open and walked to the hallway as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Several seconds later, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Well, it seems I really have to pay it a visit. Vivian would definitely not allow him to enter the restricted area once she returned, and he assumed that the mysterious energy wave would only be released if he was alone at this place. After all, nothing had happened when he walked past the room while he was with Vivian. Nightmare Realm was overall dangerous, but there were just too many great opportunities. He wanted to enter the realm without losing the signet. He checked his equipment right after he decided to go. Angele wanted to make sure he could draw the cursed scimitar at the fastest. He walked straight through the hallway, but nothing happened. However, the mysterious energy wave was increasingly becoming intense as he continued to approach the door. As Angele stood right in front of the door, the golden patterns on its surface started to move slowly. Countless golden runes and strings gathered in the center of the door like a small flowing stream of water. Angele silently looked at the golden liquid, then he raised his right hand and carefully tapped on the surface of the liquid with his index finger. Boom! The golden liquid formed into a small fireball and exploded, causing flame sparks to spread everywhere. Headquarters of Elemental Hand. Inside a spacious large white hall. Its floor was as smooth as a mirror and the chandelier it had was luxurious. A large stone table with the shape of an egg noiselessly sat at the center of the hall. 5 wizards sat far from each other around the table. Vivian's long dark blonde hair draped over her shoulders and the long red robe she was wearing fitted her perfectly. She was sitting on the right side of the table where she had her chin rested on her palm. We survived this time, but our organization is gradually weakening. Everyone knows that. A white-haired and white-bearded old man was reading from a speech script. We have followed the 3 orders given by the council and we need to complete our next 5 goals in the future. We must make sure that the organization will still be attractive enough to recruit new members, and we must. Due to the speech being way too boring, one middle-aged man among the other meeting participants yawned from boredom. The old man cleared his throat and looked at the middle-aged man. Quiet. The meeting is still ongoing. Sure. The middle-aged man nodded. Come on, Rocky. You are. Vivian chuckled, but her countenance suddenly changed before she could finish speaking. Apologies, Elder Master. Something unfortunate has happened to my laboratory. I must leave now. She immediately stood up and pushed the chair away, graveness apparent on her face. How bad is it? The old man asked in a deep tone. Extremely bad. All right, you can leave now. Much appreciated. Vivian nodded and turned around. Her body turned into a large ball of fire and vanished into the air. Angele nervously looked at the golden fireball in front of him. It had been formed right after the explosion of the first fireball. At present, it continued to silently float in the air. Right after he tried to open the door using the illusion signet he possessed, strange runes were transmitted into his brain through his energy waves. However, the door was being guarded by the dangerous golden fireball. What the hell is this? Angele knew he should have proceeded with caution. He made a mistake by directly touching the liquid. Ha! Suddenly, he heard someone laughing inside the flame. Angele immediately retreated several steps. The fireball immediately flew toward him, bringing waves of intense heat. Angele's fire resistance should already be high, but his skin was being burnt. Woo! The fireball began shrinking and the process repeated multiple times. You need to leave now. It is going to explode. Vivian appeared in front of Angele. I have told you not to enter the hallway, right? Why didn't you listen to me? She shouted in anger. Leave now. You are too weak to fight this thing. Damn it, Dot. Angele did not think that Vivian would come back for him. He wanted to explain, but doing so would reveal his secret. Angele himself knew how dangerous the fireball was and that it was about to explode, but he thought the flame would not inflict any damage to him. The illusion signet on his left palm was answering the call of the golden fireball. Moreover, he also had the intention of directly touching the flame. "Leave now!" Vivian shouted and raised her hands to conjure a long flame chain between her palms. Angele knew he had no time to explain, so he began running toward the door of the room. He heard something explode from behind him as soon as he left the hallway. Golden flame and red flame were clashing against each other. The strange laugh coming from the golden fireball was echoing throughout the whole area. Angele was blown away by the strong impact of the explosion. He flew away and rolled several times on the floor, smashing into the stone wall outside the door. He soon heard the noises produced by the collapsing walls and his vision became blurry due to the dust. Angele saw the room where the world stone was in and several other facilities being swallowed by the thick dust. The explosion must have destroyed multiple rooms. "I made a mistake." Shaking his head, he sighed as he leaned against the wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298, Searching, 1. Chapter 298, Searching, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. The place slowly fell silent within the onslaught of thick dust. Woo! Angele heard the wind howling. The entirety of the gray dust gathered around toward the center of the room and formed into a solid ball the size of a fist floating above Vivian's right palm. She lightly squeezed the ball. Chi! The gray ball burst into purple flames which completely illuminated the entire room. The burning dust ball began shrinking until it completely disintegrated in just seconds. Angele struggled to stand up. The walls in the ruin had been built with special materials. If not for his force field and high attributes, he would have been severely injured after the impact. Vivian walked to Angele quickly. He knew Vivian was not going to let him touch the golden fireball. Vivian shook her head as she stared at Angele. The lady was taller than the young man. Her expression was cold, and anger filled her eyes. "Don't you know how dangerous the situation was? You would have been burnt to death if I hadn't returned in time." Vivian opened her mouth and sighed. She raised her left hand and patted Angele's head as she calmed herself down. "Don't risk your life like that ever again." Angele became speechless. He did not want to tell Vivian his secret, but that was the only way to explain the situation. The golden fireball had just been destroyed by a rank 4 wizard, and Vivian was certain that her son would not be able to deal with it alone. Angele thought Vivian was going to punish him for that, yet the only thing she did was give him a warning. After putting down her hand, she turned around and began to inspect the damages from the explosion. Angele hesitated for a second before following her. The hallway was not damaged in the slightest and the door was still there. Everything else, however, was destroyed. The world stone had been broken into several pieces, only about half of it was intact right in the center of the magic circle. Vivian walked to the world stone sighing. She carefully observed what remained of the world stone, then she looked at Angele. "Angele, you can rest now. We did not lose anything important." Angele was not sure what he should say, as he himself did not expect Vivian to return so soon. He knew there was nothing else he could do here, so he nodded and returned to the residential area. Vivian waited until Angele left before walking to the door at the end of the hallway. She slowly rubbed the runes that were engraved on the surface of the door. "Damn, I spent 10 years preparing for the final step and I only needed 2 more years, but everything is gone now." She sighed once again. Vivian had spent 10 years collecting materials in order to communicate with the mysterious power on the other side of the door, but never did she expect Angele to ruin it all. Vivian looked depressed. However, Angele was her only son and she did not want to get mad at him. "Whatever, as long as he is safe," she muttered. "Let me clean up this place first." Pa! With a flick of her fingers, green energy particles started dancing in the air. Angele soon returned to the residential area. Climbing up the ladder, he returned to his room. He walked to the corner and took out the black box, then he placed it atop the cabinet. The world stone has been destroyed. Vivian is going to be sad, Hen immediately spoke right after the box was opened. Why is that? It was probably my fault. Angele pursed his lips. A world stone loses its function once its structure gets damaged. The energy waves it emanates will soon disappear, which means the world stone is more or less a regular stone now. And did you see the magic circle in that room and the entire rune engravings? That should be at least 10 years worth of effort. Hen chuckled. Angele looked at the box. Since I did not turn the switch of the crystal scorpion on, it seems you saw the whole process. Yet I still do not know why you went to check that door. Hen sneered. Whatever. Transmit the level 2 spell to me now, Angele responded in a light tone. Not a problem. There was no hesitation in Hen. Angele could feel the information being transmitted to his brain through the mentality wave. At the same time, Zero's warning messages were constantly echoing in his ears. He asked Zero to allow the invasive mentality wave access and soon began accepting the details of the level 2 spell. There was so much information that Angele felt a bit dizzy. It took about half an hour for Hen to finish transmitting the information. Angele soon realized that Hen had transmitted 2 level 2 spells to him. The first spell was Fire Eye and the second was Pyroblast. Fire Eye was a tracking spell which was hard to be detected by anyone other than the caster. It could hide in any flame. The current scene, together with the sound, would then be transmitted back to the caster as though the caster was at the same place where the spell was cast. Pyroblast, on the other hand, was a spell which would conjure an enormous fireball and could be detonated by the caster within a certain amount of time. It was powerful considering that it could deal not only physical but also magical damage. The spell range was decent and the area damage it could deal was high. I like what you did to the world stone, ha! The second spell is a bonus for you. Hen chuckled. I modified these 2 spells myself. You will see the difference once you master the spell models. Angele nodded, then closed the box after their conversation. He took out the crystal scorpion from the pouch and activated it. Chi! Translucent energy waves released out of the scorpion statuette. Angele knew it meant Hen would no longer be able to track his activities. ED note, you don't need to worry about exposing your browsing history now, Angele. He carefully returned the scorpion into his pouch. Angele then took out a pen and paper and began to check the information about the 2 level 2 spells Hen had just transmitted to him. The accident that had happened in the room where the world stone was held was Angele's fault. Vivian lost everything and the efforts she had invested into her project were wasted, yet she did not punish him in the slightest. Vivian had even assured him that it was not a big problem. However, Angele knew she merely did not want him to feel guilty. He had destroyed Vivian's 10 years' worth of effort with but a few minutes. Vivian hadn't killed him only because she thought Angele was truly her son. The biggest problem lay in the fact that the only thing Angele acquired from the mysterious power was a strange rune and the golden fireball had already been eliminated. The benefit he obtained could not justify the cost. Angele finished checking the information. He sighed and sat down by the cabinet. The ruin is definitely related to the Great Harpy's bloodline. Vivian will likely monitor my daily life after this incident. He stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Tiny red energy particles were on the edge of the door and were difficult to notice. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He recognized the owner of these energy particles. It's Vivian's, she left these energy particles here. He closed the door again. Vivian will find out if I ever try to do anything in the restricted areas, I think. Angele shook his head. Let me finish learning those 2 level 2 spells first. Angele spent most of his time studying and using the biochip to do simulations. He would have meals with Vivian in the dining hall every day. Their meal was simple white bread, milk, eggs, and some fruits. Without Zero, Angele would not even know what the current time was in the ruin. Life was repetitive, but he still had gotten a lot of work done. Angele could still explore the ruin freely after the incident, but he noticed that many of the once open tunnels had been sealed in stone walls. It was now nigh impossible for him to head to the restricted areas. He knew Vivian was trying to protect him from the dangerous areas. Vivian knew there was only so much Angele could do in the ruin, so she imparted to him many level 2 fire category spells to study. Angele stored everything in the database. His goal initially was to obtain as many level 2 spells as he could, and it should already be time for him to leave. However, Angele detected the remains of the mysterious energy inside the ruin several days after the incident, so he decided to stay here for a bit longer. 15 days later. In the dining hall of the ruin. There was a rectangular brown table at the center of the dining hall. Angele and Vivian sat opposite to each other silently. The dining table was about 10 meters long, yet they were the only ones having dinner. The hall was being lit by the glowing red crystals on the walls, which made the walls seem as though it was filled with dark red lava. Angele cut the red meat on his plate into pieces and sent one into his mouth with a fork. The meat was tender, and the garlicky flavor exploded in his mouth. "What kind of meat is this?" "It's great." Angele looked at Vivian. "I'm glad you liked it." "It's the sirloin of the fire lizards." Vivian drank white milk from a glass and smiled. "I know you're getting bored in the ruin. You can return to your home if you want to. I won't force you to stay with me. For some reason, there's some strange energy movement in the ruin after the accident." She stopped for a second before she continued, "You have your own things to take care of." "Ah, you joined Elemental Hand, right? Make sure you do the basic tasks as the rewards are decent for new members. I can also offer you some help since you're my." Angele hesitated for a second, then he interrupted, "Actually, I didn't see many Elemental Hand wizards when I joined the organization. Why is that?" "You are a new member, so you have not seen anything yet." "What did they tell you?" "The headquarters of Elemental Hand is not just the place you have gone to. The Watchtower, Wind Canyon, Wanderer's Farm, Golden River, and the Council are all part of the organization's headquarters. There are more than 1,000 wizards in Elemental Hand, but they live in different areas, which is why you did not meet many of them," Vivian explained. "Well, I actually don't mind a quiet headquarters. I am just curious." Angele shrugged. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 299, Searching, 2. Chapter 299, Searching, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Yeah. Majority of wizards dislike noisy places since they require a quiet environment for their research and experimentations. Vivian nodded while she sent another piece of meat into her mouth. Suddenly, a red eye appeared beside her body, floating in the air. It was an eye formed out of flames. Vivian turned to the eye and checked. "Someone from the council is here. Come with me. I need to introduce you to the elders of the organization." "Sure," Angele immediately answered. Within minutes, they completely finished having their lunch. Vivian then raised her hands. All plates and silverware sank into the table and the leftovers gathered into the air and formed a yellow ball. The ball dropped onto the table after several seconds and soon disappeared. Together they left the dining hall and passed through the tunnels, ultimately reaching a spacious meeting room. A male and a female wizard, both wearing long black robes, were standing there silently. Vivian led Angele to his seat and she similarly sat down right away. "What brings you here?" she asked the two wizards in a light tone. Both of the two wizards were wearing strange outfits underneath their robes. The male wizard was wearing a mysterious white mask which had two red squinting eyes, but no mouth or nose painted on it. "Master Fenrir." The man stepped forward. His voice was deep and hoarse. I am here to inform you that the registration of your son, Angele, has been completed. Master Fenrir. The other spoke as well. She was wearing an asymmetrical bob. The council elders wanted me to pass some information to you. Wait here. Looking at the masked man, Vivian nodded. She then pointed at the female wizard. Follow me. Angele, you can talk to him if you wish to. Angele nodded in affirmation and watched them leave the meeting room. Right after he heard Vivian and the female wizard leave the hallway. Take a seat, please. Angele pointed at the chair Vivian had just seated on. I'm good, thanks, the masked man politely responded. Sure. Angele was not concerned. I have a question. Which city around the headquarters is under the control of the organization? The closest city to the headquarters is Andy City, which is famous for its gemstones and crystals. You should pay it a visit if you are interested, the masked man immediately answered. You should be from the council considering that you are allowed to enter this ruin, right? Angele asked. He inspected the masked man through his mentality wave and the biochip but failed to determine the exact stage of the man, which meant that the masked man was stronger than him. You are correct. Can you tell me more about Elemental Hand? Certainly. The masked man thought for a while, then he started explaining. In Elemental Hand, the Lord and the Council possess the highest authority. They control most of the cities and facilities within the organization's territory. Your mother, Master Fenrir, is the third elder in the council. Although, the situation in the organization is still complicated due to the fight between the Lord and the council which lasted for years. So you are here merely to... Angele stood up after the man declined his offer to sit down, then they continued chatting for a while. Introducing himself to Angele, the masked man's name was Seelan. He only donned a mask due to his face becoming permanently disfigured during an experiment. Exposure to light would make him suffer. The female wizard was called Pina, who was the captain of Master Vivian's private army. Blue light dots suddenly flashed on the back of Seelan's right hand when they had finished their conversation. Excuse me. No worries. Go ahead. Angele, smiling, waved his right hand. Seelan did not seem to mind Angele's presence as he did not even modify the frequency of his mentality wave in the slightest. You do not mind me eavesdropping? Angele was slightly taken aback. It is fine, not a private matter. Seelan shook his head. It should be the talented newbie from my district. When he slightly raised his hand, Angele heard a deep voice coming from the communication room. Master Seelan, Miss Linda, and Omega are both here. Do you wish to see them? The voice sounded like a girl speaking in a low-pitched tone. Omega? They have offended Ray. There is nothing I can do to help them since Ray and I are not friends. They need to figure out a way themselves, Seelan immediately answered. The situation is different now. Omega's younger sister has been taken captive by Ray. Linda said that she would come here every day if you do not help them. This little kid, he is my daughter's lover, but that does not mean I will wipe his ass for him every time. Seelan was a bit speechless. All right. Send Ray a message and see what he has to say. I barely know him, so I am uncertain if it will work. Also, Seelan, shaking his head, gave the newbie several orders through the communication room. Angele quietly waited at the side. It seemed that Seelan was the most powerful man in a certain area. He sounded angry at first, yet he immediately calmed down and he even figured out his future actions quickly, and his plans were cost-effective. Seelan deactivated the communication rune after everything was done. Sorry for the wait. It is fine. Angele shook his head. He already realized that Pina and Seelan were not average wizards. Both of them were part of Elemental Hand's core members and both possessed a certain scope of authority within the territory. They started chatting again. At present, Seelan had long known that Angele was the most important person to Vivian. Although Angele was weak, he still needed to pay respects. Seelan was overall courteous and acted with elegance over the course of their conversation since he wanted to leave a good first impression to Angele. Angele noticed that Seelan was not overbearing in terms of his behavior. He did not mind becoming a friend to a person who possessed authority and power. There were many things which he wanted to do in Elemental Hand and he did not want to rely on Vivian too much in the future. Still, being a son of the third elder was convenient, and he wanted to take advantage of this in order to meet more core members of the organization. Vivian returned to the meeting room while Angele was still conversing with Seelan. The two wizards departed right away upon bidding farewell. Angele found an excuse to return to his own room. He locked the door and checked if the room was safe. The crystal scorpion provided him an ability to block Hand's invasive mentality wave. When inside his own room, it could additionally help him stay undetected. Vivian had provided him some privacy due to the fact that he had not attempted to enter the restricted areas in the past days. For safety, Angele decided to meditate in his own room. His mask of the Black Wing was still stuck at the first stage and he was having troubles progressing. The advanced meditation, albeit slow, was still far better than basic meditation techniques. If Angele could progress to the next stage, his mentality level would similarly rise as well. His mentality would meet the requirement in the advancement in order to become a rank 2 wizard once he successfully progressed to the second stage of Mask of the Black Wing. This was the advantage of wizards who possessed advanced meditation techniques. Angele would be alerted by any changes in the mentality wave if anything happened during meditation, but he still needed to ensure the safety of the environment. He continuously meditated from noon to night. Vivian suddenly left the ruin and left a message to him through the communication rune. She would apparently come back in several days' time and she asked Angele if he needed anything from the city. Vivian then asked Angele to continue to stay in the ruin but not enter any of the restricted areas. This was the moment Angele had been waiting for. He had already mastered the level 2 spell Pyroblast. However, this was not at the top of his priorities. He had a different plan in mind. Angele was certain that the ruin was related to his ancient bloodline. Therefore, he decided to enter the Nightmare Realm at this place to see what would happen. He needed to do it without being detected by Vivian and Hen. Vivian had left the ruin, and with the help of the Crystal Scorpion, he could pick any time of his choosing and enter the Nightmare Realm. However, if he failed to restore the energy of the bloodline during the trip, this would probably be the last time he would enter the Nightmare Realm. Angele's main goal was to either restore the energy of the Great Harpy ancient bloodline or find a different ancient bloodline. It was late at night. Angele sat on his bed with his legs crossed and eyes closed. Pink light was being released from the glowing crystals on the walls and the room was deadly silent. All right. This is my last chance. Angele inspected the condition of the Crystal Scorpion, his potions, and his equipment. He had also successfully stored the level 2 spell in the biochip, so he could instantly cast it if necessary. A level 2 spell would consume half of his mentality. Although he had yet to test the spell, he believed it was stronger than the Light of Thorns of his other magic device. Angele went through the simulation results multiple times, so he was confident. He took a deep breath in order to calm down. Black distorted waves were being released from the illusion signet on his left hand. The black waves slowly filled up the whole room and vanished into the air. I can only explore the realm for half an hour, time is tight. Angele read the report from the biochip. The remaining power of the bloodline could only help him stay in the nightmare for a short duration. Whatever, half an hour is good enough. Even if I can't find the bloodline I need here, I can still extract it from harpies. The only problem lies in the evolution of the signet. Angele shook his head. He raised his left hand and pointed forward. Chi. Angele disappeared from his bed, leaving no trace behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Exploration and Thoughts, 1. Chapter 300, Exploration and Thoughts, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Chi. Several translucent energy waves appeared on the bed again. A man sitting cross-legged on the bed gradually emerged as soon as the waves vanished into the air. Angele slowly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. He could see the pink mist floating around in the bedroom. The place was deafeningly silent. He could no longer hear the noises produced by the lava from the tunnel. Angele's brow furrowed as he jumped off the bed. He drew the cursed scimitar slowly and activated the buff. Strings of green energy climbed up his wrist. The familiar air, and this feeling, it's making me nervous and excited at the same time. Angele narrowed his eyes. His fear of being in an unknown realm was making his heart pump harder. Moments like this were the main reason why he enjoyed being a wizard. The bedroom was quiet and the only thing here was the red mist. Angele walked to the door and carefully unlocked it. The bronze handle of the door was hard and cold. Creak. The door was pushed open slowly, revealing the dark red tunnel outside. Angele did not leave the room right away but waited by the door for a while. He did not detect any movement outside. He tapped his pouch slightly and a scorpion-shaped rune appeared on his forehead. Angele then took out the Light of Thorns and held it tight in his left hand. He jumped out of the door after everything was prepared. Pa! He landed on the floor of the tunnel safely. Angele glanced around. The sight in the tunnel was blurred by the red mist as well. Upon taking a deep breath, he noticed that the sulfur smell in the air was gone. Dang! A sound like a metal hammer hitting the wall. Is it a bell? Angele was surprised. He quickly covered his body with a thin layer of metal. Dang! The bell rang again, and the noise echoed throughout the tunnel. It's close. Angele followed the direction of the sound and started advancing slowly. The tunnel would lead him to the other areas of the ruin, but the visibility was very low. Angele proceeded with caution, as he turned left at a corner and entered another tunnel. Several seconds later, he found the source of the noise. On the left side of the tunnel, there was an enormous wooden grandfather clock. The base of the case was red, and the clock was white. Such contrast was eye-catching. The structure of the clock was a bit strange. There was a black hammer hitting a piece of red metal and that was where the noise came from. Angele stopped by the clock and rubbed the surface of the glass panel, feeling that it was cold but smooth. His eyebrows drew together as he started moving forward again. The mysterious rune he found from the door was guiding him to a certain location. The rhythmic noise made by the clock was still bothering him after he went past several tunnels. Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, the noise produced by the clock became intense. Dang, 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 dang. It almost sounded like someone was hitting the metal piece furiously with the hammer. Angele drew the scimitar and as he turned around, he started running back to the grandfather clock. Kata kata. His footsteps echoed in the tunnel, and the noise coming from the clock was getting louder and louder. It seemed as if the clock was trying to convey something. Angele lowered his body and started scanning the area using the biochip. He was approaching a corner as he lightened his footsteps. He turned around and rushed to the tunnel where the clock was located. At that moment, the sound made by the clock disappeared. The tunnel was silent and empty. He could not find any trace left by the grandfather clock. Angele exhaled once slowly. What was in front of him was a clean and smooth stone wall. Chi-ka. He heard something that sounded like a radio changing its frequency. This is Coleman, and the Coleman's last voice potion will become the greatest achievement in his life. Father said that I'll become a legend, and I'm certain that. The strange voice echoed in Angele's ears. He took several steps back as his expression changed. The voice sounded like a young boy's and it came from nowhere. Coleman loves chestnuts. He loves berry juice. He wants to stay in the bed as long as he can. The boy's voice changed, and it now sounded cute. Angele had a serious expression on his face. He sped up even more as the voice seemed to continuously pierce through his brow. It almost like being stabbed by multiple forks in the head. Ah, I stabbed my father by accident. He's bleeding. Will he die? It doesn't matter, I can change the body for him and he'll live forever. Why do they fear me? I'm so cute. I hate them. I hate those filthy adults. The boy's voice slowly quieted down and disappeared as soon as Angele had fled from the tunnel. He quickly stopped, his face was covered in cold sweat. The path ahead was dark. When Angele turned his head around, the only thing he could see was pure darkness. He had no idea where he was at now. The voice of the young boy was killing him, and he could barely think straight. A wizard needed to focus his mind before he could fight back. That was the reason why he escaped the area. 0. Show me the map. Checking. Warning. Warning. Unfamiliar route detected. A clean blue map was displayed in front of Angele's left eye labeled as Original Ruin Map. A red map then appeared in front of his right eye of which he had never seen before. Angele observed the two maps carefully. The route he had chosen was marked on the red map, but the only known area on that one was the residential area. Furthermore, he noticed that his route on the map was a straight line. Angele was certain that he turned several times on the way. He compared the red map to the blue map and realized that they were completely different. Angele took a deep breath and calmed down. He double-checked the surroundings, but he did not detect any invasive energy wave. He held the scimitar tight and began to press on once again. Several minutes later, a painting appeared on the right side. Golden edges, colorful image, and clean frame. Angele stopped by the painting and looked at it. He saw a city in the painting. There were two stick men standing in the center of a street. They did not fit the image very well as there was no detail on their faces. It felt like that the two stick men were drawn by a kid, but the city was drawn by an artist. Suddenly, the two stick men started moving in Angele's sight. They held each other's hands and started moving around the city. Ah, my sons. Where are you going? Come back. Come back home. Don't leave. A gentle female voice echoed in the tunnel which sounded as if she was muttering and singing. Angele glanced around. The place was empty, and no one was around. An unpleasant feeling climbed up his back. He decided to keep advancing. The woman's voice slowly went away. By the end of the tunnel was a pink bronze door. It was half open and bright white light was leaking out of it. He slowly moved to the door and peeked inside. On the left side of the room, there were two cats playing chess in the corner. White-furred yet instead of paw and leg, they had a muscular human right arm of yellow color. They were using the human hands to pick up the chess pieces. The two white cats were focusing on the chessboard, not noticing the wizard outside the door. Angele used the stealth technique and stepped into the door, moving to the right side. He did not want to startle the two cats. Angele already knew how dangerous this realm was. He was certain that the danger level of the ruin was higher than his home in the Six Ring area, and back there, he had already nearly experienced death. Angele was a much stronger wizard than before, but he did not test his luck on those mutated nightmare creatures. The old turtle he met by the river almost petrified him. The two white cats still focused on the chessboard after Angele entered the room. It seemed the stealth technique worked. He went across the room safely and found a door. Angele opened the door and entered a hallway. Angele realized that the area ahead was the spell training facility. The visibility was still low due to the absence of light and the red mist. He looked to the left and saw a wall covered with black veins. In the center of the wall was an engraving that looked like a woman's face. Walls with such engravings could absorb a large amount of spell damage, and they were great for practicing spells. Angele walked to the engraving and realized that there was something different. Suddenly, the black eyes on that woman's face rolled several times, then stared at him. Angele's skull numbed after witnessing what just happened. "Welcome to the realm, my beloved guest." The woman's face opened her mouth and spoke in the universal ancient language. Her voice was high-pitched but hoarse. "Come closer. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you." Angele licked his dry lips and stepped forward with the scimitar in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.